This is our second day of celebrating the 20th anniversary of Kirby and the Amazing Mirror. We've got a bunch of Kirby games for you today. Before we get into that, just a few quick reminders. Summer Games Done Quick will be live from Minneapolis, Minnesota, June 30th through July 6th, and on-site volunteer applications are open now through April 14th. You can go to gamesdonequick.com to apply to be an on-site volunteer and for more information on the event. Also, we are looking for a special events showrunner to highlight speedrunning communities through weekend specials as we revitalize the GDQ Hotfix. So if you're passionate about speedrunning and thrive on organizing gaming events, you can check out the duties and apply today over at gamesdonequick.com/jobs. With all that said, we have our first 3 games of the day, actually. We're going to be seeing the Kirby's Dreamland Trilogy. Hand it over to our runner. Let her introduce herself.
Yes, hello. I am Beam Queen Soul, and if I had a nickel for starting off an event, a day of an event with 3 runs in a row, I'd have 2 nickels. Shout out to the Never for Good event where I ended up starting with 3 runs. Anyways, this is a little more formal because this is the Dreamland Trilogy, so we were going to be running through Dreamlands 1 through 3 in a row. I will be doing them in order, so don't worry about that part. Anyways, let me go ahead and just get into it. So, 3, 2, 1, go. So, short version of this. So this is Dreamland 1. We don't have abilities yet. They weren't thought of yet. So, a lot of this is going to be focusing on movement, kind of taking care of enemies as we go through the stage. In fact, we're doing a lot of this for lag reduction because this game is very laggy for what it is. You'll be surprised at how much stuff can just kind of slow down. But we're already on our first mini-boss, so this is Poppy Rubber's Senior. You know him, you love him, he throws bombs. I'm going to do this to make sure he does the sort of attack I want. There we go. There is manipulation strats for this game. They're kind of based on what Kirby is doing, so you see like little stars that pop out of him. That these will actually advance to RNG and also sort of other details. I don't really do a lot other than that one boss there. That's it. There is actually full game in it for this game. In fact, the world record for this, I think, is under 10 minutes. It is very fast, but it is very hard to actually keep that throughout the run. So if you want to just have like an easier way of doing it, you can just kind of focus on your movement. We're already on Wispy. You also know him, love him. You've seen him you've seen him a few times already. You'll be seeing him more today, don't worry. But very simple, we just drop these apples. I'm gonna do this. I messed up my buttons, but that's okay. What I was trying to set up is this thing called an instant action. So if you press right and down after you spit out an enemy, or anything really, Kirby will not have to prime himself for the next one. Also, when you enter doors, this kind of activates, and you'll see kind of the end result of me trying to hit 2 enemies. So Kirby just spits one out immediately, just the other one. If you do this with just one, you'll instead spit out the thing instantly. Kirby doesn't do his little recoil thing at first. Most of the time we don't use it. It really only comes up there and during certain other fights, namely DDD at the end of the run. Or if you're playing on extra mode, it'll also show up during Traco. Now, as we're going through here, this is a strat we don't really do anymore, but I like doing it just to show off. We'll see if we get it. This is called Curry Tail. We're probably not going to get it now. That's okay. But the short version is this is a very difficult thing where we take the curry from like halfway through the stage and take it all the way to the end. Ideally, we take down the second boss entirely with it, but that's certainly not happening this time. At least we got kind of an okay situation, but it could have been better. But la, you just kind of take them out that way if you're lucky. Otherwise, you just wait for them to get a block, do this. You can set up double hits if they put themselves in the right situation. Sometimes that doesn't happen. In fact, a lot of times that doesn't happen. But otherwise, it's simple enough. The thing was kind of quick, so we're already on the 3rd stage of 5. Shout out to that enemy. It has a beam attack. You can't actually get beam. It doesn't exist yet. I'm going to take those for safety because that hit didn't push me where I needed. And we're going to get this swishy so we can take care of the enemy right here. Then I'm going to do these for lag reduction. I want to take these also for lag reduction because those coconuts just generate a bunch of lag. Probably just in the way. So also it's very, it's usually not a good idea to just inhale the enemy, instantly swallow it. So like I'm just kind of tapping down for that. That enemy cannot be inhaled. Now, we actually want to avoid the curry here because the curry will give us a bunch of lag that we don't need. And we're good. So it's pretty much just going to be casually walking and flying through this room. The shotzers can't hurt us as long as we keep moving. And now we just have a few seconds while we wait for this little warp star trip. Kirby's got this. Oh. That's fine. It puts us right in the clouds where we want to be anyways. Gonna get rid of that enemy, because that one can be inhaled. And it is time for Kabula and the series' first shoot 'em up segment. This is Kabula. She's the blimp. We're just gonna stay really up close and just fire those so they come out sooner. Our health isn't important as long as we have one hit left, and we have 5. So we're dead. Now, as we start bubbly clouds here, our movement's going to be even more important than it already was. And that was less than ideal. Very carefully thread through those star thieves because we don't want them to hit us. I'm going to get rid of these so they don't hit us as well. This last one as well. Get through the shotzers. That's for this enemy. And now for this little fun part. Got it. Good. Got it. Awesome. That is trickier than it looks. Alright, I'm gonna jump over that one. Jump over... Oh, that's okay. Movement, it's very difficult in bubbly clouds. There's a lot of things you gotta factor, a lot of enemy movement. Making sure you try to maneuver yourself correctly so you don't just run into everything on the way. Also, a couple more tricky jumps here. Alright, we're good. And this is Tracto Jr. We're just going to sit on the wall while it does its thing. We're going to wait till it finishes the movement. We're going to drop a Waddle Doo. We're going to spit it out. And we're going to repeat that process as it continues what it's doing. That almost got me hit in the head. This is fine. Alright, let's see if we can get the funny trick here. I just missed it. So if you inhale that at the right time and Kirby goes into the background, it doesn't actually do anything. In fact, if anything, it makes it a little bit harder on us. But it's just very fun to see. And if you thought we were done, no, we're not. We now have the curry segment where we have to go through all these blocks. And if you thought things couldn't get any worse, here's Tracto. Tracto is probably one of the biggest RNG segments of the run, and we have to fight him twice. Because after this stage, Mount DDD starts off with like 4 little mini stages where we fight the bosses again. Tracto can do several things, like it can do a beam attack like it's doing right now, it can drop a Waddle Doo, or it can do what we have called the Rotato, where it just kind of swoops after you. At least I think about the terminology right. Also, shoutouts to another runner in this event that'll be coming up later, Dark Riolu, for making a manip where Tracto does not attack for 10 minutes. There was a video he made for April Fools where it is 11 minutes and 10 of those are spent with Tracto doing absolutely nothing.
That's hilarious.
For the record, you could have beaten the game in the amount of time that video takes. Okay, good. We also didn't get the weird thing that can happen where sometimes the game just doesn't realize that, oh, wait, it's the, right, switch to the next stage. And it'll just sit there for like 5 seconds. I forget what actually causes it, but it is a funny thing. But we start with low because they're just a little bit closer. And then we're gonna hope they give us good patterns. They did, but I didn't execute it well. That's all good. We'll just take this nice and easy. Not a problem. And that's it, they're gone. I say remark Tractor trying to Luigi strat. Yeah, it actually worked for 10 minutes until it finally decided to attack. And then it stopped working because Tractor did something. Hopefully we don't get Tractor wins by doing absolutely nothing this time. Okay, good start. You'll probably also notice that I'm crouching as I land, and that is so a sword doesn't pop out of Kirby, and so Kirby's not advancing to RNG, but Tractor absolutely is cycling to RNG like you wouldn't believe. Also, unlucky swoop there. That's fine. We have plenty of health. We should be okay. Just gonna wait for Krakow. I'd like to if Krakow would do the thing. Thank you. One more. Perfect. Good Krakow. We love it when Krakow actually cooperates. I'm just going to carry this squishy for a moment. We're going to jump over here so we don't have to worry about the flame trying to hit us with the beam attack. Careful so we don't hit the spikes. We don't want to hit that Gordo. That Gordo is instant death in this game. Only those Gordos. Any other one does 3 damage. In fact, this is the one Kirby game where things can do multiple damage until Amazing Mirror. Oh, that's okay. I am playing this very, very fast and loose on that fight. You can play it safer. You can, honestly, no real reason for the boss order. You can, once you've done low and la, you can do them in any order you want. I just do that one. I'm very used to it. Okay, we have 2 health. I'm actually gonna set something up, so let's get these apples. Hopefully you do an air puff. Perfect. Very deliberate thing I'm about to do. There's our instant action. Now I'm gonna go to DDD and I'm gonna give him a hug. So I can get my health back, and if he does any double jumps, I did take advantage of those. So I'm gonna be constantly setting up instant actions. Good, he did the thing. I didn't quite get it lined up, but that's okay. We have plenty of other chances. Like that. Ooh, he's been really good about the jumps today. Oh, there we go. That's the other thing he can do. He can also inhale you. Alright, come on, give me a jump. Ah, that's fine. By the way, him hitting me actually gets rid of instant action. Okay, just need one more. Alright, that's it. I am not gonna let those credits play because we need to go straight into the next game. I forgot to delete the file beforehand. We're going to do that real quick as well. Alright, but if you want the short version of what happened after that, DDD gets thrown out of the castle, we take the castle, become really big, and give all the food back to Dreamland. The end. Anyways, we're suddenly just kind of off on to the Rainbow Islands now. So Dreamland 2. This game introduces not only abilities to the Game Boy games, but also animal friends. We have Rick, Kind, and Coo. Rick you will not be seen in this run. Unfortunately, for any percent, Rich does not have any real purpose, so we just don't need him. He's not very fast. Who is very fast, we'll be using him a lot through the run when we get to him. And Tiny shows up a little bit, but only for, like, one wall, really. Alright, we're going to grab Burnin', and a little bit of careful movement. 2, 3, 4, 5. Now I'm going to so hard on the look. Ah, that's fine. If I do that right, I won't actually hit anyone. The reason I don't hold right until after, like, the 4th or 5th is just so I don't move too far and hit an enemy in the process. Alright, get rid of this mini-boss, get fire back, because that's actually what it does. Rick is over there. You could have said hi to Rick if you'd like. Unfortunately, again, he is not really very fast with this run, so we don't use him. Which is unfortunate. I actually like Rick a lot. He's probably my favorite. Yes, it is any percent for all 3 games. Which will become very pertinent once we get to Dreamland 3 later. Dreamland 3 has like a whole thing where you're trying to make everyone happy and fix their problems, and we do absolutely none of that, so everyone is sad. It's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate, but on the other hand, we don't have to play the minigame in 5.3, really, which is sound-based. And I won't say more than that. You will understand when we get there. It'll be a while. But for now, we're just going to keep doing burn-in movement that is through the remainder of the stage. But there we go. That is not the end for burn-in in the run, but it is the end for burn-in for a very long time. So we're going to get to Wispy. I'm going to wait for him to drop an apple. He is not dropping an apple. He is trying to hit me with his roots. He is still trying to hit me with his roots. There's our apple. And we're going to do that. We don't know why he has, like, the weird glasses and mask. We're going to assume, something dark matter. Alright, we need one more. Okay, that is the boss. We can soft reset so we don't have to watch the whole dance and warp star ride-in thing, since we already have the next world. So this is Bitch Forest. This is where we start seeing Koo. Also, shout out to this song. This song's really good, and that whole team's soundtrack is pretty good, and it's unfortunate you don't get to hear most of it because Koo is that good, and animal themes override everything else. So we're like going to go through this room. We're going to get rid of this enemy. We're going to go through here. Hit the Waddle Dee. And I'm going to crouch so it doesn't send me backwards. And this is Koo. This is what we're going to be doing a lot. Koo can stay in the air. He can fly pretty much in any direction. He's just really good all around. And he's also a really good boss killer because he has Cutter. And Cutter for him actually fires 3 attacks that can hit all at the same time. So he is by far our best means of getting around for most of the run. Unfortunately, it does mean you hear this theme a lot. So I do hope you enjoy this theme. It will be around quite a bit. The other songs will show up though, so don't feel too bad. But otherwise, yeah, we are doing this kind of new. Get rid of that enemy. We don't care about him. We can get Cutter into that stage, and that's where we get them anyways. Let's see if we can throw that. That's okay, we didn't. That is triggered in a blitz to get the door and not get hit by the door, though. Unfortunately, doors are, we Kirby runners are very familiar with doors, and doors are terrible. They are the actual final boss of the series. If anyone says otherwise, they are lying to you. Alright, there's Cutter. And you see a little demonstration of what it does. It's very good. I'm gonna just fly here. This is totally safe and we don't get hit. Koo is male. That is Jumper Shoot. We have several nicknames for it. They will show up again. Carefully fly around here so we don't get hit by the Bronner Burst higher up. Never mind. These first ones are also very short and sweet, so now we have our second one. Whoa, hi! Rev decided she wanted to be a little spicy today. Throws a bomb at me instantly at the start of the fight. Okay. Anyway, she kind of runs back and forth here. She has little smaller enemies called Nellies. Basically her children. Unfortunately, they can be okay, she's being cooperative. Okay. I wasn't ready for her to just open the fight with, "Hi, would you like an explosive start to your KDL2 run?" Anyways, Ripple Field. So this is our water world. This is the world that introduces us Kine. We don't see him until 3-2, but we're not going to be grabbing him until a little bit later. Because funny enough, it's faster to still use 2, even in the water. He's still actually pretty alright. But it does make the final stage of this world a little bit trickier. Because we have like a whole segment near the end of the final stage where there's a big water current, several slippies. These are little frog enemies. Also kind of funny that's happened twice, that we've had a frog called Slippy and had some degree of annoyance to players. But you can see, 2 actually doesn't have too many issues in the water, but we are kind of stuck dealing with the currents when we get to them. But anyways, that room has a bunch of slippies. Their movement's a little bit tricky, and Cutter's range is drastically reduced underwater, so we have to be very careful. If we mess up in that room at all, we lose 30 seconds. And by the way, if you're wondering, how does Poo breathe underwater? We're not sure. We've rated degree of difficulty, probably. Get rid of the enemies just for safety, so I don't lose Cutter. Not that it's a bit of a deal here. We didn't get Cutter back. Get rid of that bouncy. That bouncy will jump at us and hit us if we're not careful. Gonna try to race this enemy to the end. They will beat us because they are faster, but that is okay. We don't have that kind of movement. And now it is almost time for the really rough stage of this run, or at least of the early game. So we're going to just get out of the water, fly to the end like we've been doing. Nothing really different here. 2 is just very, very good. And thankfully, we don't have to worry about most of the hazards here. Unless this is Best Endin. Best Endin actually does use Kine, because we actually need him for stone. Just flying for these. I'm going to be going back into the water very soon. Right here we are, and let's begin. And we're going to see if we do this. Ah, that's okay. That's okay. Unfortunately, there are a few moments where you can mistime the attack, and then that happens. Luckily, not most of our health, so we're not going to be in any real danger. I'm not worried about that part. But it is unfortunate. It means we have to go back to 3-1. So that's fine. We're going to just come up here. Go back through to, like, the first room. Unfortunately, this is why I said this loses a bunch of time when it happens, since we have to go back and get Cutter. It's even worse if you don't have the health to get, afterwards and you lose 2. Then you have to do it 2 back, and that loses, like, another 20, 30 seconds. Ideally, you don't want either of those to happen. That's fine. We'll get Cutter here. Turns it off again. And now we fight Sweet Stuff. Yes, its name is Sweet Stuff. No, I don't know why it's called Sweet Stuff. Nor why you were calling anglerfish, Bylap, but here we are. It's on. And we'll actually be saying goodbye to 2 for a little while, very soon, in fact. Not for this first stage. It'll have to be our second stage where that happens. Also, make sure we keep moving because that propeller enemy is mean. Those only activate when Kirby has an animal friend, and they will instantly kill them. It isn't instant death because Kirby will still be around. Kirby has his own health bar. But the propellers do not like the animals, and they will definitely be trying to get rid of them if we have one. Don't worry, they will come up on the test. I didn't time it right. That's okay. Blocky is kind of mean. Now, I haven't talked about the gold games yet. So one other thing about KDL2 gold games, if you hold the jump button, Kirby will always go to the first cloud no matter what. So we can just hold that button and get quit gold games every time. If you want to do anything else, you have to either time it or you can do like a series of inputs. It's like up and down with A. And you do like a weird jump that gets you all the way to the top instantly. Okay, good. We've run through these and perfect. Perfect. Now we're back to regular Kirby, which is very good because Kirby is actually double height, and so we would have to deal with all of these blocks, and that is incredibly slow. So instead, we're going to grab our old friend Burnin from the start of the run, and we're going to use that for a little bit. We need it anyways. We need to get rid of these ice blocks, and that's the only thing that can get rid of them. On the bright side, you did actually hear the music for this world, which is actually pretty good. Alright. And back to our old reliable burning movement. Aside from the Sparky. Thanks, Brad. Get rid of Mr. Frosty. We actually want ice. And here's Tyne. Tyne is very good into water and very bad out of water. And that is a general summary of Tyne. Also has a really good theme. By the way, those propellers can actually be, or actually invincible to everything but ice. Ice will freeze them, and everything else will do nothing but slow them down very briefly. So thankfully, we can actually eliminate that threat for now. I'm gonna drop ice. We don't actually need it now, and we want Burnin back. Funny enough for Tyne, Burnin is probably his best damage for him, and it just throws fireballs. Also, that sack has a 1 in 3 chance of being any animal friend, and that means it would have been Tyne if we didn't already have him. So if it doesn't do that, that is actually the debut for Dewey, a character that comes up after this game, and also has a chance of being what we call Blob Girl. A lot of people think it might be Choo Choo, or kind of like a proto design of her from Dreamland 3. In the Japanese version, it is a different character entirely. I forget what her name is, and it's actually like a cameo from another game. But for Tyne out of water, basically we just want to keep jumping. Just otherwise he just kind of like hops around very slowly. It's very much a literal fish out of water. And we're just about to move on to our next boss, Ice Dragon. So Ice Dragon, it's very adorable. Look at him. He just kind of like waddles towards us. Actually very cute. He's gonna try to hit us with ice breath. We're gonna jump over him. And that is the nicest Ice Dragon I've had. Most of the time he's usually like that. I have had one run where he decides to jump a bunch and just be kind of a butt. Anyway, that is it for Kine. He's been great for us, but now it is time to go back to Burn-In, have our better movement, and it won't be too much longer before we get Ku back. Also, shout outs to Yogurt Yard. I still love this song. Unfortunate placement. Thank you, Sir Kibble. You're a pal. Right. Make sure Gordo doesn't hit us. Thankfully, Gordo in this game does not do what it did in the previous game, where Gordo just deletes your health bar. This is also going to be a very tricky room, because we're going to be trying to dash through all of these Gordos, all of these Shotzers, all of these enemies. And the game throws a slight curveball at the end here. It's okay, we're fine. You can mess up there, and you can lose Burn-In, and you can die. Do not ask me how I know this. Do not ask me how I know this.
I just know this, and that's all we're gonna say about that.
Yes. Yes, very, very much that. Bouncy, please. That's okay. Alright, good news. That gets us Tutter back. Funny enough, also for Kirby, this is also very useful for him. But more importantly, I hope you liked Artist Rollers. I hope you liked Artist Rollers, because we have an Artist Roller, and it's a pretty big one. As long as we don't do anything too fancy, we'll be fine. Just need to watch the end. Otherwise, you can mess up at the end, not hit the right blocks, die, have to redo the entire thing over. It is not fun. I'm gonna do this, and we're safe. And Fight 3 is probably our favorite stage because it has access to all 3 animal friends. You pick which door you want to go through, fight the one enemy, get your friend or choice, and go. And watch the propeller again, because again, we don't want to get hit by those. Those are bad. Those are very, very bad. Ideally, for any percent, we only want to visit this stage once. Ooh, that was very close. Best ending, we end up visiting that room several times because we end up depending on your route, you end up using every animal friend once, and that is slightly unfortunate. Also, more tricky movement. We have a lot of bronner birds, so we don't want to hit any of them. So we do actually have to attack a few. Keep flying to avoid those 3 that are constantly coming at us. Get rid of that one before the propeller has a chance. And this is Captain Stitch. Basically a giant Gordo. Okay, didn't quite get one cycle. He's gonna throw those. Alright, we're gonna drop Cutter. We actually don't want it right now. We can get it back very easily. But we are gonna want Burn-In so we can get through this last room a little bit safer with 2, because otherwise 2 is very big, and we have lots of Starfies that can easily be a very big problem for us. I have to carefully time these because we don't have much range with them, because again, we're underwater, and most abilities are heavily hampered. I'm gonna wait for you to go up so you don't hit me. Good. Stay through those sparkies so they don't hit. Sit through these blocks. The good news, we can actually get Cutter back in the next room, and that's why we get Burn-In there. Also, this is part of the game where it likes to start throwing artist rollers at us, so we have another really big one. But 2 is very quick. We're very safe. Just gonna kind of slowly move around. As long as we keep moving, nothing can really do anything to us other than maybe that parasol. Or maybe this penguin. This penguin sometimes likes to attack us. And then we're gonna go through this room. I'm not going to say anything else about this room. Just very basic, hit the blocks, quickly go down, hit this enemy so they don't hit us, or don't get in our way, rather. Not so much that they'll hit us, but it's more that they're in the way. Also, shout outs to tomorrow with the total eclipse. To shine in bright light to actually do an eclipse attack that's only in this game. And they're not gonna do it. That was a very clean fight. But yeah, they have an attack where they'll like join the dev or do like an actual eclipse thing. And you'll want to go into like the dark section so you don't take damage. Everything else gets like superheated and hurts you. I'm actually not super worried about Cutter anymore, so I'm just gonna let it go. It's fine. Grab that because I wouldn't mind extra health just for now. We'll actually be getting rid of 2 very soon again, because unfortunately there is one thing that he can't do, and that is attack, pretty much attack anything above him, kind of. We actually have a few blocks that we need ice to break, and 2 cannot hit the ones above him, and since he is, has a width of 2 blocks, he won't be able to get through. So we are going to have to get rid of him. We're going to have to run into fun RNG where we have a chance to get 2, not a guarantee. There are strats that make it where that does happen, but we are not using them today because I unfortunately am not very good at it. That's okay. And then we're gonna drop 2. He'll be back. He'll be back soon. This stage is also a very intricate one if you're trying for best ending or 100%. This is the stage that makes you have to go through 2 different animal friends to actually get everything. So we're gonna play it very carefully. And it's kind of unfortunate that set actually has 2 in it if we could use it, but unfortunately we don't have sparks, so we can't actually do it. So instead, we're just going to have to do standard movement for a little bit. Very much just Kirby holds right in. We're going to jump to the slopes sooner because Kirby will slow down on them, and enemies will be chasing us, so we don't want them to do that. This bouncy actually gets a little bit fancy and jumps over. By the way, this section is harder than it looks. These flippies can do a lot of stuff, and that's okay. We don't... Ice is nice, but we don't have... We can know about it if that happens. Doesn't really hurt us at all. Gonna be getting burned in here anyways, and ideally we're gonna squeeze through these. Perfect. Oh, I didn't quite get that one though. That's okay. Just hold stone until we get down here. Drop down here. Ah, that monkey got me. That's okay. I was hoping I'd squeeze in just in time, but I wasn't quite on point. No big deal. Okay, that's okay. That was me being careless. That was me being careless. Don't worry about that one. We're not gonna talk about that one. Also, you can see what happens with the propellers when there isn't a friend, and they're just very chill. They just sit there and don't care about anything. This is probably the harder Stitch fight, because Stitch will have to do this, and we had to be, like, basically on top of him with stone to actually do damage. And I'm being too close. So now I'm trying to not die here, because I really don't want to die here. Do we get two? We got time. Honestly, that might be for the better, because we could use the help anyways. So that's gonna lose us some time, because we didn't get lucky, but that's okay. We just about to fight 3, get 2 there. We have, like, a whole joke for that. I think it's, like, Rick goes to Costco, and I think it's, like, Tyne goes to Sam's Club or something like that. Like, the whole it's a whole thing with us. Don't worry about it. Just gonna keep stone up through here. We're just gonna crash through every block upwards as we do that. Get our health back because we really needed it. So instead, we're gonna just, before we go in there, we're just gonna take the warp star, go back to level 5, and we're gonna shoot that. No problem. But in the meantime, if there's any messages you might have, Church, definitely feel free to devil them for now.
Yeah, sure. Let me pull up my feet here. GDQ is going to be presenting its first Asian American and Pacific Islander American Heritage North Month celebration. Words are hard. Join us on May 18th.
Trust me, I know it.
Join us on May 18th and 19th for 2 full days of showcases, speedruns, and celebrating AAPI heritage. Submissions are open until, I almost said November 21st, despite the fact that it says April. I think I need caffeine or something. April 21st. The schedule will come out on April 29th. You can use !AAPI in chat to get more information on how to submit and just about the run in general. Or the event in general. Also, we do have Sonic and the Sidekicks coming up. That's going to be June 1st and 2nd. If you speedrun any of the games with Sonic's friends in it, you can use !Sonic in the chat for more details. If you're over on YouTube for any of these, you'll obviously have to come to the Twitch chat to use these commands. They're not going to work in YouTube, I'm sorry.
I'm not going to say too much about that last one, other than I might, for once, actually have the submission for it, and that's all I'm trying to say on the matter. But during all of what just happened, so a lot of movement, a lot of running tube in a way where I just damage boost further ahead. And we conveniently hit Toter at the end of the room, so we're back to our old faithful here, and just in time for a mini-boss. Fun fact, that enemy is called Master Green. It is not. It is on a system that is monochrome, so you cannot see that he is green. And for that matter, even if you played this game on a thing that does give you color, like the Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance, the Super Game Boy, which, by the way, if you have a Super Game Boy, play this game on Super Game Boy. It is the ending scene is probably the best thing if you do best ending. It's easily my favorite part of playing it on that. Unfortunately, playing it on that is slightly slower because it's like a whole border thing, and that border is slightly slower. But it's just unfortunate. I would otherwise be doing probably this whole thing on actual hardware. Instead of using the Switch. But we're through the stage, we're just gonna quickly mash A to ascend even faster and get out of here. Very good reason as to why. Lots of enemies, lots of propellers. We just don't want anything to do with any of those. We're getting the heck out of here. Unfortunately, we are not out of the woods yet. We have Krakow again, our good friend, and this time it's a two-phase fight. So, first phase, he's just gonna do like this. It's gonna be kind of showing himself in the clouds every now and then. Okay, less than ideal, but we're fine. We didn't get hurt. But now Krakow becomes actual Krakow. And it's kind of mean. This is probably one of the harder versions of him in the entire series. This is just a very long fight, very brutal if you don't have good movement or, a good ability to actually, deal with him. And he has a lot of iframes compared to every other fight in the game. Trust me, I made that look a lot easier than it actually is. Krakow is absolutely mean towards you in this game. But upside, we're getting close to the end of this part of the whole trilogy. So level 7, Dark Castle, probably has one of my favorite songs in the game. Unfortunately, you don't get to hear it much because, again, we have 2, and 2 is just that dominant. But really good song. Really cool level damage where you have, the first 6 stages are kind of all symmetrical. So, 1 and 4 are pretty much the same, except mirrored. 2 and 4, 3 and 5, I think. Or 3 and 6. Sorry, 3 and 6. No, it's either way. It's very much. I'm getting it mixed up. Anyways, 3 of the stages work one way. The other set work pretty much the same way, but in reverse. And then you have the 7th stage, which is kind of its own deal. And I might be trying to show off a strat that's a little bit harder, but potentially more interesting. Also, Freddy's being kind of a butt right now. Also, at the end of each of these is one of the mini-bosses, so we are going to be fighting every mini-boss on the way through here. So here's our 2nd stage. We kind of dive into the water for a bit. Not really much to worry about other than Blipper. They can be a little bit mean. You got this room. Several abilities are in here that if you need them. Just speed through here. Get rid of this enemy when you need to so we can open the door. And I'm gonna go quickly down here so these icicles can't hurt us. Watch out for the last one. Move up. And Master Green is back. I'm gonna fly into him because apparently I feel like I needed to do that for some reason. Yeah, yes, we here love the mighty border owl. We're not sure how Q's doing it, but he's doing it. All right, a little bit careful here. We need to get rid of these copies so they don't get in our way. Go down here so those ones don't land on us. They clear the Gordos. Get rid of this bouncy. Get rid of those. I wanted to get rid of that last bouncy, and we kind of missed it, but whatever, it's fine. We're going to do a tomato here anyways. We need to be super careful in this room. This room is also on the test. You will understand later. But more importantly, there is a lot of propeller enemies. If we start trying to go the wrong way, the game tries to punish us with that. If you're feeling extremely spicy, you could totally try to just dodge all of them and like play keep away, but I don't recommend it. It's a good way to lose your friend. So instead, we're just gonna do this. This does mean that yes, 7-6 does have this auto roller, and we do it in reverse. So again, this will be on the test, and I hope you're ready for it. Thanks, Frosty. Okay, Frosty's being kind of mean for once. He's been really nice during practice, but just not today. Oops. There we go. Okay, now we're gonna do the second verse, but now reversed. So now we're going to the left. Get rid of that sword knight just in case they decide to do anything to us. Thankfully they shouldn't, but they can jump. And now this one we're gonna probably be spamming the cutter attack so we can get clear everything out, because lots of blocks, lots of enemies, lots of ways to just kind of not have a fun time in this auto scroller if we're not careful. Not more careful, but we're good now. We have the I actually haven't been given like the names for a lot of these. This one's called YU. We've absolutely had a joke of why you always lying. But yeah, the first one's Freddy. The second one was, but then we also had Master Green, Mr. Frosty, YU. Jumper Shoot will be at the end. It'll be the 7th one. And before that, I think the 6th one is Captain Stitch. Oh, that's okay. We didn't cut her back. I'm more worried about her health. I'm gonna actually. Thankfully, the game does not save unless you have completed a stage or died. So we just did too bad. Nothing happened. We keep Cutter, we keep 2, even though 2's only got 2 health. So we're just gonna try that again. And hopefully we do that a little bit better. Okay, we lost Cutter again. Just gonna play it safe. Alright, so I need a different way to get rid of you. Wow, that was absolutely evil. Alright, we're just gonna do it this way then. Just gonna do it this way then. We're gonna use powder to get through. Try to get through this. This is why we wanted to be honest. Now we're gonna have a hard time with it. did not want that input. Please, game. Alright, we're gonna also do this. So there's the trick to get top cloud every time, gets his full health. And then we're gonna take the Walter Shane back to fight 3 and get 2, because that happened. Very unfortunate. That is not the right level.
Oh no.
That's fine. Hop on the Warp Sword again. No problem. That's fine. We just throw him here. Do the same as before. Get 2. We're not 2. We're dead. See, it's fine. Everything is fine, other than the part where it wasn't. I know, as if the game is just kind of compensating for that last stage, it gives us a bunch of stars and 1-ups. Or, a bunch of stars and a 1-up. And health, in case you actually needed it, which would have been great if we didn't lose 2. And I also mentioned, this was on the test. So, if you were looking at it earlier and you're like, okay, so in reverse it should be top, bottom, and then either top, middle, or bottom. You got it right. If not, you have chosen poorly, you're about to get switched, and enjoy your death. Thankfully, I have done this a bunch, so I actually remember... I pretty much have this memorized, but newer runners have run into that, and it is very unfortunate when it happens. Because you lose your ability, you lose your animal friend, it's just a very, very unfun time for you when it happens. And then at the end of that, you have Captain Stitch again. And he's both faster, and he takes less time to actually recover. Alright, final stage before the final boss. We're just gonna kind of come up here. This stage has a fun little secret if you have Kite and Spark. These actually uncover, like, different ability icons to help you with the puzzle for this stage. So I'm actually gonna do something a little bit unorthodox, or it's gonna come off unorthodox, but we're gonna grab fire briefly. We're gonna do a little bit of the puzzle, but not all of it. So I'm gonna grab fire. We're done with fire. I'm gonna get stone now. And I'm just gonna take that to the end. We're done. That's it. That's all I want. Now we're gonna go through the rest of the stage. It is actually, it turns out it is actually faster to use stone or needle for the final boss. Cutter is a safer option. I actually recommend cutter if you're doing this, if you're starting out with this. But if you're feeling like, hey, I want to try something more, like a little bit harder, you can do this, and we don't need two anymore. We're dead. That's fine. We're fine apart from the part where Jumper Shoe's going to be a little bit mean to us. I got close to us again. That's fine. I'm gonna play it safe, just get ourselves topped off, and hopefully I can do this fight decently enough. This is still a newer strat for me, but it is really neat when it works. Stone does double the damage Cutter does. Fortunately, this is not proven to be effective. Yeah, I am getting messed up here. we're good. That actually worked out for us. He was very cooperative. So I know we take breaks around like an hour in. This is probably the best spot for it. And this will also mean time to switch over to the last game of this trilogy.
Awesome, sounds good. So during these longer runs, we like to take breaks every hour or so, just so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything they need to do. So we'll take that quick break, and then we'll be back with the third run of the trilogy. See you in a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is our second day of celebrating Kirby and the Amazing Mirror's 20th anniversary. We're in the middle of the Dreamland Trilogy run. We're ready for Dreamland 3 whenever you're ready.
All right. Thankfully, we were able to do that switch very quickly, but Dreamland 3. So a lot of what happened in KDL 2 applies here. Also, we can definitely resume the timer. We have a little cutscene here. These are really cute. You can't skip them. Well, until you've seen them once. Once you've seen them once, you can skip them anytime. But they're very cute. They're worth watching anyways. So right now, we're just going to be running through. It's going to be a lot like KDL 2. We're going to run through until we get 2, and then 2 is our best friend. However, the music does not get overridden this time, so we actually get to hear most of this game's soundtrack, and it's honestly really, really good. I still love this art style. I would love to see them revisit it one day, but I don't think they will. Gonna jump over this and then jump again, because that coder will hit us. that coder likes to go backwards, and Sir Kibble is mean and knows how to actually set it up. So we gotta be careful. I'm gonna grab you, get you out of these blocks, break both of them, and I mentioned. I did not start on a 100% file. I started on a completely fresh file. It said 0. Anyways, I said earlier how we don't actually help any of the problems in this game, and that starts with the flowers. We actually have to crush at least one of them. Also, this is Dewey. He is doing his best. We also don't need him. We just needed him for that. But we actually step on the flowers, and that makes this flower sad. And unfortunately, that is going to be a recurring thing throughout this run. At the end of the stage, you'll see like the character who's like the objective, kind of. If you've done the thing, they'll be very happy. You'll hear like really happy music. You get like a little heart star. You need these for best ending. If you don't do it right, you'll hear kind of sad music. They'll look all dejected, and you just go on pretty much. This is not a GBA game. This is Super NES, so I don't know what's going on that end.
It's still on the...
that'll do it.
Yeah, it's still on the first one.
That'll do it. No big deal.
I will fix that right now.
But yeah, Kirby actually moves surprisingly quickly on his own. Aside from when he's floating or walking. When he's floating, he's very, very slow. And when he's walking, he's also very slow for some reason. Gonna slide under, through that rock so they don't, so we're not hit by them. Because they will ram into us. Quick jump through the gold game. Kirby's height is not random. It is actually dictated by his, like, animation. And we know how to kind of work with that, which is good, because sometimes we need health, and that is a way to get it. But it is a little bit hard. Anyways, here's 2. And now we're going to be mashing B a lot throughout the rest of this run. 2 moves around pretty much the same way we did in the last game. The faster you mash the jump button, I swear I can use words, the faster he will fly. In this game's case, he flies even faster. So this game can be very rough. Like, please be good to your hands. If you're gonna run games like this, they can be very hard on people. Also, every third stage has this little mini game where it's like, hey, guess what this thing is, or like, how many did I show of this color, or stuff like that, or what sound did I make? We are going to fail every one of these because we don't care, and we want them to be and it's faster to just not play the mini game. We don't need the objective, we don't need a heart star, so we just leave. Also, do not hold down too fast because the death plane is actually active if you fly down too far. And just very quickly zoom through this last room. Now, he's not as sad. He's just kind of like, oh, you didn't get it. Try it again, will ya? And that's pretty much it. You may see Kirby's little running face a little bit, but you're not going to see it much for the rest of this run, I'm afraid. On the bright side, you do get lots of really good music. That's fine. Oh, also, Kirby's health is not... Kirby's health is actually persistent regardless of who you're using now. So if I run out of health, we're just dead, period. There's no like, oh, the animal friend's gone. No, it's you are gone. And we're gonna get through this as fast as we can. We want to carry this invincibility as far as we can realistically go. There's our mini-boss. We don't care. There's our objective. We're not going to worry about that. And also, the thing gets weird about music, so the music's gone for a little bit until the invincibility ends. There we go. It's back to normal. Also, a very weird room here. We need to get through these blocks. When Kirby kind of like first jumps, he can actually break them by just bonking into them like that, like kind of Mario style. So I'm actually popping X to do that, because X gets you, both puts you on or off an animal friend. But each of these stages have like a general objective to their theme to their objective, rather. So like the first one's always something flower-based, another might be some sort of like animal friend or ability that you want to be doing to rock the whole thing to make them happy. The third one is always a mini game of some sort. The fourth one is always to collect something. I don't know why it does that. That's okay. The fifth one is to get effectively a character's mate. So, like, for this one, it is, you want kind, because, you want to bring them to the end of the stage to, get up with Mine. Yes, that is her name. Shoutouts to Return to Dreamland Deluxe for making that very clear now. And the final one is usually collect multiples of a thing. Funny enough, though, 2 is the only one who does not have, like, an equivalent other to him. So he's the one left out. The rest of them all have someone. I don't remember all the names. I know the ones for at least few of them. I will, when we get to them, I'll bring them up. For now, I'm just gonna right into this room. We have these spider enemies that'll kind of pop up after a second. That's kind of bad speed on my part. We got hit by both of them. That's okay, though. We are still very much okay on health, and we will be getting more in a second here. And now we're going to be grabbing Cleanin'. Cleanin' is very strong. Her name is Mine, M-I-N-E. And I'm not sure if that's the correct pronunciation or not. The game does not have any sort of pronunciation guide. yeah, M-I-N-E. And she's just a pink sunfish, or rather, pink sunfish-looking creature, since according to Hal, these characters only look like the animals they represent and are not actually the animals in question. So Coo is not an owl, he looks like an owl. Weird details. Weird details, don't think about it. Alright, and this is our last encounter with Wispy today, or at least for me. Will not be the last encounter through this event. And oh no, now he's evil and he's chasing us! And the fruit's rotten! And he's done. Wispy has unfortunately been taken over by dark matter yet again. And because we did not help everyone and didn't get the heart stars, we also didn't eradicate that dark matter, so he's still possessed. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. 80% for Dreamland 3 is not a very good ending for Dreamland. Or Popstar for that matter. It's funny you mentioned the whole thing about Coo, because in Return to Dreamland Deluxe, the animal friends all have like their own masks, or at least the first three do, the main three, you know, Rick, Kind, and Coo. For Rick and Kind, they also have their respective others, you know, again, they have mine, or in Rick's case, Pick. Coo instead gets his Dreamland 2 and Dreamland 3 colors. Cleaning is very strong. In fact, generally speaking, the more awkward the ability is to actually use, the more powerful it is against enemies. So because Cleaning is very tricky to use because it's you're a feather duster, it does a bunch of damage. And it'll come up again much later because we also use Cleaning with Choo Choo near the end of the run. And she basically just flies on a broom, kind of like I call that section Choo Choo's delivery service. And you'll understand why exactly once I get there. It'll be a bit. But that is one of the highest damage sources in the entire game. But you two-shot pretty much almost every mini-boss, and most regular bosses are still like a few hits. Anyways, we're gonna trade Kind for Coo for a little bit for Kind, because we have a bunch of water coming up, and just like in Dreamland 2, Kind is just amazing for water travel. And funny enough, he also has the same mechanic as Coo does, like the faster you mash, the faster he swims. But weirdly, it seems like to have more of an upper limit. Also, we did to show a very funny thing for Kind in a few stages from now, which is probably worth it. Red Parasol is also kind of cute. Yeah, also, Kind moves a lot faster outside of water now. He actually moves at standard at the same speed Kirby does. So between games, like, Kind has seen quite the improvement. And trust me, we are very happy about it. We're gonna let Britt stay up there. No, we don't need him to swim. He can swim fine, but we're trying to be nice to him. Sadly, Rick is also not used in this run. He is used in Best Ending or 100% though. Nobody runs 100%, because 100% is actually very obnoxious. It's basically do everything you do for the best ending, and then you have like these 3 extra things that unlock. Pretty much a play through all these mini games and win all of them. A boss rush, known as the boss bunch, and then finally, jumping. A mini game where you do the jump and goal game, and you have to get 10 of those in a row, and you'll have 1 health, and you get more and more tick enemies the further one you go. It is very hard to actually get 10 points in jumping. So you know, if you think you're really good at the goal game, give that one a shot. Alternately, just look at that one in slight horror because it takes no. It does not play favorites at all. Also, we have a little bit of an auto scroller here. I'm just trying to kind of be a little bit fancy because why not? We have time. By the way, shout outs to Joe. That's that little shark, the little shark guy with the torpedo fin thing. His name is Joe. Just Joe. Yeah, we have like enemies like Slippy and Gordo and Boosted Pet, which are these guys. And then we have Joe. Again, it's Kirby. Don't ask too many questions. We're not sure why he's called Joe either. Alright, we're going to drop stones. We don't actually need it. We're going to be getting fire very soon. But we also have this little slight auto-scroller for a few seconds. This room is also meant to be one where if you have spark with kind, you can light up the room and see other things like hidden doors. That's actually the secret to this one. There's a hidden door that takes you to the other side to do a mini-boss fight and actually get the collectible. Yeah, also, we have door mimics in this one. Now, just need to be a little bit careful. Also, fun fact, certain animal friends can also jump on enemies, like, kind of like, again, kind of Mario style, and take them out that way. And Tiny is one of those, so you're going to see that a couple times here and there as I get through this room. I'm sorry to this frog. We did see the frog though. We could have gotten it, but that would have unfortunately taken time. We're here for a quick time. Also, more water. Also, shout out to this song. I actually like this song quite a bit. Just gotta be a little bit careful. The Joes can kind of hit us. The Joes can also, if we actually meet them with their mouth, they will actually bite us. And if we didn't already have kind, this is where kind would show up. And that kind is required for that part-ish. You can do this with others. You can do this with Pooh. Pooh can actually mash through the current, but it is extremely hard. I don't recommend it unless you're doing best ending, and even then, there's only one room you would do it in. We are here to make friends, and we've already made them. Okay, this is also the stage where we have one of the bring the animal friend to the end deals. And this game does, and the reason we need kind is there's a water current that we have to swim through to actually get to Pitch. Small green pigeon, actually my favorite in this game. He has very unique ways to use abilities, like for example, Spark for him turns him into a radio-controlled bird, with Kirby just sitting there with a giant, like, RC controller. It's kind of hilarious. Parasol, he actually swings it like a golf club and throws him like a ball. It's just very funny. It's probably the best one for, like, ability interactions. Stone is actually Pitch who turns into stone, and Kirby just slams him on the ground repeatedly. That one gets funnier because there's also one that's in this one, Nago, a cat. And he does the same thing with Kirby instead. So Kirby's the rock, and Nago's just bashing him into the ground. there's a lot of very funny interactions with abilities in this game, and it's unfortunate we don't get to see a lot of them in, honestly, in any of the speedruns, because a lot of the speedruns are use like certain abilities when you need them kind of deals.
Yeah.
Also, Rick and Stone's a pretty fun one. We call that one the Rick roll because Rick turns into a rock and you just and Kirby just walks with him and rolls him along the ground.
That's very funny.
Also, we have a plunger.
As you do.
Yeah, as you do. Just a plunger. Also a surprisingly good one, but not one that really sees... Not one that sees much use because it's a very awkward ability. The plunger on its own doesn't do a lot. Its big thing is to grab enemies or star blocks and use those. Yeah, Nitro Sport's also good. He rubs Kirby around and builds up static electricity, and then you just run around with that for a bit.
Those are some pretty good abilities.
Yeah, if you have Switch Online, definitely play this game. If only for the ability interactions, so a lot of them are really good. I'd actually argue Nando and Pitch are probably the funniest. Just like Kirby Needles also, Nando Needles a fun one because it's Kirby fires needles like part of his body, and I'm doing this a little bit off, but that's okay. I meant to actually summon Dewey to make him take an extra hit here. This is Acro, or Orca backwards. You're not lining up the way I need. I'm gonna... Okay. That's fine. Not the best fight, but that's okay. But as you summon Dewey, he takes an extra hit because his health changes slightly, and he only takes 2 hits into water, making that segment a little bit safer. Because if you lose your ability, it becomes a very rough time. Also, I'm very sorry for what's about to happen to Dewey.
Oh no.
Yeah, and everyone else is just like, oh no. Oh no. Don't do that to Choo Choo, or that's going to be us. The cutscenes in this are great. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention the part where Nando's movement in general is just to roll Kirby like a ball constantly the whole time, like a ball of yarn. I'm gonna do that so I don't get hit by that enemy because they were very close. We're also good on health, so I'm not going to worry about the energy drink that's a little bit further ahead. Oh yeah, this is also a song you've probably heard a bunch if you're familiar with like any number of Kirby memes. Santanian 1 is a very common song for that. Okay, I think we're fine. Yeah, we're fine now. We're gonna watch for these paras. That is actually what they called PTERA. They are slightly annoying because they like to be in your path a lot of the time. Also, we're gonna hope we get health here because we could kind of use it. All right, very convenient. That's the best outcome we could get. We're definitely good on health for the next few stages now, or at least we should be, unless something really bad happens. That's fine. Also, shout out to other Kirby memes for this song in particular, because I'm sure people in the chat know this one. Firebird actually shows up quite a bit. Funny enough. Like while we're using 2, the main ones we use is fire for some movement and cleaning otherwise. Because cleaning does a bunch of damage. And if we were doing best ending, this is actually the stage where we'd want cleaning. Because his whole thing is he is cleaning the floor, so he wants help cleaning, having the floors cleaned. The only way this grime goes away is if you use cleaning. Unfortunately, much as fire would be good for that, it does not work. It is completely fireproof. I got a little too low. This room is very tricky to move around in. And if you thought we were out of the woods yet, we're still not quite out of this one. Yeah, I don't recommend using that to clean your house. Please. There are better alternatives. Just use the cleaning supplies that you already have on hand. Unfortunately, because we did not clean it, he is still trying to clean the floors in Sand Canyon. Note that I just said Sand Canyon. He's gonna be at this a while. He'll be fine. Fully unfortunate. Also unfortunate. Yeah, this is why we wanted to help. This stage should be a little bit rough if stage 2 doesn't hit you. Alright, it's time for Crab Room. I hope you understand why I gave it that name. I have not yet, and in fact, this game just kind of showed a good example of that. So I reckon this game basically don't exist. Like, you're invincible for maybe a second after taking a hit. It is very easy to take multiple hits, and 2 hits in general, or rather in Twitch's session, will make Kirby lose his current ability. So that's why you saw the ability pop out. That is the rules for it. If you get hit twice very quickly, like within a couple seconds of each other, Kirby will lose the ability. You have to get it back, and the ability sword does not last. So when that happens, not if, trust me, it is a when. You better be quick to get that thing back, or you're going to be in for a bad time. Also, shoutouts to the counting minigame that we. It's actually not that hard, but we really don't have time for it. I'm sorry. We're just going to be moving swiftly on. But yeah, I praise in the game. Very, very brutal. They last almost no time out. They are actually slightly dynamic, but not in a way that really makes a difference. Like, there is a whole thing where, like, the more hits you take, the more time you actually do have between hits. But it is just a very small, it's still a very tiny window. We're actually fine with that. We did a tomato during the next stage. So, yeah, it's really just 3-2 and 3-3 that are just kind of rough. We don't have extra health. If we did need it, we can also summon Gooey because Dewey Dewey takes 2 health from us, but it cannot bring us below 1. So we can, so if we're at 1 health, we can summon Dewey for free. Eat Dewey, and get 2 health back. So if we see Dewey at all in this run, it's purely to either do a certain thing like did the candy earlier, or it's going to be because we are about to die and we need extra health like now. And he is very good for the emergency heal. Anyways, so 2 is surprisingly okay in the water, just lower-ish. But we don't care about doing that safe correctly, so we're just going to go to the first exit we find, which is that upper path. And then we have this auto-scroller, which, in water, doesn't really have anything of really any real importance. But we're going to take the top half again. So we're on the top half of the rest of the room, rest of the stage. Because next room will put us on a path here. Missed the collectible, that's fine. And then we're at the top half of this room. These enemies are fine, they're spaced up enough that if we want to just damage boost, we can do that. Oh, I forgot to mention, the person that you're supposed to take pitch to during 2-5, if you actually use them, for some reason, her name is Mama Pitch. I don't know if that means they're actually, you know, Pitch's mother, or that just happens to be her name, or what, but that is the name they gave her. I don't know what to tell you. The Dreamland games are weird. The Dreamland games are weird, and Kirby 64, effectively Dreamland 4, isn't really any different in that regard.
It never gets better.
They are all very good games, though. They are all also playable on Switch if you have NSO, and in 64's case, the expansion pass for the N64 games. All very good games. There's definitely even more Kirby games that are playable, including like Amazing Mirror, which has been on Switch for a little while now. I'm gonna play this safe so I don't get hit here. In fact, all the games I've played, obviously, you can tell these are on Switch. So there's those ones. Like I said, those ones, 64, Amazing Mirror, Adventures on the NES side. Super NES also has not only Superstar alongside this game, but it also has Star Stacker, the Super Famicom version that never came out here from like 1999. That's on here now, although it's not translated, unfortunately, so it's still in Japanese. But if you want to play like a Kirby puzzle game, it's on there. I'm still kind of waiting for the Game Boy one to come at some point. Also, more door mimics, because this game does not want us to doesn't want us to relax too hard yet. Gonna fly up here. We actually need cutter for this room only, and look how they have unfortunately really nerfed cutter for this one. Like, he fires like a single blade that goes very, very slow. It's nothing like it just was in the last game. I'm gonna play this. Okay, that didn't work the way I need it. Uh-oh. Alright, this is what I meant by we need health. If we need, like, emergency healing, we use Dewey. Dewey is our best friend for that reason, and that reason alone. Someone also meant... Yeah, that one has different circumstances to why that is, and they are beyond the scope of this showcase, so I will not be talking about that here. But, yeah, same deal there, it's untranslated. Oh yeah, it also has Dreamforce. So if you want to play Kirby Doll, there is Kirby Doll. But yeah, Star Stacker, the Star Stacker version of this one actually has a very similar art style to this game. It's effectively a sequel to Dreamland 3. It's like right after the event. So, like, Kirby has like the weapon from Best Ended and everything. That's actually really neat. But we're gonna come in here. We're gonna get Parasol. Funny enough, Parasol's also very damaging if Kirby's using it. And Kirby will want that for our next fight. We have Pawn and Con. You know the Tanuki and Fox that showed up during Star Allies yesterday. Yeah, this is the game they came from. And I think I mentioned that during Aston's run. Now, I would like to get more health here before the fight, just to be safe, but if we don't get it, it's okay. Oh yeah, by the way, this is also a cameo, because the stuff you'd be getting would be to build Rob. You know, the robotic buddy thing from the NES. That's the professor from those games. I'm not sure why he's here, but he's here. Yeah, Parasol is very strong against them. So, gonna do this, gonna jump over. Got her. Got him. Good. Alright, I'm gonna just play it safe, it's fine. A little bit slow. That fight can be very rough because sometimes they just won't be around to attack. Yeah. Also, there's Nago who takes Pitch and just rolls him away and leaves Kirby. And Kirby's just like, wait, I was having fun here. Kirby's just like, wait a minute, I was enjoying that. Where did you go? Oh, by the way, the other reason I call it Choo Choo's delivery service, those enemies are called K-Ks, K-E-K-E. And if that's not a reference to that film, I don't know what is. Note, I have not actually seen any film that Ghibli has done, but I happen to be familiar with the title. I'm familiar with the title, I know who the character is. That's generally about it. Yeah, friendship ended with Kirby, now Pitch is my best ball. By the way, the cutscene for when we did the iceberg, level 5, is also very, very good. It involves building the snowman, and that's all I'm going to say about it right now. Get fire back, because we're going to very much need fire to get through these boulders later. Luckily, just like in KDL2, 2 is invincible while doing the attack. And that is very important for us very, very soon. Very weird room. Gotta kind of go down, then up. I'm gonna play it safe. We're gonna do this tomato. Just in case. I don't wanna run that risk. It's not worth it. Always practice marathon safety when you're doing runs like these for events. Just in case, you don't want, to run into a bad situation like, running a stage, losing Ku, and then losing Cutter, like, immediately. Oh yeah, also the other friends are actually sad because you pit this animal over them, and so they're very in the breeze of dejected about it, and honestly, I feel bad for them. Yeah, the reason I do that is more the name is definitely meant to be pronounced differently, so that's why KK instead of TG. Also, welcome to the B-button stress test stage, where it is mostly just bit straightaways with lots of mashing. There is basically nothing else to say about this stage. It is basically the whole thing. If you have any like messages you want to give right now, Church, definitely go for it. It's going to be a little bit.
All right. Let's see. As always, if you've missed out on any of our previous GDQ things, if you missed out on day 1 yesterday of Kirby, or any of our other events, you know, mainline or our Hotfix shows, they do get uploaded to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/gamesdonequick, so you can always go there, take a look for what VODs are up. And if they're not up, then they'll be up in a few days, usually. Also,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go on. You're dead.
While we are talking about YouTube, if you are over there on YouTube watching this, you know, it does help us if you subscribe to the channel, leave a like, comment, all those things. You know the drill. It does help us out. And if you're not on YouTube, you're over here on Twitch right now. If you like any of the content we put on for the Hotfix, if you like these anniversary specials, our daily shows, anything like that, it really would help if you considered your Prime gifting sub, your regular sub, gift subs, bitch chair, all of that. It helps us put on these shows, and it helps us, you know, bring these speedrun communities to you to show off a whole bunch of different speedrunning communities throughout the year. So, if you like any of the content, it does help us out.
Yeah, seriously, shout out to like all the people who do stuff for these events, the showrunners, the staff, the runners themselves. For hell, that matter, shout outs to the other ones that'll be doing runs later, Manta Plant and Dorpriolu. They both really good runners for their respective games. I think Manta's actually doing Epic Yarn for our relay that's coming up later this month. Also, so that's even better.
I think that is true.
I'd have to double check. I know the teams, I know the list. I just haven't got it in my head at it's that moment. I'm trying to focus in on mashing the B button a lot to get around. But yeah, after that stage, this one's a little bit more of a briefer by comparison. You don't have to mash as hard. You have the mini game and like a big auto scroller right after. So like most of this stage is like the first 4-2 is very much the absolute stress test for both you and your controller, and then this one is kind of the okay, you've done your reps, now take a break. Use all my Kirby Fighter 2. Yeah, that's the game I'm doing for that relay. It's Fighters 2, and it is a very funny run. Like for a relay, we're only doing the first half of the run, effectively any percent, which is chapters 1 through 4. And those use Sword and Hammer. You pretty much put the enemy in the corner and try to get rid of them that way. Chapter 5 is effectively the other half of the run because it's just as long as the rest of it combined. For that one, we use Fighter. And what we build up is like a lot of stuff to make the charges has come out sooner. And we basically just fire fully charged. The game calls it the fully charged focus blast or something like that. It is basically just a Hadouken. It's just the EX Hadouken from Street Fighter, and we spam that. And with the right setup, and opponents die within 1 to 3 hits, depending on what they are and what our build is. And it's also, funny enough, surprisingly risky because that chapter is also limited retry. So if you die 3 times, you have to start the whole thing over. And the only reason it's really like what I would consider safe is because Fighter is that good. It's not the only ability that's good there, though, but again, a little bit beyond the scope for this particular showcase. But suffice to say, Fighters 2 is actually a surprisingly fun run. I don't know why I went up there, but that's okay. And this room, funny enough, the wind actually doesn't affect our movement other than make it faster. So, no, the mashing is still important here. Okay, that door did not want to cooperate. We're going to get rid of Scarpy before Scarpy does anything to us. We would rather not have to deal with Scarpy. Okay, we're safe with the rest of this room now. By the way, welcome to the first of 2 appearances of Jumper Shoot in this entire run. Jumper Shoot is actually worse in this one. It takes a lot more punishment. It's very hard to actually attack. This is why we want Fire. Fire makes this so much nicer. We're going to make sure not to grab that head. Because we could grab it, but that is actually the objective. Otherwise, lots of kind of movement snaking our way up the top here, using fire to get through the enemies, get through the block. It's actually relatively safe as long as we just do the right movement for it. Yeah, fighting Jumper Shoot without a power is incredibly tedious and very, very, very not fun. I would know. I have fought it without one. It is absolute misery. Not Jumper Shoot, Jumper Shoot. S-H-O-O-T. I'm not sure why it's called that, other than maybe like a pun on Bumper Shoot, you know, like an umbrella.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I guess that sort of makes sense.
That's the only thing that comes to mind. The enemy itself is very, very much yokai inspired.
Yeah.
Alright, we're gonna... As long as we keep our speed, they pose no threat to us. I'm gonna just kind of play it safe for these ones. The stage, if you do it in best ending, is actually quite a bit harder if you use Rick. It's very much like a very platform-heavy challenge. So this one takes you to pit. So we're gonna get to the end here. We're gonna see pit. Hi, pit. Hi, pit. Sorry, Rick ain't here. By the way, I didn't mention the name for the one that Choo Choo goes to. I don't actually know his name, so I can't give it. Same for the level 5 one, which is actually Nago's, and I don't know which one that has which one that's named. Also, I hope y'all like the Dark Castle gimmick from Dreamland 2. This stage is basically just the Dark Castle gimmick. It's very much like a symmetrical sort of stage-ish. And we're pretty much just going to be like going through like the first half, and then the second half is basically almost in reverse. There's a little bit different to it. Also, that's the only thing that can break those blocks, so if it doesn't do... If we kill that enemy, it won't be able to actually let us through. That's fine. Do a bunch of burning dashes so these ones can't get to us. Then speed underneath these promos so they don't attack us. Yeah, some of them don't have a English name. The only ones I know for sure that do now are Pit and Mine. Alright. Now we grab cleaning. So this sign is we're just about ready to fight Addo. Or that's what this game calls her. Effectively, that's supposed to be what we know now as Adeline. But weird translation stuff kind of cropped up for this game. Anyways, her fight can be basically summed up as Dreamlands 2's greatest hits. So she will be making various bosses from that game. Started with Ice Dragon here. These are very, very small boss fights. They go down to maybe a few hits depending on the fight. So we're just gonna hold Y. Ice Dragon's done. She gets upset about that, so now she's gonna make slightly harder ones. So now we have sweet stuff again. This one takes 3 hits. Now I'm going to go over here. Now she's going to make Shine and Bright. And this is also the part I like to call the Angry DVD menu. Just we're going to do this hit. We're going to fly up here, hit this one, get rid of the moon. And then the other one will just kind of fly around like that, like the DVD screensaver thing. Except it attacks us. Also, now we have Krakow. This one actually takes more hits than the rest. And now she's done with this, and she's gonna attack us herself, and she just goes down in 1 hit. And now we are on our final level of both this run and this entire trilogy. So this is Iceberg. And here we go. So this scene is good. We just covered by the snow. They put him back up, and then I love it if only for just that bit with Gooey at the end. Now, so some very quick movement through this room. Just kind of ascending as fast as we can manage. Grab fire before we get through. Oh, that almost worked. I'm gonna grab this for just a little bit of extra safety. This one, the objective is actually to melt the ice around the flowers and bring them back to life. So each one had something different. Like level 2's was you wanted to water them with pitch. The third one is keep the mushrooms up. Keep the mushrooms up and step on the flowers. The fourth one was clean them with cleaning. But you had to be careful. You can actually crush the flowers afterwards. And then this one is just melt. Like I said, each one kind of has like a very similar theme to each of what each thing that they do. Okay, half health should be okay. I'm gonna try and get more from this gold game if I can. Oh, wait a minute. Would help if I go through this room. Okay, perfect. So the next level is very scary. There are 2 like really nasty Elder Scrollers. And then like the room, like one of the rooms in between is also very rough. So this room's fine. We're just gonna kind of dip out here, start going down. This is also the Metroid reference, because there are Metroids in this stage. Turns out, Samus is from Kirby Dream Land 3, don't you know? Alright, we're gonna grab ice. We don't want it for the objective. Like, yeah, that is the objective. The objective is to freeze the Metroids. It's very on brand for a Metroid cameo. But we don't want it for that. We wanted to freeze this one enemy, and we're going to use it as a way to get through the rest. Also, we need to be careful here. If we wait too long, we will end up on the top of the room and get crushed. Because we won't be on the door. I'm gonna start moving down. Perfect. Perfectly timed. Freeze them so they don't hit me. And now we have this lava room, and this lava room is very, very unpleasant. I'm gonna try to set myself up down here, hit this enemy, and then I'm gonna keep mashing so I don't get hit here. If I stop at all, I will hit the lava. Get fired back. Get rid of that Baba, because Baba tried to hit me. James is very generous. You get your health back afterwards. Get rid of that door mimic. And now we have faster avalanche, so now we have to be even more on top of things. We can end up going past the door, and if that happens, it is GG. We will die. But yeah, this stage is also like this, the Metroid reference. At the end, you're going to see Samus. If you did the objective, she actually has her helmet off. You know, like if you got 100%, like if you did like 100% in like a certain amount of time or whatever. 2, 3, and door. But we didn't do that, so she just kind of just sits there, helmet on. I don't know if she's happy or sad or anything. We can't tell. And now our final mini game that we are going to be trying to skip. So this is the Kawasaki mini game of infamy. Shoutouts to Aston having the Kawasaki emote. Purely because of this game. He ran that for one of our previous relays. Fight 3 was a rough time, we will say. Because it is a sound-based mini-game. It is harder in general to memorize, and also really inaccessible if you have hearing issues of any sort. But he did like a meme for it that pretty much that basically just ended in it's time for Fight 3 mini game. And like the rest of them with the mini games, he just looks kind of sad that you didn't that you failed it. Not really like sad, just kind of like, aw, maybe next time kind of deal. Well, actually, okay, maybe kind of
You'll
sad.
get it next time, kid.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is probably the bane of anyone who runs 100% or 97% the best ending category. Because if you fail that mini game, you have to go through the first half of this stage all over again, auto scrollers and all. And so, if you miss the mini game, it's not like, oh, you lose like maybe a minute, have to get back to that part of the stage. No, you lose like 3 minutes. So you have to play through this auto scroller and like 3 rooms to get there. And I think the one time I tried to do best ending, it took me several attempts to actually get it. Some people also actually have 2 controllers for this, just so that you have a chance to get it. Also, don't be the pain cleaned. Okay, it's the wood one. Yeah, he does 5 sounds. You want to match the sound. That is why it is very inaccessible if you have hearing problems, or it's hard to memorize it in general, because if you don't have like a good feel for the sounds, you'll just kind of be like, I don't think it was this one, and you're just second guess yourself, you did it wrong, and then great, you have to replay the whole stage again. But this is any percent, so we don't care about any of that, thankfully, and we can just get it wrong, leave, and we're done. And Kawasaki is very, very dejected. We couldn't memorize the sound. Very basic room here. Not too much speed up until we get to the end here. We have another chance for fire if we did lose it at some point. I need to make sure to hold down here, because if we hold literally any direction otherwise, these Dalbos wake up and will attack you, and this room becomes a much slower affair if that happens. You do not want the Dalbo affair. Fly up here, so these never mind, I'm gonna fly into it, that's okay. Another bit of movement every snake downwards. If you fail any of these, you can just replay the stage for another chance and get into Heartstar. There's no penalty over it and just waste the time. Wait a minute, I'm gonna set this up right. Okay, we're fine. We don't want those to eat us. You don't just need all of the heart stars. You also need all of the heart stars and then defeat that the boss once you do that. Because only then do you actually clear out the dark matter for that world. Also, if we didn't have Fire Still, we could get it there. Because you're needed for that room. You also actually use Poo for that to get down there, funny enough. So this is Yuki. That was Yuki. I don't know why we have a mini boss name that's name is just Snow, but here we are, I guess. Now, if this was Best Ending, this would be one of the hardest stages because, because in a slight twist, the game wants you to bring Nato to the end, but Nato is not anywhere to be found in this stage. I need it down here, please. Okay, a little bit temperamental there, but we're fine. But we see bunches of the other animal prints. I think all of the others appear. Also, this room is horrible if you don't do this movement completely right. I mentioned earlier about the whole lack of iframes in this game. Yeah, that room is where it's the most apparent because you will just constantly hit the doors. And you feel like you're playing pinball with them instead of trying to navigate it. But yeah, the damage is you need Nato, but Nato's not in this stage. You have to take him from an earlier stage in the run. The easiest case if you didn't have him, it would be you would go to, I think it's 1-1. He is actually one of your first. Him and Rick are like the first two you actually encounter. Otherwise, it is a lot of flying through these rooms. They are generally very small rooms, at least. So fly to the ceiling, so the shock zones don't do anything. And this is actually where we would get to if we lost them somehow during the earlier parts of the room. Earlier parts of the stage. Hit through the spider. Shoutouts to that enemy. Only ever been in this one and no others, and I do know of people that are understandably kind of creeped out by that enemy. Also, shoutouts to the weird Kirby fate that's also only in this game. I'm gonna make sure I didn't have to worry about too much there. And if you remember that room at the end of 4-6, yeah, they repeat that gimmick. Got a couple of Joes down there. We don't have to worry about them. That is why the door decided to not let me through. You would think those mummies would be a little bit nicer, but that's okay. So now we're done with the stage. We can kind of relax as they are conveniently flung to the door for us. Again, unfortunately, I don't actually know her name offhand, so I can't give you it. But before we go into the penultimate stage, we're gonna go back to 5-1. I'm gonna drop fire and get cleaning, because it is time for the segment I have called earlier, Choo Choo's Delivery Service. So I'm gonna keep 2 for now, just for slightly faster movement when we get to the top of this. Two, 3. Now I'm going to drop 2. We're going to get Choo Choo here. And you will understand why I call it what I called it earlier. Her name is apparently Shiro. Okay, that made sense since she's a white hat. Anyways. So this is Choo Choo cleaning. It absolutely shreds bosses. Absolutely just plows through them in 2 hits, except for the giant broom. The giant broom actually takes 3. Yeah, also shout outs to this song. This song's an absolute banger. Kind of slow, Yuki. Cutter does not have a mini-boss, so this is the one exception. So it's just Sir Kibbles. And there's our broom. I'm gonna move a little bit to the left so they don't hit. But yeah, the sparkles are what actually does the damage. It is very hard to actually use. Well, not very hard, but it is definitely a very tricky ability to use, and that is why it is so powerful. And unfortunately, we did not give the angel her wings back. So she is still very much grounded, to her dismay. But now we have the final boss. Here's DDD. Time will be on the last hit. So I'm gonna move up because he likes to do the inhale. And I don't want him to inhale me. That's phase 1. Phase 2. Oh no, he's been possessed. Ooh, I did not want him to do that. 3. Come on, time.
GG.
So yeah, honestly, these are a very fun set of games. We actually have other multiple Kirby runs. Like there's also the Dark Matter Trilogy, which is this game, KDL2, and Kirby 64: The Crystal Shards. There's all classic titles based on the Dream Collection compilation. So it's like all 3 of these, and also Adventure, Superstar, and 64.
Okay.
But all these are really fun runs. Definitely play a Kirby game. Run a Kirby game for that matter if you want. So definitely shout outs to the Kirby community in general. Shout outs to the next runners that are going to be doing this, Manta Plant and Dr. Yolu, as they do their runs. If you want to learn this or any other game, definitely go to speedrun.com/Kirby. We have a Discord server for most of the series. We'd be more than happy to help you. We also have a speedrun wiki, kirbyspeedrun.com. If you want to learn stuff about these runs through another source, we are working on making that an actual thing. But otherwise, enjoy Epic Yarn, enjoy Predominant Land, both really cool runs. I know the other two runners are going to do great. As for myself, you can find me at twitch.tv/BeamQueenSaul. I use the same name also on Twitter and Blue Sky, so if you see like this EV image, it's probably me. I do a lot of Kirby speedrunning and other platformers, and I've been dabbling in everything. So any of that sounds like a fun time, definitely feel free to visit the channel, give a follow. I hope to entertain as much as I can.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely a very cool runner. Y'all should check her out. And thank you so much for being on today, for showcasing the Trilogy. Really appreciate you being on, helping celebrate Kirby. I know Amazing Mirror is not the first one, but like just celebrating Kirby in general. It's such a great series. I mean, obviously, it's been going for like 30 years at this point. So yeah, just awesome to have. I think it's on its 30. It's about to hit its 32nd at the end of the month. Yeah. And a lot of other names in this series have had their birthdays kind of happen around the same time. So this has been a very kind of like a celebration of like the whole thing almost. Yeah, exactly. And it's awesome to have the community on. Y'all are, super passionate about your games. It's awesome to have you all on celebrating the games. So, yeah. But with that said, again, thank you so much. We do have 2 more games coming up. We are going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with Kirby's Epic Yarn. We'll see you in just a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games on Quick Hotfix. Today is our second day of celebrating the 20th anniversary of Kirby and the Amazing Mirror. We are about to showcase a Kirby's Epic Yarn run. Before we get into that, just a quick reminder that Summer Games Done Quick will be coming up in June. It's June 30th to July 6th. We have on-site or volunteer applications open right now until April 14th. So if you're interested in applying to an on-site volunteer position or just any more information on the event itself, you can go to gamesdonequick.com for more information. You'd think I'd be able to at least get the organization name right, but I guess not. Anyway, Kirby's Epic Yarn. I'll hand it over to the runner commentary. Let everybody introduce themselves.
All right. How's it going? I'm Manta Plant. I will be running this game today. This is a very unique Kirby game here, not like many others that you have seen so far. And I'll allow the commentators to introduce themselves as well.
Sure. So Manta, you're being a little too modest. Let's make it extremely clear. Manta currently is the best active Kirby's Epic Yarn speedrunner, and I guess the person you're hearing right now, my name is Funbill. I was one of the largest runners back in the day, not so much anymore. So I'm here to help Manta out. I'm going to be explaining some stuff for you, and then also we have Trig.
Hello, I am Trig Jigman. I am not anywhere close to the top. I'm just some guy they dragged off the street, but I've played the game too for quite a while, and I'm also here to explain some stuff. So Manta Plant's going to kill it. It's going to be fantastic. It's a great game.
It's time to rock.
Yeah. So I guess I'll just get started then. Did I count down?
Yeah, if you just want to give a quick 3, 2, 1.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we're starting.
No, it's real. No taking anything back now.
Oh, yeah. So the cutscenes in this game are very cute, very cozy. We won't be watching any.
We'll be skipping every single one.
We'll be skipping all of them because they're not very quick, are they?
They're not quick, but they do have a very nice voiceover for them.
Yeah,
they do. I recommend watching them at some point.
Like
that was
Mr.
Prince
Rogers
right there,
beat.
that little blue guy. Kirby meets him when he goes to Patchland. And as you can see immediately, the controls are a little different from your average Kirby game. You can turn into a car. You can grab enemies, roll them up into balls. You can destroy enemies by grabbing them. You can turn into a parachute. One thing you cannot do is fly, so it's a lot closer to what a traditional platformer might feel like.
There's also no copy abilities, so it winds up playing more like the very first Kirby game ever than any of the games that came after that. So
Yeah. That right there is a goal game. We'll be seeing
we're
them
starting with this already. We're already talking about the goals.
I told you, Fundle, that was
Depending-
all your territory. That is.
Depending on how you do the goal game, it can be a difference of 5 seconds depending on when you grab it. And it's not too hard once you get the hang of it. You can get a sort of accurate timing down for most goal games, because a lot of them are consistent in how you approach them each time. Some of them are a bit more complicated though, and we'll see that a bit later.
Yeah, so I guess we're talking about this. So obviously in the course of this Kirby marathon, I'm sure you guys have been seeing tons of goal games across all the different Kirby games. They're all pretty consistent. You press a button on this frame and this thing happens. That's still mostly true for this goal, but there is like an element of physics involved. So it's less a matter of timing your button press to exactly get the exact right frame or something, as much as it is just kind of observing how the tick on the wheel is going to interact against the pegs and trying to get it to stop against the pegs as quickly as possible. And there is mostly a lot of consistent setups to make that happen, but it's not quite... we all hate it. it's pretty much how I'll put that. We all hate doing it. But you got it. In order to go fast, you got it. You got to pinch your nose in and just trudge through.
That was accurate. Also, as you might
while
have
we
seen
were
there,
doing
we can
that.
We can decorate our house in this game, but we also won't be doing that.
We'll not be doing that. No.
Yeah,
And each
the
level
way
has
that works
treasures in
is...
it that you can. Sorry, go on.
No, well, I was going to say the exact same thing, but I guess you were on board. I'll finish it out then. You've got 3 treasures per level. Each, the first 2 are things that you can put in Kirby's house and eventually other people's apartments. And the last one changes the soundtrack. It's a
And
CD.
ideally, we'll never see any of it.
Yeah.
Correct. They are very slow to collect.
It's not. Yeah, it's not just a matter of it being slow to bother putting in the house, but also collecting them in the stage wastes time as well.
It has a
Transformation
whole
time.
pop-up thing.
Transformations.
I'm a tank.
Trig, if maybe you want to read the copy on the back of the box again, we can learn a little about these copy abilities.
Well, as I mentioned during our sound check, there's no mention of the tank whatsoever, which is mildly disappointing.
Right.
And the only thing they say about the transformations is that they are amazing. These are going to appear all throughout the game. They sort of take the place of copy abilities where Kirby transforms into something. They're in a large amount of the levels. It's usually run through the first half and then a special transformation on the back half. So the first one they chose is the Massive Tank. You've got missiles that come out. If you got a second player with you, you get a giant boxing fist.
And it's over.
And it's over.
Yeah. We will be seeing it 2 more times throughout the run. It's the only transformation, but I believe besides the dolphin, that we'll be seeing more than once. So it is useful to kind of understand that. Saucer, that's true. Yeah. It's weird to think of it as a transformation. That one feels more like just like a level gimmick. I guess it is a transformation.
Yeah. Well, you have much less control over the others.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's true.
patches.
So, I'm just gonna sit here and explain. People can get this. You get keys, the doors unlock, it plays a cute scene. We like these butterflies, right?
Yeah, we
the
do.
butterflies.
Let's give it up for
But
butterflies.
also- Yeah. It's important to note that throwing them closer to the location where they're going to go is optimal, since it takes less time for the camera to pan there and back.
I know a good video about that on youtube.com.
Yeah, it's by you.
What? Oh, I guess I did make that. Oh.
Well.
Yeah, for further reading, please consult the YouTube video.
In the Wikipedia section, see other links section. Speaking of wikis, if you like Kirby and want to go to a Kirby wiki, I suggest WiKirby, the independent Kirby wiki. They are fantastic people.
got our other transformation here. So we were talking about this before the UFO. If Manta bonks here at all, it may as well be a complete reset of the entire game. It uses way too much time.
no, I bonked
Two
twice.
bonks in a row, looking like a double reset. Having to reset the game
no.
twice now.
Yeah.
You have to
bonking,
reset twice to clean the bad luck.
That's right.
The UFO is very
it's-
floaty, and when you bonk, you get knocked back quite a bit.
Yeah, but it's a pretty short segment, so not
Yeah.
that big of a deal. And so you can see there was an alternate universe where the ticker stopped on that previous peg, but the physics just kind of pushed it over to the next one, and it wound up stopping a little more slowly. If you notice that, that's the kind of stuff we hate to see around here, and
Yeah.
that's why nobody runs the game anymore. It's because of the.
That's not true.
Oh, here's Dom Wool again.
What's up, dude?
Hey, buddy.
He wants us
He's in a
to
pickle.
Decorate one of his tenants' apartments
Not gonna
because
happen.
he's not very responsible.
Landlords, am I right?
We're just gonna leave though.
Yeah, get that guy out of there. Who needs it? Flower pot
Exactly.
and a chair. It's the only furnishings in the apartment.
Yeah.
It's like the Dark Souls TV. Okay, so this is one of my
Sometimes
favorite
it's like you
cutscenes
need-
in the game. Is this bear? This is the best guy in the world.
Yeah.
Let's give it up for the
Goes
bear.
right back to sleep.
Might as well just
So
stop
sleepy,
running
baby.
here.
So sleepy, baby.
Anyway, Rainbow Falls.
Rainbow
We've got some
Falls.
hype in the chat for Rainbow Falls.
Word. Yeah, there's some fun movement in this. You're going to be doing a little bit of like an Indiana Jones whip over this pit here. Let's watch it. Let's watch it. Oh, good movement.
Nice.
And that's the only interesting thing in this stage. So I hope you were all paying attention.
Goodbye, everyone. Hope you have a nice day.
And good night.
Okay, this part's tricky because you gotta hop
Yeah,
over
hop
those
on-
Waddle Dees.
hop
You
on
can get
those
stuck on them
guys.
super easily since you're going against
All right.
the current. And here is
Now it's time
the
for Surfer
spin
Penguin
border.
Kirby.
The
This
spin
one
border.
is the well talked about transformation. You'll notice we jumped
notice
over
right
that sign. There's a reason you want to jump over that sign. It slows you down so you learn the controls, but if you're airborne, it just doesn't do that. Your
Yep.
horizontal movement here is funky, to put it politely.
Yes, you can see Manta's like on purpose avoiding a lot of these divots in the ground. It's this is another physics property, right? Kirby's Epic Yarn is a lot about physics.
Yeah.
This is
A lot of good field games are that
the
way.
kind of a joke,
property
but not
of-
really.
Reinforces the old property of the quickest way to get from point A to point B is with a straight line.
Yeah,
And we're going to be
the quickest
avoiding
way to
these
get
hills
somewhere is-
because they make us go a lot slower horizontally.
Right. Quickest way to get somewhere is to go there, you know?
Yeah.
That's what I always say. Check out this goal. Ah, Manta.
That was a little
Manta
bit
P.
off.
Manta P. These goals.
I know. Should
Do we want to
explain
talk
bead
about
counts, too?
beads?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
you've noticed throughout all these stages, Manta has been sometimes very deliberately going out of the way of collecting a lot of beads. It's because at the end of every stage, it counts up all those beads, and as you can imagine, it takes longer to count to higher numbers, right? It's not perfectly linear. It has something to do with those like little metal checkpoints in between as well. We don't need to get into that right now. Just understand generally, lower bead count equals faster time. So Manta's going to be going out of their way mostly to avoid them whenever possible. But sometimes, if they're just kind of in the way, it's like, you can just get like some right here, right? It's like, in order to avoid those beads, it would require you to like go way out of your way and wind up losing time in a different way, right? So it's like, stuff like that, don't worry about it. But when possible, we're always trying to keep those bead counts low.
Yeah, and if you take damage, you lose some of or all of your beads. So that's a
Right.
good way to kind of shake them from you. So especially during like auto-scrolling sections, if nothing's
Boss
happening
fights,
for the
too.
next 2-3 seconds, might as well take some damage and save some time.
That's right.
And as you saw there, I kept one of those sharp objects with me because it kills that little, I guess you could call it a mini boss, right?
I guess.
A big enemy. It takes
But it
multiple
takes like
hits to
3
kill.
hits,
Big guy.
I believe, yeah.
Unless you
Yeah.
use sharper objects.
I
in which
believe
case
it takes
a very short
2.
amount of time. Oh.
I think it's a 2-hit.
Can
But
we have
it
that
only
look
shows up
good
in
goal?
2 or
That
3
looks
levels.
nice. Very
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah, baby.
Give it up for Manta P and that good goal. We all love that goal, don't we, folks?
I think the
Oh,
perfect
don't worry.
goal games are like frame perfect, right? Or is that not true?
The best goals, yeah. There is like a single frame in the rotation cycle to get the best goal possible.
Yeah.
Which that was not, but it was close. So you were within the range.
One other part of beads that I'll mention, it doesn't super come up in the run, at least this run, but our medals. You are supposed to collect beads, and the more beads you collect by the end of the stage gives you a medal. There is bronze, silver, and gold, and those are pretty cool. Bosses have a 4th one that unlocks extra levels. So for all level and 100% type runs, that's what you'd be trying to get.
But this is not that, so we will not be engaging with any of those mechanics at all.
Yeah.
Want to shout out
And
Puppy
as-
Gio in the chat, another great runner of this game. Gio's pulled through for us in the community many, many times.
We
Shout
love
out Gio.
Gio.
We all love Gio around here, don't we, folks?
Yeah.
Shout out Gio.
We love
You, sitting at home, start clapping for Gio.
Yup. And you better do it too.
Here's Fangora, and how to beat this boss is by grabbing his tongue 3 times. And each time you do that, he will do this, where he flies up into the sky and does this whole big long cutscene, where he goes into the background and then swoops up at you. And it takes about like 15-20 seconds, just about.
It's slow.
However, we can avoid one of these phases by doing what I'm about to do here. So right here, what Fangora will do is he will shoot fire at me. What I'm going to want to do is grab one of the fireballs, grab his tongue, and then throw the fireball at him because it activates this next phase immediately.
Yeah, no invincibility frames on this dragon, 0. Which tends to be the case for most of the bosses. We'll be abusing that a little later as well. The fact that it seems like because these bosses are supposed to be so cycle-based, they often just don't have invincibility frames at all. So it's really easy to
Yeah.
go in and get rapid hits like that if you're able to like accumulate the ammunition to do so. Which again, in the base game, you typically will not be, but we got some tricks.
And that will appear later, so I hope you're doing your homework.
Won't say
If
where.
you think that, if you
next
think
time
that one,
it shows
if you
up,
think that one's fast, it will only get faster.
Kind of.
Pop quiz at the end.
Sometimes. Pop quiz.
Alright, here we'll open the next world. And something I guess I can
Land.
mention is that, oh, never mind, it doesn't matter.
What were you gonna say?
I'm just gonna sort of explain why.
Explain worlds?
Yeah.
We know we've all played Mario, dude. We know worlds.
I'll explain the lore of
No,
why
but, like-
the world wasn't there. We
That's
have
what I
a
was going to do.
bad guy. His name's Yin Yarn. He shows up in all the cutscenes that we've been skipping, and he literally ripped the world apart by taking its magic yarn out. And so it's Kirby's job to patch the world back together. So when we defeat a boss, we are stitching the next world for us to play back onto the rest of the planet.
It's a beautiful
Yeah.
message.
That sometimes in life you just have to beat up some dragons.
Yeah.
Alright, the off-roader.
Yup.
Here we're going to be doing roughly the same thing, which is avoiding hills. Difference is, we're going to be grabbing these boosts to go a little faster. And if you jump around, you maintain some of that momentum, albeit not a lot of it.
Yeah, again, weirdly physics-based, right?
Yeah.
It's like it's not this linear
Yeah.
state. Either you're faster, or you're slow. Like in Mario Kart, for example. This is like if you can like stay in the air, it's gonna maintain the momentum of the boost, even when it's kind of faded off.
Oh,
Oh, Manta P! What is this?
I know.
Yeah, lots of weird little like physicsy things in this game, which maybe most players weren't exactly aware of when they might play. It's only this
Yeah,
kind of
I
stuff you
will-
start noticing when you really like sit down and analyze the design.
That's definitely a trend with a lot of Good Feels games. Is they love their physics engine type of stuff. The prior game, Wario Land Shake, it has a ton of that, and the later two Yoshi crafting games also are very much that way.
Mhm.
So they nailed down the realism, but sometimes that's a little annoying.
Yeah, shout out Goodfeel. We all like those guys around here, don't we, folks?
Oh yeah.
We all like Goodfeel.
This is just a long series of shouting people out.
Uh-huh.
This world's pretty cool, though.
No, it's hot.
Sorry. As we unlock more levels, it's sort of, you know, the scroll unrolls. You have access to more of the world.
So actually, regarding Hotland, how hot is it? Right? Right?
At least
How hot
three.
does something need to be for it to be considered hot, right?
3.
But
Because
also
if it was
not
too
burn
hot, if it was
yarn.
too hot, the yarn would burn, right? So it can't be like that
Exactly.
hot.
Uh-oh.
Like what, 70
magic
degrees?
yarn.
That's so cool. Kirby's
70
Epic Yarn is
degrees
calling
Celsius?
70 degrees hot.
Ooh,
70 degrees.
bit of an enemy
I
bonk
guess
there.
I gotta just specify my, yeah.
70 degrees Kelvin?
Kelvin? 70 degrees, I'm not aware of
30
any
degree
other-
angle.
70 degree
Here's another
angle.
transformation.
Whatever.
It's the fire truck.
Fire truck.
This one's
Everyone's favorite.
wonky.
Very cute. You can imagine what it does.
Very cute. I don't know
Mantipi,
how
give
to
us a quick
explain
wiggle of
it.
that fire hose for us if you can.
Oh,
Just
yes.
shake that thing back and forth if you might.
Oh, yeah.
Please.
Here we go.
Yes. Yes.
Everyone does that because it's super fun.
It is fun.
It is.
You can
It's
wiggle
super hard to describe, but like
hose
if you do it
around
yourself,
and
you'll
spray
feel it.
water
It's
everywhere.
just a very weird control, and you get to play it for a whole 2 seconds before you have another sequence.
It's not that weird. The tilting of the controller shows the tilting of the hose. It's not that weird.
It just feels weird.
I think you just gotta play that game more, dude. It's pretty normal.
I played it for 4 years. What are you talking about?
It's pretty normal. We all love being normal around here, don't we?
Isn't that right, GDQ?
You know what speedrunners are known
That's
for.
gonna be a terrible goal game. Yeah, look at this.
Ooh,
This is an
Mantipi.
example of a bad. Oh, that's the worst possible
Oh, and
one.
touching
too.
the peg and the.
It gets caught on the other peg. That's
Oh.
like 4 seconds lost right there.
Oh no.
And that's what we don't want to
This is-
do.
Yeah, that's.
This is
that's
what
like the
happens
worst
when you
one.
don't play all levels enough.
That's not true at all. All levels does not give you practice on
Yeah,
the goal
Trig,
games.
pull up your Yarn Kirby stream. Let's see you do some goal games. Let's see you do better.
I say
is a
that
no.
because
This guy's pretty
I
cool.
was the one and only person to do all levels for a hot second. Not very well, but just to do it. And if you think some of these levels get pretty rough with their transformations, oh, you've seen nothing yet.
Well, they're all auto scrollers though.
Virtually all of them are auto scrollers. And some of them are auto scrollers you can lose time on.
Yeah. Oh, it's weird. Anyway, we're not talking about all levels. We're talking about
Yeah,
any
we're-
percent. We got Cool Cave. So
got Cool
this
Cave.
is one of our. So actually, way back on a Big Bean Vine was kind of our first introduction to this like heavily cycle-based stage. Cool Cave is another one of those where if you lose time at like an earlier part of the stage, it's going to reflect later because you're going to start desyncing your cycles, having to do with like these hills that kind of bump up from the ground, and later there's going to be stalagmites, tights, falling from the ceiling. Do we call it a ceiling in a cave? Ceiling feels like
I have no
a human home word.
What I'm doing
Anyway.
here is I'm grabbing this bat so I can throw it here because that destroys that enemy which would otherwise hit you
Yep.
and allow you to go through here a little bit earlier.
Just
which
barely
saves you
squeeze
a
right
couple
through
of
that
seconds.
gap, right?
About one cycle.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, does it though? Because you have to wait here anyway.
I think
you would
does.
get caught on another cycle before that one. Yeah.
Yeah, probably. Anyway, we can jump
and
over
then-
that, avoiding the need to use the icicle. And
Yeah,
this
these
is
things
the
are
part that a lot
awful.
of runners have trouble with.
Yeah, these stalactites. Luckily, Manta P will not be failing on them, except, yes, they will be.
No, I will. Yes, I
Oh,
will.
Manta P.
It's fine. No, it isn't.
Oh,
it's
Manta
not fine
P.
at all. It's not fine at all.
Oh, no. It's all right. It's all right. We can recover from this. It's so simple. It's so simple. We love being normal around here, don't we?
Let's give it up for being normal.
Let's give it up for being normal.
All right, now
Mole.
here is the digger
Mole
transformation.
ability. Let's call it a mole ability, Manta.
Okay, I'm sorry. That's the official
The
name.
mole is... I think it is the mole? Let's find out.
Anyway,
We're accurate to our lore here.
way back when I was playing this game, I thought you had to mash to get through these boxes. No, you can simply hold down the button. Makes the game a lot easier to get through. And then we're done. Just hold down the one button for a little. That's all about
Manta
this
Plant
game.
was correct on the name of the transformation.
Okay.
Doesn't matter, we won't be seeing it again. It's fine.
We will not be seeing that.
Honestly, that one's kind of weird because I think with the exception of this and one of the extra levels, it only shows up for like puzzle rooms, but it shows up like 2 or 3 more times.
Yeah, there's other places in the game where it appears, but it's not like a lot of the time we see transformations, it's to kind of end the stage with. But a lot of the time when that mole comes back, it's just kind of for fun. Just like a cute little thing to do. It's like, oh, okay.
Shoutouts to the
Like,
purple dinosaur, by the way.
Dino, yeah, this is my favorite. I said the bear was one of my
Look at
favorites.
them.
That's my number one. This is my guy.
Let's give it up for the dino.
Let's give it up for we all love the dino around here, don't we, folks?
Yes, we do.
I loved the dino so much, it made my pop filter fall off.
That's beautiful.
All right, Dino Jungle. Speaking of dinos,
Ooh,
what I'm
yeah.
gonna be doing right away here is if I
Lots
do
of
this
cycles.
quick enough, which I should do quick enough, I can do this. That strat is called Early Tarot, where you can barely grab that pterodactyl one cycle early, which
Manta
saves
P.
you quite a bit of time.
Who calls that early tarot? Who's saying this?
No one does. What?
No, I've never heard anyone say that.
I'm also not.
Everyone
say
calls it Early
anything.
Tarot. What are you talking about?
No one has ever called it early tarot.
Yes, they have.
I didn't want to say anything because I'm like, oh, maybe they changed it. Nobody told
No
me.
one has ever said that.
Quavers has.
Quavers? Shout out Quavers. We all love
Yeah,
Quavers
shout
around
out
here,
to
don't we, folks? Shout out Quavers, dude.
Anyway, what we'll be seeing a lot in this
Manta
level
P,
is
what is
we
this?
will. Huh?
What are you doing?
I'm doing the level.
Manta P on the new stuff.
Spider-Man.
That's a gorgeous. I love that beast strat.
That
That's
was
such a good one.
really good.
Such a good one.
Check this out.
So clean.
Check this out. New strats. New by Manta P. Official. Look at that. No one has ever
We're
done
gonna
it.
call that late tarot.
No.
It's not late though.
We're gonna call it late tarot when there is no early tarot.
There is an early tarot. You people are wrong. As you could see there, I was jumping a little bit beforehand so I wouldn't get caught on those little things before they would go down. And also I grabbed that one bead so I could get the bronze medal, which would be a little bit faster than barely not getting the bronze medal.
Yeah, it's all about some math stuff. If anyone here in the chat is afraid of math, try not to. Don't be worried too much about it. We'll handle the math for you. You don't need to think about
Did
it.
you say we're doomed?
I said or do, but that works too.
Oh.
Oh god, you're rallying the chat against me with the early tarot stuff. They all like early tarot.
Yeah!
Oh, no.
I knew you had my back, GDQ.
Is it
Early
official now?
tarot.
I guess it is.
The court of public opinion has proved
Yes.
has judged me guilty of being incorrect.
Of slandering the tarot.
I would never, except for when I did.
Yes. Here's Hot Wings. In a
Not
second.
gonna-
Hot Wings? Okay,
now,
yeah.
now
so
here's
so
Hot Wings.
Yeah, Hot Wings is a great one. So this is we saw this a little bit earlier with Fangora, where getting yarn balls a little earlier than intended is going to make this fight go by a lot faster than it's supposed to. This is kind of the first time where that starts happening on a larger scale, where every single attack done to Hot Wings will be like extremely calculated. We're going to be doing this basically not in the intended way at all. So you can see Hot Wings throws out her little baby birds. We're going to wrap those guys up. She's never seen those things again, except for when they pound her in the brain. And then as you can see, Manta is just kind of stockpiling these balls so that the next time Hot Wings shows up, we can just kind of unload them immediately and not have to sit around and wait for her attack cycles to go through. We'll just get the fight over with immediately. Manta P with those shots. Gorgeous hit.
Terrifying, but good.
So you see, we're just kind of plowing through these cycles here. We're just not playing the game as they designed it at all. just getting it all out of the way, and that's Hot Wings.
Yeah.
And
if you don't do that, she does these like attacks that take so long, like a minute for each attack.
yeah, it is.
Where she'll dash in from the side to the screen and then rain little meteors upon you.
Mm-hmm. It is an
But they
obscenely
all
long
it adds
boss
up
fight.
a lot.
Yeah.
So
We did it. We got
Actually,
the magic
how
yarn.
hot are those wings?
okay.
Anyway,
Treatland.
Treatland. I love Treat. This is my
Treatland.
favorite world in the game.
So
This
this
is a
one
pretty
violates
unique
the
world.
Mario tradition. A
Oh,
little bit.
yeah, I might have. I'd just like to bring up, as you could see, I did get an extra patch from that boss because I got enough beads. But you can just like ignore that.
Yeah.
You don't have
Any
to throw the
percent.
patch or anything.
Yeah, any percent. We're just getting through the game as fast as possible. We don't care about no extra stages. We don't care about that stuff. Who needs it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Anyway, this is Toy
that's a real
Tracks.
stage.
This is
Yeah.
an extremely cycle-based stage.
Yes, another one of those stages where if you mess up anywhere, kind of messes up the rest of the stage for the entire rest of the time. And it's like, you can see.
There's
Antiquity's trying to
even
do
a
some
point where you
stuff
can
here.
actually be a little too fast when it comes to robots like these.
That's true. So that you can see Manta P kind of messed up a little bit of something there, but it's not that big of a deal. It's only going to be really a problem if they wind up messing up something else, which I don't imagine is going to happen. Just because, luckily Manta P
I'm supposed to do that.
with the surprise. Is that normal?
Well, you have to wait here anyway.
Wow. So much has
That
changed.
I would not. Yeah,
Oh.
I would not have thought of doing it that way.
So much has changed. I guess yeah, because now you got the 0 beads like Trig was talking
Yeah.
about earlier. If you gotta wait
More.
anyways, may as well get rid of the beads, right?
Because I wondered why you were getting so
Good-
many
good stuff.
beads during the
Right
duck
there,
section.
we can jump off of that.
This is a
waddle
new
doos.
strat. This is a new strat. Do it. Yes, excellent.
Nice.
That saves what I want to say like 20, 15 seconds, something like that.
5.
Oh,
5 seconds? Because what that does
No.
is that prevents a oh yeah, the VR heart. Shout out VR. We all have VR around here, don't we?
Yeah, we all love it. We're just gonna shout out every single runner of this game. Beer, former world record holder, does that where they draw a heart in the.
Did they have the world record? I thought it was
Yeah.
always Enaughty. I didn't know. Oh,
You verified the run.
I did. Oh. I mean, yes, of course. I did.
Oh yeah, the train, by the way. Pointer controls, everyone.
Point of
I'm so
controls. We all
anybody
like
who's
Nintendo
played this
Wii.
game, I'm sorry because of these stages. They are.
Yeah, shout out Nintendo Wii. We all love the Nintendo Wii around here, don't we, folks?
Let's give it up for the
We all
Nintendo
love
Wii.
that thing. Right, excellent course.
That's gonna be a bad goal game.
Yeah. Ay, ay, ay. Just
It'll
kind of
pop,
sit.
though.
It'll
Blame the train.
Not the
Blame me.
best.
Blame the
Mantipede.
train.
Yeah.
The Mantipede's famous lies. Stupid.
I've never been called Manta P before today.
I was yeah.
This is my early
wondering.
tarot.
I was wondering where it came from.
This
It just-
is
it
a
felt
new
true.
development.
It felt true and real, so I let it be free.
Just to really mess with people, I'm going to start
Not
calling you
run,
Implant.
MP.
MP.
Magic points.
Dance. Mushroom dance. Whatever could it mean?
Oh yeah, we're going mushroom stage. Mushroom stage is cool. Lots of bouncy.
I would like to know why
this
the
stage's
mushroom
movement
stage is in
really cool.
Treatland.
Because they're delicious.
Yeah. Anyway, the movement here is really cool because those mushrooms normally you would bounce off of them, but if you parachute onto them, you can keep running. You don't
Yeah, it cancels-
have
it
the bouncy
cancels the
effect. You can
bounce.
just stand on them normally.
We're going to be seeing a lot of fun physics stuff later too. This game loves its physics.
Yes, it does. As do I. I've been
What's your
playing
favorite
this game
physics?
For 4 years.
Oh yeah, you love physics so much. What's your 5 favorite physics then?
Acoustics,
I don't know.
electromagnetical.
I wasn't asking you, Trig. I'm sorry. you were not the one who said
I was
you love
hyped
physics.
and ready to go, and
I'm
then you
sorry,
took it
I'm
away
sorry.
from me.
I took 1 physics class in all my life.
Anyway, that's the physics we love. That parachute off of the blue mushroom bounce, gorgeous.
When are we going to
Exactly.
get Kirby's Epic Yarn Physics as a college course? I mean, I think that's really the next logical step here.
I've been working on it. I've been contacting schools. They just
Oh,
haven't
that was a
gotten back
frame
to me.
perfect goal.
That was
There was
perfect.
just
That was
Too much
an
hype with
excellent
the
goal.
Mario 64 stuff, you know?
Yeah.
Get your degree in parallel universes.
Well, what a
Anyway,
fine
that was
view
Mushroom
that
Run.
is. Yeah.
When you're
Remember,
not
like,
actively
mushroom
trying
jumps.
to
So many
collect
jumps
everything in the
stage.
stages, the levels are pretty short.
Yeah.
When you are trying to, it's a little bit longer.
Oh, by the way, here's a giant cake now.
Yeah.
And here's
so
Sweets
Sweets
Park,
Park. Sweets
the
Park is
dreaded
another. Yeah, another one of those. This is maybe the most heavily cycle-based stage in the entire game. I would say personally.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Those
Manta
are
P.
so
Manta P
There
makes,
might be one in
makes,
there. Might be one in
Manta P
Spaceland.
makes one single mistake. It's pretty much over. There's later on in the stage going to be some wheels of donuts that have tiny little openings in them and kind of circle around. And if you miss those openings, it's a long time to wait for those openings to come back around again. So, got to do everything
Chat,
right.
let's give it up for
get in that
Flan.
timing.
We've got some
We'll
Flan.
see if Manta P gets it through this here. It's coming right up after this ladder. Over these things. Manta P, you gotta hurry up.
Ooh.
And just barely makes it. Phenomenal gameplay.
Yeah.
The master
That's
gameplay.
about on average how tight it is, by the way. Like,
Yeah.
it's so,
You really
so
gotta.
tight.
So you can imagine,
And
make any
sometimes
mistake
when
and
you
you lose
feel-
that, right?
Sometimes you feel like you do everything perfectly and you still miss it.
hmm
It's
So you can imagine, right? You
kind
can
of a
imagine
mystery where
like
the cycle begins.
one bonk, one stray jump where you're not going fast enough, and it's like just barely miss it, right?
This stage has one of my
Another
favorite
perfect goal.
soundtracks in all the
perfect goal.
game.
Manta P is the most amazing player that's ever lived. The most phenomenal
True.
player to ever touch the game.
Yeah, if you leave
Sweets
out
Park
you
is one of
and
my
an Arian
favorite
song.
songs, and we play it so quickly that you don't even get to the best part of the song. That makes me a little sad.
Well, you hear it in Rainbow Falls as well, but we were probably
Aw.
talking
We were talking about some
incessantly then
nonsense.
too.
We were talking about some trash.
Nah, not important.
So
Just listen to the soundtrack of this game instead.
that's true, yeah.
Which I
Put
highly
on the
suggest you
soundtrack.
do.
Mute the stream, put on the soundtrack. It'll be good. Melody Town is my favorite stage in the game. It's not really
It's a
that
good stage.
interesting. There's not much going on like speedrun wise. It's fun. It's fun to do it.
It's got a
It
good
is.
vibe and gimmick
Got
to
giant
it. They really
instruments.
thought about it,
Mhm.
which we will try to not touch at all.
They really thought about it.
I
Yeah.
like the trees.
Yeah, the trees are cute.
I like this stage because it has an accordion in it. I'm mildly biased. All right, show off.
I love it. I love the show off. That's what I love. That's why
Here's a
you know what?
Here's a cool trick.
That's why Manta P's the
Flexing.
one. That's why Manta P's the one streaming
Ooh.
right now.
That was a
Excellent
nice
trick.
little grab move.
You grab the Waddle Dee. Yeah. That allows you to do this without parachuting.
That's pretty nifty, I would say.
Uh-oh.
Just that movement. It's so gorgeous. That movement. Let's
Since
just
we-
let's just all imagine Manta P did land that, and the movement was beautiful.
If you
since
imagine
I'll
that
bring
I'm
it
good at
up-
the game.
Since we got close to falling into one, just to briefly mention, if you fall in a pit, it's not a game over, it's not a level end,
Yeah, you
just
don't
lose
die.
beads. There is an animation of you being dragged out of it from a little sprite called Angie, but other than that, It's just
Yeah,
a
Manta P, why don't you
moss.
demonstrate that for us real quick, if you could?
Okay.
Just hop in there.
Or don't.
Well,
Or have some fun with your notes here. We love having fun.
I'm sure
We love
there
having
will be
fun
an
around here, don't we,
opportunity for me
folks?
to fall into a pit later.
Mhm. That's looking like a good goal to me.
Yeah.
Very nice. Very nice.
That piano at the end played the main theme to Kirby's Epic Yarn, by the way. Just a nice little touch.
That's cute.
I keep reaching over to split, but I don't have my splits open.
You could have split during this. Who knows? Maybe it'll PB. It's not gonna PB. Sorry.
Not with that attitude.
Not gonna. I just think you've already made too many mistakes, right? There's just kind of no coming back.
Confidence is high here in the Kirby's Epic Yarn community.
I'm just keeping it. Manta P, you've got a great time. That's all I'm saying.
Keeping your
M-Plant, I believe in you.
These are a lot of interesting nicknames.
Squashini.
How
All right,
unhinged.
I'm gonna start explaining Squashini now.
You're gonna need it.
So yeah, so Squashini, once again, very cycle-based boss. We're gonna be doing some real crazy nonsense to make sure none of those cycles happen. So you can see, pretty soon Squashini is gonna get this roulette, or no, I'm sorry, the slot machine up on the screen. Despite what many players seem to think, this is not random. There is no randomness in this fight whatsoever. Squashini is 100% of the time going to do the exact same attacks in the exact same sequence. We just need to execute on them effortlessly to make sure that nothing ever goes wrong. So for example, Squashini is doing this hat attack. Even this has no randomization. Squashini will, because of where Manta Plant was on the screen when the hats appeared, Squashini will always be on the left. So Manta Plant is going to... Oh. Squashini
The
is
hats
on
were in the
right.
opposite order.
It's on the right. Anyway, so that's something that my point is that's something that can switch depending on where on the screen Manta Plant is. Squashini's going to throw out these cards just like Hot Wings. We're going to get 3 of these cards, save them in a stock for later, make a stew out of them so that we can just use them all on Squashini like this. Excellent execution.
Excellent. Yes.
And
It's a lot harder than it looks.
it is an extremely tight window because, again, since all those cards are so close up against to each other, it's really easy to either grab the wrong one or it's easy to get hit by one and lose some time that way too. They
Well
also despawn
done.
very quickly. They despawn very quickly. So one of the hardest tricks on the run, Manta P executing on it effortlessly. We all love that, don't we, folks? We all
That
love
was
around here.
fantastic fight right
We all
there.
love that
Yeah.
around here.
Some
If you don't do
the
that-
real attack we're trying to miss is there's a bomb that appears where Kirby gets tied to this bomb and you have to mash a button to get out of the bomb and it's still on a cycle, so you have to wait 15-20 seconds
Right.
for this bomb
More
to
like 30
explode and have the
seconds.
next cycle. It's a long time.
It's a
It's
long
a So we're
time.
trying to
It's
not
very
do
that.
long. Yeah.
It saves about as much time as the Hot Wing skip does.
Mhm.
Just
Yeah,
know that
it's-
there are very long cycles that we're skipping by doing these boss strats.
Yes.
Hey, Waterland. Is it water or is it land?
It's mud.
Mud? Well, then why is it called mud?
Yeah. Grassland, hotland, treatland, mud.
Going with the Pac-Man name treatment, are we?
Mud? Is there a character named Mud in Pac-Man? What are
No,
you
it's
talking about?
my favorite naming joke ever is Inky, Blinky, Pinky, and Clyde. And just any
Oh, I see.
like derivative that you could possibly make of that is so funny to me. So if you had, grassland, hotland, treatland, mud, it's perfect.
It would be good.
Perfect comedy.
It would be good.
Yep, and everyone say goodbye to the moon.
What? No, I'm gonna
And
see
say
the moon
hello
tonight.
to the sun.
I'm gonna see that thing tonight, dude. I'm actually
Yeah,
gonna see
You're
that
going to see
thing
both of
very-
them simultaneously.
Oh, yo, I missed the eclipse, dude.
Oh no.
The eclipse, it was like an hour ago. I missed it. I could have seen the moon right now. I forgot about that. Shoot. Oh well. Anyone see,
Kirby's
anyone else
Epic
see the
Yarn was
eclipse
more
today? Who
important.
saw that today?
This is more important than the eclipse.
It's true. I was in a call with Manta P during the eclipse.
This is a very tight cycle sometimes.
Yep.
there we go.
You got it. Of course you
Ooh.
got it. You're the best player to
There we
ever
go.
touch the game. A master.
Not true.
Can we say best North American player to ever touch the game?
Unfortunately not, because I'm still here on the call.
Darn.
That's a good goal.
Nice goal. Very nice goal. Show me that good stuff.
There we go.
Thunder is a
nice.
deadly laser.
Those-
But
Those waves
as good
have
as you could
weird
ask
physics as well.
yeah. They got this sort of forward momentum, but it kind of like stops once you exit them. So it's
Yeah.
I don't know. It's really strange.
And that was
They're almost, like,
cycle-based
sticky
level,
in
by
a
the way,
way.
with those with the
Yep.
tides.
Yeah. Ah, so now it's time to mash for the entire rest of this world.
Yeah. Well, not
Every time
Secret Island.
Mantipee's down, every time Mantipee's down in that water, they're mashing that 2 button to propel Kirby forward. It's not like Mario or something where you can just hold down the button and go faster. It's you gotta mash. Every time you hear that little blub sound, that's Mantipee pressing that 2 button. So, we all love the 2 button around here, don't we, folks?
Let's
We
give
all
it up.
love that.
Let's give it up for the 2 button.
Not now. I could go without the 2 button right about now.
Yeah.
Well, if you went without the 2 button, these stages would be even longer.
It's true.
That's true, but my wrists would still be intact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Things are
All
fully
right.
bursting here.
A good
The
test
underwater
to see if
enemies
your
are so
controller
cute in
still
this
works.
That's true.
Dolphin
Dolphin
transformation. So this makes it a lot easier. Instead of mashing the 2 button, you're just going to be holding that direction. It's nice and easy. It's
Press
nice reprieve
1 to
from
dash.
press 1 to dash. Everyone press 1 in the chat right now, please. Please do it for me.
Press 1 to
And if
see
you want to do
Kirby.
something for me,
Going up
press
on these
2
waterfalls.
instead. Good jump over that
No,
wall
we hate the 2
there.
button around here, don't we, folks? We hate the 2 button around here, don't we?
Pick a side. Pick a side.
Ignore what we
Are
said
you team
before.
1 or team 2?
Whoa. Why is the camera? That was odd.
Oh, Mantipee.
That was
The
that was
camera
weird.
wasn't catching up with me, Funville.
Yes,
You saw
DJ99.
it's a
Thank you
terrible
for
game.
choosing the right
Yeah.
side.
Goals.
It's okay.
Here's what the
It is a
here's what
weird
the
one.
back
It is
of
a
the
weird one,
box
yeah.
has to say about the dolphin transformation.
Mm-hmm.
It's named Dolphin. That is all that it says.
Wow.
It just shows a picture of it.
Is that true?
That is
Well,
100%
it's a good thing we
accurate.
know that.
It's a good thing we know there is a dolphin in this game. That's what sold me.
There is in fact a dolphin in this game, and it does show up several more times. And I don't think we
We're
get
We're
to
going to be
see it
seeing that in some of
again.
the other water stages. No, we're going to see it in the next water
you
stage.
do.
Okay.
Well, fine. This is a cute cat animation.
Yeah, squeeze right through. Whoop. That's my whale noise. Everyone like
Now
that?
Thank you.
Very accurate.
Yes.
We all love
Now
that whale
this
noise.
level
Don't we, folks?
does not involve button mashing, but most people don't like it because first of all, it's not very pleasant on the eyes.
What? What do you mean?
It's very
Look at it.
not nice.
It's
green.
yellow. What's wrong with yellow? Are we got yellow haters? Chat.
I don't hate
Show me the yellow lovers. If there's
I don't
any
hate
yellow lovers,
yellow.
shout me out. Shout
Just
me
look
out.
at- all sorts of browns and beiges and
Whatever. It looks fine.
yellowish greens.
Grow up. It's normal. We all be normal here, don't we, folks?
Do we have any color theorists in the chat?
It looks
I'm
good.
sure
the
that-
yellow and the green is cute.
I'm sure we have some
tropical.
experts around here somewhere.
This is
Anyway,
where the mud comes
besides
into
the
play.
besides the color, why were you saying people don't like it? I actually wasn't aware of this.
Just because of this cycle here.
The cycle? Oh, it's not that bad.
A lot
It's
of
normal.
new
We love
runners
being
aren't
normal.
a fan. Right there, that cycle. That can be pretty tight if you're not used to the level. Maybe it's just me who doesn't like the level.
That could be it. Good. Using the
Ah,
invincibility
yes.
frames to not pick up those beads again. Good one.
And here we are.
It's an okay goal.
It's a decent one, yeah.
Well,
It's actually.
it's iffy. It's okay.
Purple's nice though, huh? We all like that purple.
Oh yeah, the purple's nice.
Mm-hmm.
Only the whole level could do that.
Purple's good. Oh yeah, if only a level would do that.
Ugh.
Be purple?
I'm so sad there are no purple levels in this game.
Yeah, there's definitely not any purple levels.
Ignore this one.
This is a cute animation too. I love this one.
It is.
So sweet. They're so love.
Aw.
So sweet.
Anyway.
Let's give it up for the power of friendship.
Yeah, we love the power of friendship, don't we, folks?
Yeah.
Give a round of applause for the power of friendship.
Yeah, shout out sweet, sweet love loves.
Shoutouts to the concept of love.
Yeah. That's what Live Alive is about, isn't it? Whatever. Stupid joke.
We're gonna need to start tracking all the things we're shouting out.
We love Live Alive here, don't we, folks?
Alright, now here's something interesting. If you whip these eels, you don't get sent backwards.
Yeah,
There's
no
knockback.
knockback.
What?
Because just kind of interrupts the animation, yeah.
I didn't know
And what
that.
if you dash into them with the dolphin ability? Spoiler alert.
Mhm. Wonder if that's gonna
That
happen.
one I did know.
No, it couldn't happen. This used to scare me a lot.
What do you
when I first
mean?
played this game.
How old were you?
I was 8.
8? Were you born in 2000?
No.
Why are we
Reborn in
doxing Manta
2000.
Plant live on
Don't-
stream?
don't talk about this one.
Were you born in 1985?
Oh yeah. I remember Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah, so that animation
times.
cancel there. Nice
Anyway.
and good, nice and fast. Whee! Yeah, not much going on here. This is essentially an auto-scroller. If you stop, it'll slow
This
down.
is-
but,
this is chill.
but why would you
This
stop?
level.
Yeah.
If you get poked with a spike, you'll stop. But why would you do that when you couldn't?
It's so easy to just move. Right? Am I right, folks?
You've got to move it.
We're so good at commentary.
It's an underwater level. What did you expect? It's
There's
all
no
Actually, I don't know
water.
about
Water
that
stuff.
goal. Uh-oh.
That's a pretty bad one, yeah.
I told you I was bad at the
Let's gonna
golden
go over and kiss that
waterland.
thing like those two anglerfish kissed. Look at that.
See, this is what I mean with the more inconsistent goal games. Since you sort of hop out of the water a little bit differently every time, just because water controls are a little iffy, a little janky, you really have to improvise with the goal games.
Yeah, you could like stop and get into the rhythm of it. I know some players that do that, but
Yeah.
why would you stop in a speed run? Right?
What
You
is it?
gotta
A
keep
stop
going.
Run?
You gotta keep going.
I should drink water.
That's a good idea.
Moist.
Remember
After-
to stay
after all, we are
hydrated,
in-
everybody. I just
after
knocked
all, we
over
are
my
in
water
Waterland.
bottle.
Man,
We are, in fact, in water.
It was closed. It was closed.
You might
Anyway,
have
that
water,
cute
but I
little
have the
squid
I have
we're
the
gonna
true
be,
elixir of
killing
life,
now.
Dr. Pepper.
Anyway, you saw that cute little squid in that little nook there? We're gonna be killing it now.
octopus.
We're taking that thing
Okay.
down,
Well,
gruesome style.
First it's a squid, then it's an octopus, I think. For some
We're gonna
reason.
tear this thing yarn from yarn,
Thread from thread.
thread from thread.
Red,
Tear
Oh
it
my
up,
god,
man, Pete.
Splatoon reference!
Take
Splatoon
this
reference!
thing down.
red thread redemption.
Wow, Manta P! With the reference? Amazing work.
I have... There's
I'm so proud of
really...
you.
That's all we have to say about this fight, folks.
It's,
you
yeah,
just
the other-
sit there in the corner and you
The
make
other
him
bosses
bald.
were a lot more interesting. They had a lot more going on. This one is pretty much, you just gotta do it the way you're supposed to,
Now
right?
he's an
We
octopus
can-
and he's angry because we ruined his hat.
Yeah, we can carry this ball over into this phase, but it gives you balls for this phase anyway, so it only saves like maybe a second or two at most.
I'd also like
It's
to
more
mention
than
that this
that.
boss's name is
Oh, no.
Capamari. So
It is
in
Capamari.
normal Twitch fashion, I have configured a Capamari emote.
You did not make
everyone,
that. You want to say who actually
You're the one who
that?
made it. I'm the one who uses it.
I
Who
made
that
it.
thing? Manta P
Manta
made
Plant.
the emote. Amazing.
Yes.
Amazing work. Manta P, you're so skilled. You're so amazing.
What's weird about this boss is it's actually easier as the fight goes on because all of the yarn gets withered on the boss to
Yeah.
show like its damage. And so when there's 4 of them, you can clearly see which one's the hurt one. But it doesn't do that for the first phase of this part of the fight.
You can still tell.
Yeah, it is on a slightly different
He
animation
bounces up a
cycle.
little higher.
That too. I mean, it's not impossible or nothing, but it's just weird that they made it easier as the fight progresses. That's typically not how that works.
Cute. It's a cute little detail.
Yeah.
This game loves its details. It's very good at them.
It is pretty much all about details. Yeah.
Like everything, like we just saw there with the new land opening up, it peels away. It just doesn't disappear. Or there's zippers
land.
and stuff that
Is
you
it
can
snow
unlock.
or is it land?
Okay, enough.
No, he's gonna keep doing that. You're just gonna keep hearing that until we're out of lands.
Okay.
And eventually we start going into places that have no land. Wink.
Oh, actually, let me do it for the next world at least, please.
Yeah,
That's exactly why I brought that up. Anyway, welcome to Snowland.
No land. There's snow and land. I guess that's why they call it that.
And there are Waddle Dees. Look at how much.
And the
fun
Waddle
they're
Dees are throwing cotton balls for snowballs, which is, once again, another nice little detail.
Very
You don't want to touch them, though, because they will take you back to the start of the section.
You can mash out of them, which is what we'll
You
be
can
seeing
mash
this
out of
set.
them, but that's their intended purpose.
Yeah, they're not really that much of a threat in the speedrun. They pretty much stay out of the way for most of it. Just kind of going through the stage like normal here.
Like this one.
Yeah,
You'd
just
think
keep
that would
going.
take a lot more mashing to escape from, given its size. But
It's like,
Yeah.
what, 3 or 4 button presses?
It's not much. Good one.
Good
Good
throw.
something interesting about this game is whenever you need to mash, you can also mash the D-pad.
Yeah, all buttons work.
Every button. Perfect.
Good one. Manta P with a beautiful goal. We love to see that.
M-Plant with the great goal.
Thank you
Thumbs
for the
up.
emotional support.
That's
The double
all we're
seven.
here for.
Isn't that who says that on Overwatch? I don't play it. Who says that? Someone says that.
What are we talking
Thanks for
about
the
now?
thanks for the support. Chat knows. Chat knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Oh yes, this is the cute gimmick of this is how all of the stages in this open up by peeling
Am
off
I
little tiny parts of
supposed to
the
have-
snowman.
Chat open? Because
I got it.
I have
I
the
think that
chat
would lag
open.
up my computer.
Yeah,
a
you
little
don't
too much.
need to. If there's anything worth saying,
My
I'll bring it
computer's
up.
not that powerful, so
Some of my shout-outs have been shout-outs people were making in the chat. Let's give shout-outs to the chat.
Shout out to we all have the chat around here, don't we, folks?
shout out to you, viewers.
Games Done Quick is brought to you by viewers like you. Thank you.
That's
Thank
true,
you.
I think, isn't it?
I mean, it sort of is, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Awesome.
I don't tell lies. Maybe
Yeah, that's
misguided
rough.
truths, but not
That's Manta
lies.
P. There was a
Anyway.
whole game made about Manta P's lies. Y'all remember that? That was like Game of the Year 2023.
What?
Lies of Manta P. We all played it.
Oh.
We all
hit
played?
too close to home. Anyway, this is Cozy Cabin. The movement is pretty interesting here because
Yeah.
you just gotta break your way out of these buildings before the ceiling collapses onto you.
It's
Great hit.
technically an
That's a
auto
nice
scroller,
hit.
but it's
Gorgeous.
really hard to like actually be impacted by said.
Alright, now check this
auto-scroller.
out.
Yup.
Gorgeous.
Skip all of it. Yup. So simple. So good. So clean. So Manta P.
What are you talking?
Is this just one big advertisement?
A rarely used mechanic of this game.
here's a
You'll
cool
notice that we're
strat.
unraveling
check this out,
some
check
of the.
Nice.
You can skip that little section there because when you roll something up, you get a little bit of extra height, so when you jump during it, you can just barely get. That's a bad goal game.
Oh, Manta.
And we
It's
have Mr.
fine.
Frosty to the side,
That's just chilly.
or Chili. Mr. Frosty's a different enemy.
Mr. Frosty's a different enemy. You've probably seen him a lot in the previous Kirby runs of this marathon.
He does
What a cool
not appear
guy.
here at all. I don't believe.
Hey,
Did we
if
talk
there's
about the brothers?
the brothers?
Yeah. I was
Who cares
waiting.
about the brothers?
I was waiting for a quiet point to do a goofy voice for it, but
Who cares about the brothers? We don't need those guys.
I think they waste a second.
yes, they do.
Every time Dom Will comes and says, "Hey, I want to introduce you to my brothers. Please come back." I think the loading screen takes like an extra second, if I'm not mistaken.
It's
I
something
think
like
I timed
that.
that once. Might be inaccurate.
It
though.
has to do with the apartment stuff. One of them sells like wallpapers.
Anyway, spin border.
Yay! So this is, essentially another auto-scroller stage. We saw this guy back on Rainbow Falls. Explained everything we needed to explain there. Going to be jumping over a bunch of the pits. Not
We
that
can do
much
the
to
speedless,
say.
by the way.
Yeah, Mantapee's going for this this beadless route. Hopefully we'll come out at the end of this without collecting a single bead. Nice quad
Oh,
zero
we will.
up the top there, yeah.
It is possible to get
We need pure silence for this,
9,999
though.
beads.
Yeah, it is in Wispy Sports, I believe.
I think there's 3 stages actually.
Yeah, we all saw that video.
Shout out to Particular Mushroom.
Just shouting at everybody.
We all love it, don't we, folks, etc. 0 beads? Is it true? As the prophecy forespoke?
I think so.
Amazing. Mantapee, you're so Mantapee.
I try. Every day I wake up in the morning, I think, I hope I'm still me.
We all got days like that, yeah. Good. So worth mentioning, if Mantapee does hit an enemy, that rewards a bead as well. Imagine if like you jumped on a Goomba and Mario would give you a coin. It's kind of like that. That doesn't happen, but imagine it, right? That's how it works in this. So we're also making sure not to just avoid the beads that are visible on the stage, but every time Mantapee does that twirl, it would hurt an enemy and gain a bead. So we got that quad zero.
There we go.
We
Well
love a
done.
beadless
Cool
route.
game as well.
We love a beadless route.
That is very, very, very well performed. As always, from M-Plant.
Look how short the end screen is here.
Yep. Nothing to count.
Nothing.
Beautiful.
Nada.
Perfection.
Perfecto.
As far as I'm aware, that is the only stage that is like feasible to get a 0 bead route in,
Beardless?
right? 0 bead. Because you could like just stand around and like get hit a bunch at the end of the stage to get 0 beads, but like you know what I mean.
Fast.
Like that's the only stage where it's like reasonable to do from start to finish without collecting a single bead.
I
No,
think
this
there's
one's
one
unique.
other in World 1, but that one definitely screams.
Mhm.
Frosty Wheel.
is very unique because instead of turning into a car, Kirby turns into a sled.
Which
in
guess what has
accordance with the
physics.
elements.
It's got
Yes, it
physics. Every
does,
time
doesn't
Mantapee
it?
goes down that hill, you can see we're moving a lot faster than we ever did with the car. It's conserving that momentum off of the side of the hill. So Mantapee once again
You
are
also
gonna be doing
glide on
everything
water.
They can to, doing everything they can to maintain the speed. If they stop, they're going to have to get more speed once again from another side of the hill, as we'll see in just a second here. This stage once again is all about just conserving that momentum. Same thing as we were doing with like that off-roader, that dune buggy back on that Pyramid Sands transformation. Don't love to see this getting caught on the ice cycles, but now we're good.
Yeah, barely.
Or we're evil. You decide.
Yeah.
So from here, it's pretty much smooth sailing. There's not that much in the way. So just a nice, fun, fast stage. Feels good to play fast. Look at this. These jumps, they're gorgeous. Gorgeous jumps. Mantapee, you're so Mantapee.
I'm going to go back and watch and count how many times you say that.
Yeah.
This goal,
It was okay.
not the best.
Wow.
But not
It's
the worst.
okay.
Not the worst either. Not the worst.
So, thumbs up emoji.
We're at about the hour mark. Do you want to take a break after the stage here?
Sure. There's a boss coming up, and then that's the end of
This boss is like
world,
the best
so-
part of the run.
Sure.
This is like the best.
We'll do the boss first then. We can break
Yeah.
after.
What was that?
So as I mentioned earlier, let's talk about that boss. I mentioned most of the bosses in this game have no invincibility frames at all, and this is the boss we're going to be seeing that the most. Right at the start, just like Fangor, just like Hot Wings, just like everyone else, Mantapee is going to stock up on yarn balls, and then just unload him into King DDD, and it is the fastest fight in the game. There really isn't that much other strategy besides that. Just get the yarn balls and toss them, and then it's all over. It goes back in. It goes over in the blink of an eye. So,
Like I was foreshadowing.
yeah. So everyone, keep your eyes open, because if you blink, you will miss it. It's a very
No.
fast boss fight.
Yeah, here. Yin Yarn takes control of King DDD.
As Sonic says,
he's
you
evil.
gotta go fast.
That was a good one.
Fireball 1, got that.
Ooh.
Fireball 2, got it. Just need 2 more. Take care of that. Bang. Take care of that. Bang.
You can jump
Take
off
care of
his
that.
head here. Normally you would have to wait for him to fall down and then ground pound him, but right there you can jump off of his head and grab it a bit early.
Yep. So now just one more hit and King DDD is done. That is the entire fight. Mandapi,
Yep.
once again, the master, sliding off King DDD's behind, still managing to get that button. Getting that last hit. Gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous fight.
Zooming through it.
All right. We
It's
can't
also
take a
to
break
mention
now,
is
if
that
that's
fight
what
is super easy to do at home. So if you want to try speedrunning this
Yeah.
game, I highly
It's a great place
suggest
to
trying
start.
to blitz that fight because it's easy peasy.
It's easy and it's fun and it feels good. You know, you saw that. It's great,
should,
great
we
technique.
should start the break now, if that's what we
Sure.
want to do here.
If we want to
Yeah.
do a break, we can do a break.
Sure, sounds good.
Alright.
We'll
I don't make
pause
the rules.
timer. So we're gonna take a quick break, everybody. We like to take these breaks every hour, just so everybody get up, stretch, get some water, anything they need to do. So we're gonna take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the rest of the run.
Shoutouts to the break.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. We are celebrating the 20th anniversary of Kirby and the Amazing Mirror. We're in the middle of a Kirby's epic yarn run. Whenever you're ready, you can take it away if you just want to give a quick 3, 2, 1 to count us back down.
Sure. 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's rock.
All
Spaceland.
Kirby,
Is it space or is it land?
Oh, I've been waiting
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back.
Kirby, he's the star of the show.
No, I am.
Yeah, Manta. This is Manta's day.
Well, they didn't make an
Everyone,
anime in the
shout out
mid
Manta.
2000s about you, huh?
Shout out Manta Plan in the chat if it's
Who's Kirby?
Manta's day. Who's Kirby?
What is a Kirby?
Oh, is that this guy?
I don't know.
Oh. Anyway, here's Future City.
Yeah, Future City.
I'm going to be jumping around a lot to avoid beads on these tram sections. Oh. Should I pause?
Yeah, if you can.
Okay. Should I fix
Standing by.
Oh yeah, you're right. It's not. I don't know what happened. It's not picking up on the video capture device anymore. Let me just fix this real quick.
Sorry, everybody.
So, Fun Bill,
quickly
what's your
try to
favorite
fix it.
transformation in Kirby Epic Yarn?
Hold on. Let me just unplug it and plug it back in.
Released in 2010 for the Nintendo Wii.
The wings, because they look cool.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize we were still doing stuff. My favorite transformation in Kirby Epic Yarn?
Yes. Released
Okay,
in
now the
2010 for
audio's
the Nintendo
fixed.
Wii.
I like. I really don't like any of them. They're all pretty bad. I guess the dolphin. The dolphin's all right.
There we go.
Alright, the audio should be good now, right? Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, we're back. Haven't seen you in a while, guys.
Is it space or is it land?
Wow!
It gets funnier every time you say it.
I can't wait for the next line so I can hear it again.
We saw them briefly. UFOs have weird random movement. They can be mild.
This is a tricky
Yeah.
jump, but
Oh,
I got it.
nice jump. Nice jump, Manta P. Excellent work. Excellent
Also
work.
a
That
nice
is
jump.
much harder than it looks. Much harder
Whoops.
than it looks.
They call me Manta P. starting 2 hours ago.
Well,
They
someone
being-
knows, at least.
Yeah, a single entity calls you. That's-
But you know what? Maybe
Something
it'll
else
catch on.
interesting.
Who knows?
I think if you hold 2, when you get hit by fire, there's no knockback.
I thought I noticed that. Yeah. Oh, bullying by the UFO, by the
I
UFO.
know. Everyone
UFO.
condemned the UFO's actions.
Yeah, we all hate the UFO around here, don't we, folks? We all hate that thing.
Well, I hate him. You see how he's pushing me around there?
Really, kind of the worst. No, it really is.
Doesn't that UFO know who I am?
I mean, we'll be seeing that in one of the later stages. That some of these UFOs really can be quite rude.
No, this is a cool trick.
Pretty aggressive with the bullying.
yes.
Yeah,
This
Manta
is
P, you're going
called
for the big
ram
jump. Going
We're
for
going
the
for
big
the big
jump. Let's
jump?
rock.
We're gonna be free falling.
Very
Boom.
nice. Very nice.
Delectable.
So yeah, you can see these are mostly auto scrollers, but you can kind
Oh.
of you can trick
Oh.
them, right? You can fool them.
More UFO bullying, wow.
Yep.
I would prefer it if
Yeesh.
UFOs did not get a shout out. Can we anti-shout out them?
And hey, everyone forget the UFOs.
Everyone forget the UFOs. All my homies do not regard the UFOs highly.
Yo, Rubber Ducky Assassin in the chat. Shout out RDA.
Heck yeah.
one of
Shout
the,
outs to Rubber Ducky Assassin.
One of the original runners.
Far better than a UFO.
Yeah. Excellent. Love to see that guy around.
Best username in the community.
Okay, so what stage is next? Oh, Tube Town is next. Tube Town.
We've been running this game for years.
So normal stage.
Is it a tube or is it a...
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
You guys like tube televisions?
Wait, Manta P, after this stage, can you show the freaky weird guy that...
I'll do it
When does
after
that appear?
Stellar Way. How about that?
Okay.
I'll be closer.
Earlier today, me and Manta P were in a call, and they showed me this freaky, horrible thing. I've never seen in this game before. So, maybe we can take
Is it a
few
tube or is it a
seconds out
tent?
I
of our
love
time.
it. I don't know why you say it's freaky and horrible.
It's
Vibing.
it's grotesque. It's disturbed.
It's not. It's not disturbed. It's having fun.
It's unusual and unkind to me.
Not unkind. What did it ever do to you?
It's cruel. No.
Steal your house keys? No, it's up there in Spaceland.
Oh, you'll see it after Stellar Way. Shout out, shout out Stellar Way. I guess it's not what I meant to say, but I guess we're shouting out Stellar Way now.
Anyway, this is a neat trick. You can sort of jump up there.
Yeah,
those
break one of the
snapper enemies. I don't remember what they're called. They're plugs in this level. You use them to plug into
Alright, stage
the
gimmicks.
sockets
Uh-huh.
and up on these little areas. I don't remember what these are called.
Blocks, I believe.
Oh.
Platforms, right? Nice,
We can
good
do
swing.
that to
Gorgeous.
jump over
Save a
on
little
those.
time.
And here's a
Again,
great
with the
opportunity
momentum.
to lose beads because they're just stuck in this section.
Some of them line up at the
Uh-oh.
top there. That's okay. What's next for 10? Who cares?
Uh-oh.
Oh, Manta P cares.
Okay.
Manta P!
Okay. Oh dear. Oh dear.
You're getting
I
so many
care
extra beads!
tremendously.
It's okay. Look.
Manta P loves the beads!
It's a good
Don't
goal
we
game.
all love the beads?
No. Nice one.
Just a good goal game make up for it.
Gorgeous goal. Yep.
Good. Beads will not get us down, folks.
20.
Okay.
No, 20 is normal. 20 is a normal amount to have at the end.
It's true. This is a fun one. You guys ready for this? Mysterious UFO.
Yep. Mysterious UFO. One of the most interesting 1P. So 1P and 2P. There's two different ways to speedrun this game, either using one player or two players. There are different strats across the different, what we can call categories, I guess, if you want to call it a category. And this is maybe the most different 1P and 2P gets, is right here in Mysterious UFO. They have very different strats. And it took many years for us to develop this stage into what it is now on 1P. So once again, we can kind of consider this a cycle-based stage, but not in the same way that the other stages have been cycle-based. These are like self-inflicted cycles, we can call this, right? So you saw Manta P went and flipped the gravity to be normal, and now it's like really large and floaty, right?
And normally I would have to switch it back off to ground pound there, but instead I grabbed the UFO, which can go through walls and throw it. So now I can maintain my gravity, completely skip that section.
Yes,
and then
there's many points where you're supposed to be flipping back and forth between the two different gravitational pulls, but obviously we want to be doing that as little as possible so that we can just get through the stage faster, right? So now Manta P is going to go ahead and just never flip the gravity ever again. That jump there is one of the most important things that's ever happened to the one-player speedrun of this game. Now we're just smooth sailing. Manta P not going into the ditch. We're avoiding the Sopranos' fate today, yep. Just kind of go out right to the end of the stage. So you can see we skipped so much of that stage by not having to deal with all these different gravity pulls, right? One of the
things
add it all up. It's like a minute.
There are all these little sections off the main path that you're supposed to go through to fiddle with the gravity, but instead you can just pretty much just go straight to the goal with these strats.
Yeah, gorgeous run, gorgeous stage. One of the trickier ones, but once you get it onto your hands, you can get pretty consistent with that.
Highway.
So yeah, we're coming up on close to this. So this is, there's one more world after this, but this is the final stage of this world. So we're coming up on the end of the speed run. And at the end of this stage is going to be, how long is it? Like a minute and a half auto-scroller, something like that?
Yeah. By the way, everybody get ready, because I always tell everyone to get up and stretch during that section.
I guess
and I will hold you to the same standard.
Yeah,
it's important
just
to remain healthy, so prepare yourselves.
It is funny that we just took a break, because there is kind of a break built into the speedrun.
Yeah.
At the end of this stage.
Everyone get up and stretch again.
Yeah.
You never stretch too... Well, that's not true. You can stretch too much.
Sometimes.
Not the way we're doing things.
So careful. This is another place where the UFOs can be kind of bully-esque. Careful of these guys. Oh, you just kill that thing. It's a little brutal. It's not quite a little unconventional. Manta P sitting around waiting for the planet. Definitely unusual.
How unusual?
Shoutouts to the bell tower that I live next to that goes off 18 minutes early every day.
That's cool. Well, then you know when it's 18 minutes until something.
I know, it's 18 minutes before the hour. I think
18 minutes before a major time.
It used to be 14, so I think it's just been slowly getting earlier and earlier, and I don't think they know how to fix it.
Everyone watching right now, get up and stretch if you can.
Stand up.
Stretch your legs. This is very important. Look at this. So right here, we're just going to want to lose all of our beads, because this is a great opportunity.
I'm definitely standing.
And then we just chill for a while. So this is a great opportunity. You have about a minute and a half. Do what you need to do.
Also, by staying in the middle center right there, you dodge almost every enemy. Like, almost every single enemy just can't hit you. Stellar way. I wasn't even trying for that.
Playing dead and nothing can hurt you.
That was, I believe it was kind of a criticism when the game launched, was that it was seen as too easy because you can't lose a level. You just lose beads.
So goofy.
But it's still a fun game.
Yeah, there's more ways to be engaging than difficulty.
This is supposed to be like a shoot-'em-up section.
Yeah,
that sounds like work. I don't want to do it.
Don't gotta do no shooting though. We're a little Zero Ranger-esque. Where it's like you can get through the stage just without shooting anything. Except unlike that game, seems like a bit of an oversight here.
Yeah.
It's a deliberate design decision in Zero Ranger. Here it's just
we're gonna start mashing 1 because the goal's coming up.
Yep.
Yeah, not perfect, but still good. Oh, actually, that might have been perfect. I can't tell.
Nice. We live in a world where perfect is good enough.
That's a sentence. Okay, now I'm gonna show you the
Oh,
amazing
the horrible
creature.
goobler? My disgusted
goobler.
the worst
Look at it.
creature in
Look
the
at it
world.
up there with its hula hoop.
What is it? What
It's
is
beautiful.
that?
It's
What is that
beautiful.
thing?
Not a fan.
I've never seen it
beautiful
before today.
creature.
I've never seen it before today. No one has ever seen that thing.
I have
I've
plenty
seen
of
it.
times. It's a friend.
No one has ever
I've
seen
seen
that
it.
thing.
Isn't it cool?
When Bill-
Chat, don't you love it?
Chat is the goobler cool?
No.
Isn't it awesome
I-
with its hula hoop?
We all hate the goobler, don't we?
Did you
Shout
see
out
its
to the
hula
hula
skills?
hooping goobler.
Did you see its skills with that hoop?
It was impressive. I
It
wasn't.
just never stops.
Here's Meta Knight. This
Oh, yeah.
fight is
Yeah.
You can
interesting.
explain this. I have to pay attention very quickly.
Yeah. So once again, we're going to be getting 3 yarn balls as soon as possible. Same as every other boss. Meta Knight was much harder back in the day. It has turned very consistent now. Runners have found out very consistent ways to manipulate Meta Knight's movement and attack patterns, which we used to believe was random or at least partially random. But now there's consistent setups for everything. So Manta Plant, just like King Dedede pretty much, is going to kind of tear through this guy.
You
Make it
grab
do all
two
the attacks
balls
we
on
want
the
to do.
blue phase because the purple phase is brutal.
Yes, that's right.
That's where
it
the
is-
RNG comes in.
Yeah. The purple
Also,
phase.
if you whip him like this, he goes a little faster. I miss. Okay, cool.
So yeah,
Yeah,
Meta Knight used
it's
to be an
easy to
extremely
see
hard
why
fight back in
people
the day.
think. It's easy to see why people think that it's random because he moves super erratically. Like
Yeah.
none of the movements make sense. It feels like it's a random.
Ooh, I avoided the patch,
Oh.
the extra patch. It's gonna
Nice.
save a little
Ooh.
bit.
Yeah,
Groovy.
whenever Manta P enters the overworld with a patch, it does take a few frames to spawn in the patch. We're gonna be skipping those frames, so shout out to the saved frames. We love to see that.
Shoutouts to frames.
Shout out to the safe frames. I'd like to mention that the chat loves the goobler.
Yeah! You guys are awesome.
Goobler is terrifying to me. I'm so strange of it.
Oh, well.
Look,
Wait
the
a
chat
second.
disagrees.
This looks like a Kirby world. That's what Kirby says.
Kirby in my Kirby?
That's what Kirby said.
Is it a dream or is it a land?
Is it a dream or is it a land? Kirby shows
Kirby
up
just
and
said, wow, this sure looks like Kirby's Dreamland
This
trademark.
looks like Kirby's dream. Yeah.
They are all based off of Kirby's Dreamland, though. This is
Yes.
Wispy's Forest, based off of Green Greens. There are some fake Wispies. Those are Twiggy Woods.
What? Manta P, you know too much about this game.
You didn't know they were
Listen.
Twiggy Woods?
The
No one
amount
has
of
ever
time
known as
I've
much as
spent
you.
on this game throughout my childhood is insane.
Twiggy Woods? You're making that up.
It's not. I can look. I can look at the cast.
Go
after this.
to the wiki
Oh,
right now. I
whoa.
guarantee you.
Did you see that? I never make that cycle.
That was great, yeah. Shout out Twiggy
Anyway.
Woods for that cycle.
You have a bunch
shout out
of
Twiggy
Kirby's
Woods.
Dreamland enemies in here. You know, aside from your occasional Waddledees and Waddledoos, you have the bears.
The Grizzos, they're called Grizzos. We love Grizzo.
Waddle does what Waddle
Waddle
don't.
the.
Waddle does what Waddle don't.
Me love Waddle the.
Waddle
Don't think about it too hard.
There's a weird glitch in this level that I won't be showing off, but you can get out
That's
of bounds.
right. Yeah, you
With
can
the
get
cannon.
stuck in the background, yeah, by getting hit in the there was that part with those
Not in the
spear
background.
Waddle-Dees. It's there's that part
Your,
with that spear
your
Waddle-Dees
sprite goes
and
invisible because it thinks you're in the cannon.
I'm trying
You
to
have the
explain
cannon.
it.
When you
I'm trying to explain.
okay.
That's pretty much it though. That's pretty much it. Yeah. If you get hit inside of the cannon and you do it at like just the right angle, Kirby can get like stuck in I guess what is not the background. I'm sorry. And
I can't
we,
believe you for that.
yeah, we've tried replicating this in other stages, but it seems like they designed the stages so that like enemies that do damage tend not to be around cannon. So it's really only this stage where that's
Yeah.
possible. So I don't know if they knew about that or if that's just some strange coincidence. I don't know, but unfortunately, it's not useful to the speedrun because it's not. There's no way to revert Kirby back to a normal state after that happens. We tried to figure out ways to work it into the speedrun, but there's nothing. So, which means this run pretty much is glitchless unless you count the no invincibility frames on the bosses being glitches, which it kind of isn't.
More like, I don't know.
It's an exploit.
strategy.
It's an exploit.
Yeah, it's an exploit or an oversight.
Oh,
Yeah. So
that was not the cleanest cannon or tank section, but
it's
it's
fine.
what it is.
It is what it is.
Here's our old friend Wispy.
Hi, Wispy. Oh, die.
Say
Oh,
hi,
be killed.
Wispy.
Oh, be killed. Oh, you're shooting it.
Ow, ow, oh no, ouch, oof, ow, ow.
The
I find
horrors of
this not
war.
enjoyable.
Not this. Oh no.
Oh, the horrors of war have struck again on this.
The horrors.
Yes.
Don't worry, Wispy was just a little hurt for
Right.
the time being.
I have suffered from deforestation.
Aw.
It's not true.
It is quite lush, that forest.
It is.
Shoutouts to trees.
We love trees around here, don't we, folks?
We do. I love breathing
Yeah,
oxygen.
trees are awesome. Shout out trees. Like for
Shout
real.
out trees.
All right, this is the hardest stage in the game.
Oh boy.
So
Here
this
it
stage
comes.
is another cycle-based one. There's going to be wind that switches between moving to the left and moving to the right. That's going to impact Manta's movement. It's going to exert this force of physics that kind of pushes against Kirby's movement. And for most of the
There goes
stage,
nothing.
Manta's going to be moving against the cycle that is intended to be used. So I'm actually going to stay silent. Let Manta focus on this. This is the hardest stage in the game.
Oh no.
Manta P, you got it. You got it. You're good.
No, it's not enough. Yeah, no.
Yeah. See.
Okay, so if I would have done that perfectly, I would have been able to get there right before this wind cycle.
Mhm.
And it's very fast and very tricky.
Mhm.
But it definitely could have been worse, so all things
Yeah,
considered.
you still did most of the stage very well. Yeah, most of the stage was very, very good.
The cannons are
there's this
harder
part
to
which
work.
is-
Ignore the cannon miss.
Yeah. This part is pretty much
Like the
just
time
kinda
to
plays
fire
itself.
out of a
There's not too
cannon is
much going on.
weirdly tight. By the way, shoutouts to Wind.
Yeah, wind is all right. We all hate wind around here, don't we, folks?
What?
Wind.
It's very
Wind.
important to the world.
But here it sucks. We don't like it in this.
That's true.
That was a beautiful gold manta plant.
Stellar.
Nice. Very good.
Ooh, Tempest.
Gorgeous. What? I think we've been
What is
playing a
going
little
on?
too long.
Ooh, the pinwheel. Oh yeah, that was based off of Butter Building, by the way, for those of you who don't know.
Mhm.
Another stage in Kirby's Dreamland.
Can't believe we just built tilted towers.
We built this butter.
Fortnite moment?
No, no,
moment.
please.
What the heck?
No,
Fortnite, what's
please.
too late.
No!
Too late, Spider-Man.
Not
Fortnite
the
has
Kirby
already
Marathon,
been
please.
mentioned.
I
I
thought
don't
I could
feel so
finally
fucked
escape. Oh, I'm not running. Okay, this
What
is
the-
Cloud Palace,
Manta
based
P,
off
what
of
is with your
bubbly
movement?
clouds in the original.
Oh, you did your homework. You know too much about this game.
I dedicate a lot of my brain space to knowledge that has no meaning whatsoever.
We gotta wring that stuff out like a towel. We gotta squeeze your brain.
Make way for more important
You should
info.
do it around me and
Anyway,
see if
this
any
is
of that
also
speedrunning
kind of
prowess
physics
like
based.
leeches off.
Yeah.
These are also physics-based because those buttons that you swing off of,
Oh hey,
you know,
Krakow.
depending on how you swing off of them, it can influence your momentum. That's crack.
Bye, Krakow.
And the
now.
jumping angle. The jumping angle also changes off of the swing depending on where you let go. But yeah, deal with most of it, and got another auto scroller section coming up after these bounce clouds here, these spring ones. Someone in the chat is correcting you, Manta Plant. You got a fact incorrect.
What?
Butter building is from Kirby's Adventure, not Kirby's
Oh,
Dreamland.
you're right. You're
So-
right.
Pointing
I am
emoji,
so
Seems like
nerd
you actually.
emoji.
Seems like you don't know enough about this game, actually.
Oh,
Bump
you're
that guy
so
around.
right.
That is the only Bronto bird in the game that
Thank
is
you,
allowed to turn
lovely
around.
chat member, for the correction.
The only Bronto bird in the game that can turn around. And
Yeah, we turn that bird around.
yeah, so I hope everyone enjoys that, because that's the only time we'll ever see it.
He's coming with us.
Yep. Now, Manta, are you going to wake up the Waddle Dee or no?
No. Well, actually,
No?
chat, should I wake up the
Chat,
Waddle
should
Dee?
we wake up a
There's
Waddle
too much of a
Dee?
lag. They won't be able to have time to vote. They won't.
Oh.
It's too much of a lag. Do it or don't, Manta.
Don't do it.
Make a choice.
Don't do it.
It's in your hands.
I'll let it stay.
Amazing.
We're gonna let him sleep.
There we go. We
Let's
can't just disturb his sleep like that.
I mean, we
Important to have
can,
a
we
good
just chose
REM
not to.
cycle.
You avoided the horror.
Shoutouts to REM cycles.
We avoided the horrors of war by letting him sleep.
That's right.
Fun little skip there. You could just go through that pillar.
Yeah, watch
Yes.
this.
Same thing with this as well. We don't want
There's
to
a
deal
lot of
with any
stuff
of it.
around
So
here that we don't want to touch, so we just kind of.
just go past
that.
it. Who cares?
Damn
If only,
it.
if only you could do that for all the game, right?
Here's a mini boss.
Yeah, take this
Hi,
thing
Krakow.
down. Kroko.
If you like this game and don't own a Nintendo Wii, they re-released it on the 3DS. That is the only notable
No!
thing to say about it.
Don't do it.
Horrible version. Never play.
I'm saying it
two-player.
exists.
Horrible version. Get it on your Wii U. There's ways.
Anyway. More moral of this stream, don't get Kirby's Extra Epic Yarn.
Yeah, that game sucks. We all
It
hate
does
that
suck.
game. Folks.
It does suck.
I like
Shoutouts
that
to not
particular-
playing Kirby's Extra Epic Yarn, but it does exist. Figured
I like that particular
I should at least
goal game
mention that it
because,
does.
I like that particular goal game because sometimes you can see Fluff sort of spawn in and spin around in the air.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty cute.
So we got our final stage in the game. Not
Castle
the final boss,
DDD.
though. We're not
Guys,
coming
can you
up on
guess
time
what this
yet.
one's based off of?
Probably Final Fantasy.
No.
Oh.
Close.
Dragon Quest.
Did I told sama pari Ichiban for the Super Famicom?
You got it.
Ah, I love that game. It's weird.
Based
That's
off
a
of
weird
Castle
game.
DDD. Anyway.
Oh, I know that.
You know that
Time
that
for
guy
the
from
best
Kirby?
music.
The blue one from Kirby with the beak.
The blue guy of Kirby. So that also is an extremely precise trick.
Yeah, jumping off that Waddle Dee's
yeah.
head as he bounces a little.
So that Waddle Dees will only do that the first time they see Kirby in a stage, which means there's only one chance to do it. And
I don't think that's true.
it is true. I've studied this.
Oh.
They only do it the first time they see Kirby. They do other jumps whenever they see Kirby, but that first one where they like notice, that's a unique
Oh.
animation. And just jumping on the Waddle Dee's head is not enough to get that height. It needs to do that tiny like few pixel jump for Kirby to make that jump over the pit. So that egregiously like precise trick for something that saves like less than a second.
Sounds like somebody
here's
didn't
another
have their
cycle-based
PhD
part.
in Waddle Dee.
Don't you guys
those
love
cycles.
cycles? There are more cycles here with those cannons.
I do. That one's a lot of fun. That one's just fun
Anyway,
to
here's
watch.
a big
Great
yarn
shows.
Waddle Dee standing in for King DDD, and we're gonna
Oh,
take him out.
you just get rid of those beads.
That's what we do here.
Who needs those?
We tried to
things?
not use these pull tabs. Usually they're reserved for like treasures or answers to puzzles, and we skip most of them.
Mhm.
I think that's the only one that you have to do.
You need to do it in a Splash Beach as well to get rid of the moon.
Yes. That one I think already has the tag on it, though.
Oh, that's true.
Done.
Good. Yeah, that one sets you up for a perfect goal pretty much every time.
Yeah,
It's not
that one's
perfect.
very
It's good.
consistent.
It's good enough. Yeah.
If you play two-player, Prince Fluff is player 2. And the game was originally designed
We're
to have
explaining
Prince
this
Fluff be the...
Right before the final boss.
By the
might
way,
as
there's
well.
2-player in this game.
It exists, if you care.
does
The
exist.
game was supposed to originally star Prince Fluff, and then they were like,
That's
nah,
true.
let's just make it Kirby.
Fluff's epic yarn, which begs the question: what were the bosses of Snowland and Spaceland before
something
Kirby got
cooler.
involved?
Here's the final boss. You would have seen him in cutscenes,
Might as well
but
start
now
explaining the story now.
he's just kind of a goober.
Yeah.
No,
He
the
wants
goober
to
is in
just wanted to turn
Spaceland.
things into yarn, but we don't like that very much.
You're referring to the goobler with an L.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Forgot. My own made-up nonsense word. I forgot. I'm sorry.
Yeah, made up nonsense, such as
You need to pull out
early
the Fungal
tarot.
dictionary. Anyway, Yin Yarn with his magic knitting needles, he will be knitting back some of the bosses we fought so far, which will be a little different than
Yeah, thankfully he
Last time we
doesn't do
fought them.
all of them.
yeah, only Fangora and then Kapamari, and they only take one hit each. So we're gonna be ignoring these fireballs this time because I'll showcase something here. If you take a fireball, you cannot take it into the next phase to do anything early.
Destroyed.
Yeah, everything
Horrible.
gets destroyed.
The horrors of war.
Now he'll do this.
Your wholehearted Kirby game, full of friendship and joy and war crimes.
It's every Kirby game.
There's a couple of them, yeah.
Oh yeah. There's nothing
They
particularly
call
eldritch
Dreamland
about
the
this
most
one.
peaceful place in the universe, but it gets attacked like every other weekend.
That's why there's Kirby.
Anyway, I'm gonna do something cool.
Do it.
You can tell where that guy is because he bounces up a little bit higher.
Yep. Oh, and speaking of which, since this is the final boss, and we call time before the counting screen at the end, you can get all the beads you want here, and it doesn't matter. Which is actually better to do, because when there's too many beads on the screen, it can start slowing the game down. So this is the only part in the game where it's better to be collecting beads than to be avoiding them. So
Here's where we actually start battling Yin Yarn.
yeah.
Now that he's done creating enemies to do his work, well, that's not true, there are enemies. Not bosses, though.
You're gonna get all four? Beautiful.
So easy for a man to plant. What was that?
Ooh, very good throw.
Here we go.
That was good. Really cool.
And, well,
no,
we
it's
beat
not
the
time yet. Not
game,
time yet.
everyone.
Yeah,
There's,
totally.
Just for the sake of the showrunners, we got one more phase here.
Yeah.
And time is going to be called. There's going to be a poll that shows up on the screen.
Once
and
Kirby
when
crosses
Kirby-
over that pole.
Once Kirby crosses over the pole, that's time. So don't worry yet. We still got another phase here, but it is coming up.
Now the knitting needles go rogue and start knitting Yin Yarn back themselves. What did you say you decided these guys' names are?
So I did not. This is another Yarn Kirby community member, Video Game Master 22. He started calling these things Bob and George, and it stuck. So shout out Yin Yarn and Bob and George. We love all these games. We love Bob and
Anyway.
George, don't we, folks? We love
Yeah,
Bob
we
and
do.
George.
Shoutouts to Bob and George.
Anyway, here we have Mega Yin Yarn.
This
Tank
fight is
versus
just
Tank.
lag.
The horror
It's
of
just
war.
lag.
Lots
That's
of
the real fight.
hitboxes, lots of collectibles, lots of attacks happening.
This is why it's good to collect your beads, because woof, the particle engine is fighting for its life. And Manta Plant's playing on a Wii U. If you play this on a Wii like I do, it's even worse.
And boom. Oh, yeah,
If you
we
listen
press A,
closely, you can
turn on
actually
your
hear it
headlights.
cry. Oh yeah. That has no purpose. You can just do that.
And then,
Right,
okay,
here
here
comes-
prepare
Time is
to
coming
end
up.
the run.
Oh,
And time.
Time.
excellent.
GG.
What was my time? I don't have it open.
Give me 1 second.
1:32:26. Very nice.
Wow.
Very nice.
Good job.
That's almost my PB.
Pretty groovy.
Yeah.
Very good for a marathon.
Well, there we go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's top 5. Top 5 on the leaderboards.
Oh, yeah. Here's one of the cute little cutscenes I mentioned.
Oh, yeah.
This is the only one you can watch because the run's over.
Shoutouts to peace, harmony, and restoring peace.
We love
to
peace and
dreamland.
harmony, don't we, folks?
Shoutouts to Peace, Harmony, and Yarn.
That's right.
Yeah.
And Prince Fluff, as he's leaving now.
Aw.
As long as you
Yeah,
have
buddy, I love that
Shout
guy.
out to the next game coming after this one too.
Yeah.
Until
Yeah.
then, Fluff
Which one is next?
Return to Patchland.
We are finishing
I
off
don't
with
recall.
Forgotten Land.
And that's the
Oh,
story.
nice.
Good game. We all like that game, don't we,
Shout outs
folks?
to the
Stay
Forgotten
tuned,
Land.
everyone.
And restored peace to dream.
Oh, we got a raid.
Thank you all so much, everybody. Do you all have any other? I know we've been shouting out a lot during the run, but do you have any final thoughts or shout outs you want to give?
Honestly,
I'll give
shoutouts to
2.
the Kirby's Epic Yarn speedrunners. Very good guys over there.
I'd like to give shout outs to all the wonderful staff who were so helpful in setting everyone
yes.
up today and all their hard, dedicated work. And once again, viewers like you, thanks for watching.
Shout out peace and love and Bob and George. Good night.
Thank you all so much. Be sure
Put
to
that
check
on a shirt. Peace, love, Bob and
Yes.
George.
Thank you all so much. Be sure to check out everybody here. Runners, commentators, they're all great members of the community. Shout out to all the Kirby community, by the way. But yeah, check them all out, and be sure to check out all of the runners of this marathon. But yeah, we do have one more game, Kirby and the Forgotten Lands. We're going to take a quick break while we get set up for that, and we'll see you all in just a few minutes, everyone.
Shout outs to the break.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. We are celebrating the 20th anniversary of Kirby and the Amazing Mirror. We have our final game of the day. We have Kirby and the Forgotten Land. I will hand it over to Runner, let him introduce himself.
Hello, I'm Darkriola27, avid Kirby speedrunner, previous world record holder in this game, and hopefully future as well. Although I'm not currently running it on stream or anything, but I was asked to do it, so I de-rusted for this marathon here. Are we ready to go?
Yeah, whenever you're ready, if you just want to give a quick 3, 2, 1 countdown.
Okay, I'll have to go through a couple menus here. And then 3, 2, 1, go. So, as usual with many Kirby games, this game has a lot of lore, probably even a little bit more than your average Kirby game. So we have to skip the cutscene for speed purposes, but the idea here is that suddenly in Popstar, a wormhole just kind of opened up and sucked everything in. So because wormholes dilate space and time, because obviously you would be talking about that in a Kirby game, the Waddle Dees that got sucked through earlier ended up coming to this land like months ahead of Kirby. So we're kind of coming in. It's already a post-apocalyptic world. And then the Waddle Dees that came here, some of them have been here for months, and we're kind of coming in, and we're going to end up trying to save all of them. Because, you know, Waddle Dees go from friend to enemy in Kirby games. It's just kind of whatever the game wants to do. So the main speed tech here that I'm doing when I'm powerless is going to be slide hopping, because sliding is pretty fast, but the end lag it takes quite a while before you can actually slide again. So then you can cancel that slowdown and that ending lag by jumping out of the slide. And I believe the fastest way is to jump as soon as possible and as low as possible, although different runners have different preferences. You also have to take into account the length of the section that you're sliding through. So like you might want to do 3 long slides instead of 4 short slides if it fits better, that sort of thing. And this game introduced mouthful modes, which is a pretty cool mechanic. Kirby can just inhale different objects, and he can keep his ability while doing so if I were to have one, which was a really good design choice. So then you get the abilities of that object, as opposed to the normal Kirby abilities that you get. So like I can literally just be a car and drive around and destroy everything in my path because I'm basically invincible. And this game also has arenas like many Kirby games do, so when that blue wall pops up like that, I have to defeat every enemy in the area or I won't be able to leave. Yeah, you have to beat every enemy for the wall to come down, is what I'm trying to say. So this is Elfilin. We're going to skip through the dialogue. It's easy to get an accidental float input like that, like I just did, because when you try to slide, the slide input is crouching or shielding, I guess, plus jump. So if the shield input doesn't go through, you'll jump instead. And then when I try to jump out of the slide, which I'm not doing, I'll end up floating since I'm in the air. So this is Ilflin. That was Bandana Waddle Dee. Bandana D is the 2-player mode. Unfortunately, you won't see any 2-player shenanigans in this run, but there are 2-player strats in the All Waddle Dees run, which I plan to do at some point, hopefully soonish. Yeah, Ilflin is just kind of our friend. We just met him. He's not from any other Kirby game, but we just saved him from those crows there, the black bird enemies. And he was trapped, so we saved him, and now he's gonna follow us along. And he's like, yeah, all the animals in the land are kind of going crazy. They're like taking orders from someone or something. The Beast Pack is attacking Waddle Dee Town, which we haven't really seen it yet, but that's technically where we just were with Bandana D, was Waddle Dee Town. And it was kind of it was all rubble. Real quick, right here, I'm going to turn off Auto Swallow because I don't want to get the sword ability from Wild Edge here. And Auto Swallow is on by default. Is a little unfortunate because we don't really want it at any point in the run. It can be helpful sometimes, but it kind of restricts your movement and like what you can do with enemies that are in your mouth. So you don't want to have it on if you don't have to. And so yeah, the Waddle Dees had time to build the entire town, and then it got destroyed. And now we're coming through and trying to save all the Waddle Dees that were in Waddle Dee Town, and we're gonna help them rebuild it, or save them so that they can rebuild it. Coming up, I'm going to be doing Turtle Skip, called that because it's the third version of Turtle Skip. The frame perfect input. Let me try to get it here. Nice first try. So when you recoil off an enemy like that with the cone power up specifically, or the cone mouthful mode, there's one frame where you can jump in midair, and that gives you just enough height to dive onto the turtle and destroy it instantly like that. And that is the fastest version of Turtle Skip, although there's a newish one where it's like a different version of Turtle Skip Skip, which was the second Turtle Skip found. That's about the same amount of time. But yeah, the overall gimmick for this game is we're going to be going through the stages, and we have to free a specific amount of Waddle Dees in each world if we're going to get to the boss. This stage introduces fire. This is the first actual movement ability, so it's the first one I'm going to pick up. Fire and Tornado are the big abilities used for movement in this run, and then Hammer is used a bit for other reasons, which you'll see later. Tornado doesn't even exist until World 2, so I'm definitely going to be taking Fire for now. And then there are certain parts in this run where you can choose to use Fire or Tornado. I'm Tornado gang all the way, but some people choose to use Fire for most of the run. Basically, Tornado is pretty much universally agreed upon that it's best for Worlds 3 and 4. And then you can use either for the end of World 2 and also for World 5. And then you are basically required to use Fire for World 6, unless someone can find a way to beat Silly Dillo much faster with Tornado. Yeah, Fire here you can get up to 2 fire dashes from a normal jump height, but you can get an infinite number of fire dashes as long as you have the height. It's just that fire goes downwards with each dash, so you're not going to be able to get an infinite number in a row unless you like modded the game so that there was just no ground or no death plane. And you can get Waddle Dees for doing achievements like removing the wanted poster there, or by actually finding caged Waddle Dees in levels. The caged Waddle Dees give an animation when unlocked, so when possible we want to just get missions that are on the way, but sometimes there aren't enough fast missions and it's better to get some caged Waddle Dees instead of doing all missions. Yeah. And floating in this game is pretty interesting. This is the first truly 3D mainline Kirby game. And obviously they didn't want you just flying everywhere in the level. So what they did, they have you have a limited amount of air like you do in Kirby 64, so you can only fly for so long. And I think honestly that would have been enough, but they also put a height cap, so you can barely float higher than your jump height. So that's going to come into play. There's actually a lot of really specific things that go with the height cap, like certain pieces of land raise the height cap because they count as ground. Like anything that counts as real ground is going to raise the height cap, but something like a rock or something that's more of a background object might not. So it's kind of important to know what pieces of ground will raise your height cap and which ones won't. Because if something doesn't raise your height cap, it doesn't even like set it to the height you're at. So you need to maintain the height or you're going to fall down and then your height cap will go even lower. And if you fall down more, your height cap will go even lower. And it can be really difficult to do something like when I removed the wanted poster, just going from the stairs to the cannon landing can actually be really hard because the camera, like the way the camera is positioned actually changes whether your height cap increases or not there. It's really weird. So if you don't get that first try, you need to like unlock the camera, because if the camera zooms in close to you, your height cap won't increase and it'll be impossible to make that fire dash, even though it looked easy and it was first try. If you mess it up, it can actually become impossible. That's one of the reasons Tornado is so strong, is because it goes in a horizontal line or a horizontal path, so you can completely maintain your height, whereas with Fire, you lose a little bit of height each time. And Tornado also goes much farther than Fire does. And they're both actually really bad in combat, but you are pretty much forced to upgrade Fire. The game requires you to either upgrade Fire or Cutter, and there's no reason we don't use Cutter at all in any percent, so we might as well upgrade Fire. But even then, level 2 Fire is weaker than a lot of level 1 abilities, and you'll see that later. A lot of times, instead of using Volcano Fire, we'll just use Hammer, or we'll use Drill, or we'll just literally go powerless and just fight the boss without any abilities, because the stars that bosses make that you can shoot back at them, those actually do a ton of damage in this game, so they can be more powerful than a lot of base abilities, especially if you can get a quad star. And speaking of the upgraded abilities, just to elaborate on that a little bit, this game has a really cool feature where, although there's only 12 abilities, which they could definitely have more, but that's a decent amount, each ability has 2 or 3 different forms, sometimes even 4. So you can upgrade them, and so instead of using just regular fire, you'll be able to use Volcano Fire or Dragon Fire. And it takes a long time to upgrade abilities, so we won't be doing that, except for Volcano Fire, which is required. You don't want to upgrade abilities unless it's required by the speedrun. true. You could go well out of your way to get Tornado in a HAL room in World 1. It does technically exist before World 2, but it's not obtainable in a speedy fashion. Good point. Could be obtainable in Bingo. We made a bit of a Bingo for this game, but it never got like officiated, and we haven't done it in a while. This game's like decent for Bingo, but it's a little rough because it's usually just whoever gets through the game faster tends to win. It's hard to balance the objectives, so that like going on a different path. This game is very linear, so like going to different paths doesn't really come into play very often. All you can really do is like make people go to treasure roads or something. Coming up is the first boss of the run. For some reason, not only do we need 17 Waddle Dees, but they need to come from this area, which is obvious right now, but like in the next world, I'll have to get 19, and they'll have to be 19 from that world. So like the ones I just got won't help for some reason. I don't even know why we need them. I feel like Kirby could bust down a door. He probably has more strength than 17 Waddle Dees combined, especially if you're using like hammer or something. But whatever. Don't question it too deeply. Good game mechanic, so I'm not actually complaining. It's just funny to point out. So first boss of the run. I've done a lot of boss routing, especially on the first 4 bosses. Like figuring out the fastest ways to beat them. For some reason, you can't skip this cutscene specifically the first time you watch it, but you can every time after. Not sure why they programmed it like this, but it's not that long, so it's not too bad. But this is one of 2 RNG checks on the run. There's a 50% chance or so that he gives me good RNG, and I'll be able to one-cycle him. Otherwise, I'm losing like 20 plus seconds. Ah, he jumped away. Unlucky. So you need 3 attacks in a row. I'm going to go for the minimum time loss. Good, that's what I needed. So I played it a little risky there. He could have just never given me that attack and jumped back and forth. But I took the risk, hoped for the attack so I could skip phase 2, and it paid off. So that's only going to lose like 12 seconds as opposed to 20 or 30. So that's something, I suppose. But yeah, in PB attempts, that's pretty much a reset. If you don't get good RNG there, you could keep going. But it's pretty demotivating to lose 20-ish seconds in World 1. The game right there asked me to change to wild mode, and you get more coins from wild mode, but that's actually a bad thing because the game takes like half a second to a second to give you those coins after every level. So that's why any percent is on Spring Breeze mode. There's also occasionally fewer enemies, which usually doesn't matter, but every once in a while there will be an enemy that would be in your path on wild mode, but it's not in Spring Breeze mode. I agree. This is a great game. This is definitely one of the best Kirby games in my opinion. I don't know if it's my absolute favorite, but it's definitely top 5, probably top 3. Could be my favorite. If you argued with me enough, I might decide that it's my favorite. Oh, apparently it's not my favorite, sorry. According to chat. But yeah, only real complaint I can think of off the top of my head is that the FPS culling is a little aggressive. Like sometimes the camera will be zoomed out enough that objects that Kirby interacts with will be at a lower FPS, and it's like 10 or 15 FPS. It's very noticeable. I assume they had to do that so that the game would run more smoothly, but they could also maybe, I'm not a game designer, but I feel like they could have just maybe not loaded everything into a level all at once. Like when you're in a level everything in the room that you're in is loaded, at least it seems that way, because everything seems to be on a global cycle. And since some levels are just one big room, probably is a lot of strain on the processor. Alright, so there's the forced volcano fire upgrade. You could skip that, you could maybe save a few seconds, but we haven't found a way yet. And you do want volcano fire in one specific instance. Here's something that's not speed tech, but I'll show it off. That warp star cutscene that I just skipped, it actually sets your height cap at like where the warp star comes in. So if you can interrupt landing on the ground, then you can keep that height cap and you can just float up until you either hit the height cap or you run out of air, as I did there. Not fast, but it is a cool little thing to show off. See if I can get bonker skip. Nope. So there's a mini boss arena just to the right, but if I get enough height, I can go over an invisible wall and skip it completely. It's better. There we go. So I'm basically just barely out of bounds, and that arena there, the raised ground, would have had a mini boss, and still does, but I don't have the time to fight him. You actually skip most of Bonker's appearances, if not all of them in the run, or Bonkers. And then Frosty has the opposite problem, where you just kind of one-shot him every time he appears. Like in Alival Mall, I had the invincibility candy, which is massive damage, so I literally destroyed Frosty in like 2 hits just by standing there. And then later you'll see, oops, we'll use a different ability to also erase Frosty. Yeah, thinking about it, you skip Bonkers in this level, you just go past him in 5-3 because he's not required, and you skip him in 4-4, so I don't think we see Bonkers during the entire any percent run. In this game, I'm playing on digital, so it's downloaded onto the Switch because digital loads significantly faster than if you just have a physical copy. Language doesn't seem to matter because there's not a lot of text, and what does, you can just mash through to appear instantly as far as we can tell. There's been no evidence that one language is faster than the other, but digital is definitely faster than physical. We don't know for sure how much faster, but it's probably like 30 seconds, maybe a little more. Oops. Yeah, I'm trying to use these whirlpools, like use the outer edge of them so that they push me forward. But I got a little too close to the center on that one. There is something that saves 1 second if you go up near the warp star and then shoot a volcano fire shot at that seagull. You can trigger it like as you're going on the warp star, but it's a little risky because if you miss, then you're going on the warp star without the bird and you have to get an entire backup Waddle Dee. So the reason that's faster is because that mission popping up, it actually delays the load. So whenever there's a mission on screen, the next area will not load. But if you trigger the loading screen early enough, like as the mission's popping up or before it pops up, the mission will go out of its way to disappear faster, like 4 seconds faster or so. It's pretty significant. So that's like a fast load, basically. But then if you trigger it earlier and you don't get into the loading zone fast enough, then you get the full load and the mission takes the full amount of time to go away and delays the load. So in that case, it only saves like 1 second because it takes 3 extra seconds to trigger the bird because you have to move up to the top of the platform before triggering it. so you don't save the full 4 seconds. I don't really think it's worth it, but some people go for it. Here's a neat strat coming up on Florina. There's a Waddle Dee for freezing Florina. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to deposit fire in the arena like this. Get ice. I'll take damage here so that I can't be hurt while I'm using this tech. And then I'll do a specific amount of damage. Oh, she didn't break. That was weird. Hold on, let me try to finish her off like this. I'm gonna have to improvise a little bit. Yeah, ice takes massive damage when they break out of the freeze. But for some reason, the freeze didn't break that time, which I've never seen before. So then I can spit my abilities. I would have had to do enough damage where I had to spit ice and fire at her, but because it didn't go correctly, I only needed to hit with one. So now we're going into the tornado part of the run. First, I'll explain the ice tech I was doing there. If you hold shield and also slightly have an angle on the control stick, like you could be fully holding the angle or you could just be slightly holding it, doesn't matter, but as long as you're slightly moving, then if you mash B in a rhythm, you will be able to basically alternate between the freeze attack that happens when you hold B and breaking your shield, which does a small amount of damage to enemies and also slightly freezes them. So you'll be able to quickly use both of those attacks back and forth, and you can freeze them much faster than you would if you were just holding B. Pretty important to learn how to do that tech, but it can be a little difficult because freezing enemies can sometimes lag the game, so you actually have to adjust your rhythm to account for that. Here in these glider sections, I found out that if you hit the ground, you bounce up, but if you do a quick spin right after hitting the ground, you actually get a slight speed boost for some reason. So I'll be using spins to accelerate quickly, like from this Waddle Dee. I'll be using them off the ground to get an extra speed boost. And they also seem to minimize your speed loss. Like if you pull up at all, you're going to slow down. And it seems like even if you angle downwards, you also slow down for some reason. So you want to just kind of go as straight as possible. But if you do want to go up or down, you can use spins to minimize that time loss. One little hidden bit of speed tech you probably don't notice. If you're not watching super closely, that's going to come up in this level and also happened in 1.3. Is that after a level, if you'll notice, when you beat the level, if there are any missions that you haven't completed, the game reveals one of them, which is a nice little touch because some of them you would never know, like defeat bonkers with the cutter ability. Like you're never going to figure that out on your own. So if you go through the level a couple times and aren't able to find it, then the game's like, okay, here you go. I'll tell you what to do, and now you can go do it. So the revealing of the mission takes a little bit of time. So if you can get every mission, then you won't lose that time. But even if you don't complete the mission, if you just reveal all of them, so like if you start one, but then don't finish it, you'll also save that time. So here I'm going to not fall in the water. Very important. That's one of the missions. And I can keep my tornado while doing so. All the enemies are a little below tornado height when they're in the water, so that's why I'm going to go powerless, although it is technically possible to go slightly over the water, like get really close to it and use your tornado, but it doesn't save much time. And then if you wait too long to use the tornado, or if you're slow at floating out of it, then you'll go in the water and lose the entire Waddle Dee. So there I've gotten the golden fish. So there's 2 of the 3 hidden objectives. And what I'm going to do in this room is get 1 out of, I believe, 3 hands of fish. So that'll bring up the objective, and even though I don't complete it, that'll have that little time save where the game doesn't need to show me what to do because it already has shown me everything to do. So there we go, there's the 3rd one. But because Tornado and Fire, for that matter, are really bad at bosses, what I'm going to attempt to do is beat this next boss while keeping my ability by keeping it alive. But I'm going to fight the boss completely powerless. You can also use Fire for the boss, in this case, if Tornado is too difficult. But then you kind of have to go and either mix for Tornado or pick it up in Waddle Dee Town, which loses some time. If you do the mix, you can do it quickly enough where you don't lose any time, but it's a little bit difficult. At that point, you'd probably be better off just doing the fight with Tornado. I routed out a pattern of coconuts that does a lot of damage a long time ago for this boss. I'm going to be using a slight modification that I think Terra made. I believe they did, their Japanese runner, to just get this first phase done with a little bit faster. Let's see if I can get it. So I should spawn an extra one here. There we go. And that, I think it saves like a second if you do it well. So I'm going to refresh Tornado because abilities disappear after 12 seconds. And then do the second phase powerless as well. We get a nice quad star here. Oh, the spike kind of pushed me. So I would have been able to finish him off with a quad star, but that's fine. I don't know what Gunnar glasses are, so I'm guessing no.
They're like a brand of... Yeah, Gunnar's like a brand of blue light glasses.
Possible. They do reflect blue light, as you can probably tell, which is very helpful. I've found it's much easier to sleep if you've been playing video games all day with blue light glasses versus without. Yeah, that fight is a little bit tricky, but there's no RNG involved, so as long as you perform it correctly, it's going to go well. But if you make a mistake, it can cost a lot of time, especially if you lose Tornado. This is going to be the shortest between world intermission where you go back to Waddle Dee Town. But after the next world, it's going to be the longest by a long shot, so brace yourself. Literally the only thing of note is that Wise Waddle Dee is there, and he's got a nice little hat and glasses, so that's cool. And it'll also tell you how your high scores rank up against other players in the world, but sadly we don't have time for that. You do have to make time for it in 100% though, because he gives you a figurine after talking to you. But here's an instance where the mission is still on screen, so it doesn't really matter how fast I go in that room after triggering the mission. Like, as long as I get into the loading screen before the mission is gone, it's going to take the same amount of time to load, like to finish loading. Like, if I get in faster, it'll take longer to load, and if I get in slower, it'll take shorter to load. Here's Wondaria Remains, the abandoned theme park level, or world, I mean. One thing you might know is that this game has its own language, but like every letter is just a different symbol, so it's still English, but everything's spelled with different symbols. So when this game came out, I learned the entire language and then had a fun time going around reading all the signs. I still remember some of the language, but I've probably forgotten most of it. But there's a lot of little things, like bookstore signs and gym signs, and a ton of text hidden everywhere, so it's a lot of fun to explore. The world's really fleshed out. There's no water ability in this game, but you do get water balloon mouth, which is the next best thing. All right, everyone, get your guesses in for what time I'm going to get on the Kirby race in the next level. Should be under 20 seconds. Otherwise, I'm not going to get the Waddle Dee. We'll all get pranked. Oh, well, even though no one actually guessed. Got him. So, yeah. The race starting would take a lot of time. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so the race starting would take a lot of time, and I don't really need the Waddle Dee, so I'm just going to skip the starting line by inhaling the car over top of it like that. And then, so awesome. I don't need to wait for the 3, 2, 1 go. I don't need to do the finish line animation. I don't need the Waddle Dee to spawn. But you can actually guess what time I'll get in the next race, which should be over 34 seconds, should be under 40, as long as I don't mess up terribly. It needs to be under 50, I believe, or I don't get the Waddle Dee. But that's a much longer race. You could skip either one, I guess. But I think if you skip that one, you miss 2 Waddle Dees, because you get one for taking the shortcut. Or taking 2 shortcuts, I guess. So probably best that you don't skip this race entirely. And you can guess up to, I believe, 3 decimal places if you want. For the Kirby tech, you want to jump up hills so you don't slow down as much. And then if you go down a slope, you get a little bit of extra speed. And then if you can keep doing as close to frame perfect jumps as possible when you hit the ground, you'll lose that speed slower. So you'll hang on to it for longer. So like here, I get some extra speed. I'm going to try to keep jumping as long as I can to maintain that speed. Nice. Mid 35 is solid.
There's a few people in chat who are a little confused. We have like probably a 30-second delay between us talking and stream hearing it. So that's why the guesses came in late for us.
All right, good to know. I was wondering how much delay there was.
Probably about 30 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, if Swagnetic there got it in before I finished on stream, then that was actually a very good guess. (3-3). Typically, we've noticed in the Kirby community, 3-3 tends to be the worst level in Kirby games, especially in speedrunning. But here, it's arguably the best. It's probably my favorite level just because of the atmosphere. the whole Zap Zone haunted house aesthetic it's got going on here. It's got a banger soundtrack as well. A lot of people used to use fire for World 3. Then I came through, I like to route a lot. So after like a week, I was doing a bunch of routing, and I came through and I was like, no, you guys gotta use Tornado in World 3. And a big reason is this level here. Like, it can easily skip all these cardboard cutout aliens, and it can just breeze through this room, pun intended, and just skip all of the chasms and pits in between all the land. And you can't totally see where the ground is, but it's not too hard to memorize the layout. Let's see if I get the fast load here. No, I don't. This one is really weird in particular. I've had it happen where I get in the door faster after grabbing the snack, and then I get a slow load. But if I get in slower, I get the fast load. So that one's really weird. I don't think anyone quite understands how that one works in particular. And there is, if you know, you know, but there is the upgrade for Crash. Like, you need to get upgrade scrolls in order to upgrade the abilities, and the scroll for Crash is in this level, and I think it's the only one I wasn't able to find without a hint from Wise Waddle Dee. It's pretty well hidden. I have a fondness for that spot because it's the one that I couldn't find, and it's just a cool spot in general. Do a quick little slide jump. You're supposed to grab the vending machine in order to destroy. I kind of glossed over it, but the reason I jumped on the one like blue ring a while back and jumped high into the air is because I was skipping a trigger for 2 aliens that block the path completely that you can't bypass with Tornado unless you skip them like popping out in the first place. But you're supposed to go and grab Vending Machine Kirby and destroy all the enemy cutouts along the way. But you can skip those by doing what I did, and then you can also still get the Waddle Dee with the well-timed slide jump. This level has a cycle at the beginning that's difficult to make, but as long as nothing goes wrong, I should make it. For a while, it was thought you couldn't make this cycle at the start with Tornado, but I showed that you could just do slide hops instead of using like a tornado and a half, and it would line up much better. And then if I can squeeze behind those, I'll barely be able to beat those 2 cars and not have to wait for them. I mentioned briefly, I do plan on running all Waddle Dees hopefully soonish. And this level is going to be quite a gauntlet. You have to navigate that previous room with all these cycles while herding ducklings, and they get scared if they touch a car. So you have to avoid the cars, you have to have them avoid the cars. It's really hard to get good cycles. And then there's also a Carby race, which is in like a side room that we're not going to engage with in any percent. But there's a really weird momentum jump you can do to just completely skip the entire race. And it saves like 12 seconds if you can get it first try, but it's pretty hard to do consistently. In any percent, all I really have to worry about is not touching the mud, because that's a Waddle Dee. I would have to get a backup if I accidentally fell down into the mud at any point. The way Tornado works in general, you just press B to use the attack, and that's fine. And then you can control it with the control stick. It's a little bit slippery, but if you're good, you can be pretty precise with it. But then usually, if you end the tornado, you have to land before you can do another one. However, if you start the tornado on the ground and you're on the ground for like half a second while the tornado is forming, it basically counts as being on the ground and refreshes your tornado instantly. So you can do one more full length, full duration tornado before you touch the ground again. So that's how you can get 2 tornadoes in a row like I was doing in the second to last stream there. And it actually took us a really long time to figure out why that happened. There was, I believe, a Japanese runner named Blue Pen that was doing that in their runs. We were like, how are you doing this? We don't understand. And it's literally as simple as just don't jump before using the first tornado. Here's the one other RNG part of the run. Again, it's about a 50% chance that I'll get a good pattern, and I did not. So this is going to lose 6 to 8 seconds. Okay, Tornado, she took so long to do any attack that Tornado is actually going to disappear, and I'm going to need to refresh it an extra time, which is really annoying. So that's probably going to lose more like 10 to 12 seconds. So if you just win the 50-50, he goes down easily. But if you lose it, then you're kind of at her mercy, and she can do any attack from that point. So she took a really long time to even give me a mediocre attack. So that's really bad RNG overall. A lot of Kirby games have way more RNG though, so I can't complain too much. There's basically only those 2 RNG parts during the entire run, Gorimondo and Claraline. And this is going to be the infamously long cutscene, so you can legitimately like take a bathroom break during this. Not if you're doing the run, because you have to mash through dialogue, but it's literally like 2 minutes of just Waddle Dee Town cutscenes. That's kind of too bad you do have to mash through the text, because like I said, you legitimately have enough time to do a bathroom break. So if you're doing like 100%, which is over 6 hours, it would be really nice if you could just do that during the cutscene and have it play out by itself. Sadly, that's not the case. And there's the Coliseum. Won't be seeing that in this run, but it is part of 100%, and you can also just run the Coliseum by itself as its own category. Because I was able to keep Tornado through the Claraline fight, now I'll have it for World 4, which is of paramount importance, and I won't have to go to the armory or try to mix for it in this level, both of which are kind of slow, and the mix is not very fun either. Pretty much everyone agrees you should use Tornado for World 4, but there is a slight routing discrepancy. Some people like to get the 4 animal snow sculptures in this level, and some people just get one of them to reveal every mission, as I went over earlier. And then they get the seafood in 4-3. I get the snow sculptures here and get 1 seafood. So you can do either. They're about the same. It's like, honestly, within frames of each other. It's basically just down to runner preference. If I move cleanly through here, I'll be able to get this Waddle Dee as soon as it appears. And then get back up on this moving platform and make it to the door, not having to wait for an entire other cycle, because if I was a second slower or so, the entire platform would have to rock back and forth for me to get enough height, or I would have to go to the other end and try to tornado from that end. This is a big reason tornado is so fast. You can't make these jumps with fire because your height cap is not increased. So the fire dashes push you downwards a little bit and you can't make it up to those ladders. But with tornado, it's just a straight shot. You can go straight from the stairs to the ladder and you don't have to do the intended method of inhaling the stairs, walking all the way over, exhaling them, and then jumping up them. And then you can also skip straight to this clock tower over here without hitting any of the switches to reveal any of the stairs. And that puts you straight at the ending. The first 3 levels are going to be just a tornado showcase, kind of. Tornado showing off its resume, what it can do super well. Like, it's perfectly designed for these 3 levels. And then the last level, you're going to be having a little bit of hammer tech. I guess I can start to explain that now. So a few weeks after the game came out, a glitch hunter found something which we call a super hammer jump. And so if you have hammer, which I'm going to obtain here for a second in the arena, what you do is you float until Kirby gets tired, you use a hammer attack to hit the ground, and then as soon as the hammer hits the ground, you press A, and Kirby just goes shooting up into the sky. So I'm going to quickly grab hammer and drop it here, and the reason for that is the mix roulette. You can mix in this game. We didn't know you could in the demo for a while because it was actually very difficult. But if you use two enemies with different powers, you can mix off of them. But the only abilities you can actually mix for are ones that you've already obtained. So that's why we can't just go to level 1 and mix for fire or tornado instantly, because the game will not let you. So I grabbed hammer there to put it in the mix roulette for 4-4, where I will mix for it there and do the hammer super jump. So in general, it seems like, we don't understand it super well, but it seems like this game disables your height cap when Kirby's exhausted, which kind of makes sense. Like, why would you need a height cap when you can't float anymore? Kirby's just going to be falling downwards. But you can abuse that if you can find some way to increase your height without, like, floating while Kirby's exhausted. Then you can sort of, like, I guess, store that momentum, that upward momentum. So, like, just the act of Kirby bouncing off the ground with a hammer is enough for that. And if you press A at the right time, you can just shoot upwards and continue to have that upward momentum for a long time. And you can do hammer super jumps with any version of hammer. People only thought you could only do it with toy hammer for like a day, but that's when all the videos came out. So basically all of them used toy hammers, and a couple of them specifically stated that you needed toy hammer, but that's not the case. You can do it with any version, although the timing can be different since the timing of the swings can be different. And yeah, I'm not surprised for anyone that didn't know you could mix in this game, because it really seems like they don't want you to for some reason. Like, the level design, aside from a couple specific instances, enemies with different abilities tend to be really, really far apart. So it's almost like the game just really doesn't want you to mix, even though it's possible. I'm not sure why, but that's just something I've noticed. I do think you're sort of intended to maybe mix for Crash for the Win Frosty fight in 4-4, but other than that, the game doesn't really seem to like mixes. So there, if I had the perfect height, you're intended to use Needle there, but Tornado can fight against the wind as well. So if I had the perfect height, I could have gone over the fence and under the ceiling, but I was just a little bit too high. So I had to go back and try again. Here, cool little clip. If you line yourself up just against the wall, when you inhale that ring, Kirby will just fly through it. Pretty cool. It doesn't really save any time, but it's super swag, so I always go for it. Mandatory because swag. And we think it has something to do with there being a ceiling there, like you jump up against the ceiling. We haven't been able to clip through any other walls like that. I have tried some, especially in 5-1, but I'm also not very good at finding glitches, so I wasn't able to, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. So if anyone can figure out how to get the caged Waddle Dee in the first room of 5-1 without doing like all 5 switches, that would be a massive time save for all Waddle Dees. So if you can figure that out, definitely go to the Kirby Speedrunning Discord and post a video. War 4 is actually a really cool level to do normally. It's like a boss rush gauntlet, and the fights are pretty fun. But sadly, we are going to skip all of it. I have to get a 2-frame jump, although this game runs at 30 FPS, so it's not too bad, but it's easy to mess it up multiple times in a row if you don't get it first try. Luckily, there's no like interference. A lot of the other hammer super jumps, if you mess up first try, it actually becomes harder. Oh, dang it. Okay, they didn't both go into my mouth at once, so I'm going to need to reset the level. I swear this level is cursed in marathons. I don't think I've ever seen it go well in a marathon setting. It tends to go pretty poorly in races as well. Yep, classic marathon luck. Thanks for plugging that Discord there. That'll make it easy.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I did get it first try that I actually got the mix, so I will definitely take that. It's more embarrassing to not even get the mix, but it is more clutch to get the super jump first try, so there's a little trade-off there. So what happened there is, first off with the mix, I did a fast mix. You can wait for the roulette to slow down, and since there's only like 6 or 7 abilities unlocked, they'll basically all appear during the time when the roulette is slower, but I like to go for a fast mix, so it's just the second ability. If I can hit that 3-frame window, then I can get it much faster. And then for some reason in this game, you can just inhale things from any height above them. Like, it doesn't matter what they are. As long as you're not standing on a floor, if you're just in the air, you can inhale anything from any height, including like enemies, but especially your own ability that you dropped. And then specifically in this game, you can, under specific circumstances, inhale something in the air. Like if you jump and then inhale something, you can like, if you inhale it while you're in the air, you have 1 chance to swallow it midair, which a lot of games don't give you that opportunity. So even though I wasn't on the ground, I can still press the shield button, which is also the swallow button, and regain the ability midair. Here's DD. Definitely one of the more difficult fights to do optimally. I'm going to need 3 quad stars for the perfect kill. There's 1. I'll take some damage so that I don't unlock every mission. Oh, that's bad. I lost Tornado. Okay, so this is going to be a bit slow. I'm just going to take Hammer. So one thing for bosses is, or levels, you don't really want to get every single Waddle Dee in the level, or you get a little congratulations message for getting all Waddle Dees saved. So I took damage to avoid that. And this is going to be a bit of a slow backup here. Sadly, this is the only boss fight where you don't automatically go back to town, so I'm going to have to manually go back to town afterwards. So yeah, this would be a good time to take the break. So I will just let this cutscene play out while we do that break, because it's about an hour.
Okay, sounds good. Yep. So during these speedruns, we like to take during these events, we like to take breaks every hour or so, just so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything like that. So we are going to take a quick break. Everybody will be back in just a few minutes with the second half of the run.
Bye, Elflin.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Amazon Quick Hotfix. Today we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of Kirby and the Amazing Mirror. We're in the middle of a Kirby and the Forgotten Lands run. Whenever you're ready, if you want to just give, I can't talk, oh my god. Just give a quick 3, 2, 1 countdown when you're ready.
Yeah, I know that feeling. All right, we can start in 3, 2, 1, go. So I don't know how much of that cutscene played out for the fade out, but King Deity woke up and stole Elflin while we were in our freeze frame, like Shrek style. So we're going to have to go and save Elflin from the clutches of DDD and any other potentially nefarious beings that he might be colluding with. But first, I'm going to have to go back and get Tornado since I lost it in the DDD fight. Now Bandana D's all sad because Elflin is gone. But on the bright side, we won't have anyone telling us to pick up every blueprint that we pass by. So, you know, there's some good to this. So here's the big fire versus tornado debate. You can use either for basically the entirety of World 5, and they both seem to be about the same speed. On Tornado Gang all the way, but in order to do Tornado Gang, you do have to do the more difficult DDD fight, whereas with Fire, it's optional, but either way, the optimal fight is the same. So like if you're going to do DDD optimally, either way, you know, might as well keep Tornado because it's cooler. I can really go through this level without too much difficulty. I'll pick up one quick Waddle Dee of defeating the Lost Squishy, which is a little macabre. Like, there's a Squishy, which is the octopus enemy, surrounded by, I think it's like calamari or some sort of fried octopus. So that's pretty dark, and it's called a Lost Squishy, so I wonder what happened to its parents. And yes, they went out of their way to not only include that in the game, but make you defeat that Squishy.
Oh no.
But there are not a lot of fast Waddle Dees in World 5. Like, it is a very slow Waddle Dee world. Like, the slowest Waddle Dee you have to get in, like, World 3, 4, or 6 is, like, 6, maybe 8 seconds. The slowest one here is, like, 20 seconds. Yeah, probably Takoyaki. In fact, the Waddle Dees in this world are so slow that I'm literally just gonna go take a nap. And it's going to save time because other Waddle Dees would be even slower. Oops. Got bounced all around there. Yeah, I believe casually I found this without the hint from the game, which I was pretty stoked about. Because I was like, it's weird that there's a Noddy, which is the sleeping enemy, in a lawn chair or in a pool chair. Almost like they want you to grab it. So then I tried it and I was like, yes, that's actually a Waddle Dee. But yeah, getting those 2 Waddle Dees, it does take a while, but it's faster than some of the other Waddle Dees that we still have to get, and it's way faster than a lot of the Waddle Dees in this world. I'm going to go for a swag strat coming up in the next room. Saves a second or 2. Probably not advisable, but it is really cool. And you could do it even faster, but it's way harder. Nice, got it. All right, so that is an enemy super bounce. Like a hammer super jump, if you float until you get tired and then bounce off an enemy and press A at the right time, you can get a lot of height as well. Not as much as the hammer super jump, but you can use it to bypass the height cap and go up small ledges like that where it's just a little too high for normal Kirby. You can also do that with drill, but I want to keep tornado. There's a little bonk you can do that somehow lets you get up onto the ledge if you have drill. And I think you do that in all Waddle Dees. But you actually need drill in that category, whereas I want to keep tornado. So here's the staff side of a Live Mall, which I don't really understand why the staff has like an entire half of the mall to themselves. That doesn't really compute for me, but okay. Maybe they have different architecture in this world. But so the theory here is that the whole premise of the game is based on the inhabitants of this world who are experimenting with warp technology, the ability to warp through space and time. So it seems like there's a bit of an accident, and half of Alival Mall, which is the last level of the first world, might have gotten warped over to the desert here. So, oopsie. I have a feeling when you accidentally warp half of your mall to a different continent, this is a really big skill check for Tornado. Ooh, that almost never happens. Yeah, it's really hard to get through these little doorways with Tornado. I was doing a good job until I just lost it completely. Let me see if I can calculate what the mix should be up here. Try to back it up. Try to mix up these two enemies. I'm just gonna go for the slow mix. Got it. Okay. So yeah, was going well until I hit those spikes. That's actually a mix you do in all Waddle Dees, but I wasn't sure about the timing of it because the timing changes based on how many abilities you have unlocked. And it's really hard to calculate on the spot because you have to know exactly how many abilities you have unlocked, which ones you have unlocked and then you have to calculate where the roulette should start. On this level, I'm going to be going ahead and getting fire near the end of it because I need some ability for Silly Dillo. Fire is pretty weak even as Volcano Fire, but it is quite well suited to fighting Silly Dillo. It's really annoying to fight Silly Dillo with melee attacks and can be pretty slow. Volcano Fire has the right amount of range. Decent damage over time. Gonna be doing a bit of a difficult trick in this dark room where I skip a light bulb by going from crumbling pillar straight to the Waddle Dee. This is a very tight tornado usage right here. It has to be very specific. Nice, made it. If you don't quite make it, you can sometimes float to save it, which is why I was mashing jump there, but I just made it normally, so we're all good. Can't do that with fire. Sadly, I believe this will be the last usage of Tornado in the run. Fire dominates World 6 because we haven't found a fast way to get Tornado past Silly Dillo or to grab Tornado in World 6 anywhere. And it's also not much faster anyway. It only saves a couple seconds, so whatever strat you would use to get it there can only lose a couple seconds to be worth it. Silly Dillo is not fast powerless. That is why I'm going to grab fire here. Something I did in 2-3 but didn't mention, like that, if you inhale the archways from like directly between them, like if you're exactly even with them, it's very precise. You can skip the inhale animation and it just goes straight into Kirby's mouth. Usually when you do a mouthful mode, there's about a second of inhaling and then it goes into his mouth. But if you do it just perfectly, you can actually skip that. I'm gonna try to get some bounces off of ledges here and some nice speed boosts. But this section isn't as well suited to that until you get up to here where there's a nice long stretch of ground, just uninterrupted. You need lots of speed boosts. By the way, it's almost impossible to miss that Waddle Dee. Even if you go way below or above it, you're still probably going to hit it. Like you can literally try to miss it, and I'm not sure if it's even physically possible. Maybe if you try really hard, you might be able to. But the game's pretty much just going to give that to you. Alright, we got the boss of the second to last world coming up here. Silly Dillo. Some people say he's just a silly guy, but I think he might be a demon in disguise. He shrinks like a banshee between phases, specifically between phase 2 and 3. There might be some serious evil in there. Don't tell anyone I said that, though. Most people just think he's a silly guy. I'm gonna try to manipulate him, dodge out of the way. I didn't quite do it. Didn't quite time it correctly because there's no real like indication of when he's going to roll. It's just timing. But I tried to make him take the shortest path and then dodge out of the way, and I succeeded at one of those things. And then I try to get as many stars as possible from the ground because stars are still faster than using volcano fire if they're available. It's just that Dillo doesn't like to give a lot of them, and they're usually not grouped together. Like here, getting a double star at best is not going to really be worth it, but if I can get a triple or a quadruple star, then it's worth it. I'm gonna be a bit slow on this ending here. There we go. And he's gone, but that is not Elfbalin. We're going to have to keep moving forward. Our quest persists. Last chance to go back to Waddle Dee Town. So if you do end up losing fire, which can happen, you can take a few seconds to get it here, or you can just get it. I think you can technically mix for it in the next level if you wanted to do that. But that requires mixing off of a large enemy, which is really annoying because you have to start inhaling powerfully before you even start the mix. And inhaling powerfully is just when you hold the inhale for a second. All right, I'm going to do this trick again, just because it's really cool to see up here. And this bridge is actually fully modeled. It's got collision, it's got everything. Still not fast to go up here, but super cool. You can actually travel along that for a little while before the camera restricts you and there's an invisible wall. This rock has weird geometry, but there are a couple spots you can jump off of like that. The ground is actually like, there's you know, those sludgy spots where there's like tar or something or rocks or whatever. And that's actually really annoying. Like it is, the hitboxes are as they look. And so it can be hard to slide. You can get your slide stop. You can have the input eaten because the game doesn't think you're you're on the ground because you're like jumping off of one of those even though it's only a couple pixels. You can bonk on them with fire dashing. It can be really annoying. In that last stream, I was able to make the fastest cycle. If you move really quickly, you can barely make that first cycle. But even if you don't, there's a bone sticking up out of the ground that I found you could jump off of. So that's what most people do, and I found that pretty early on, so people have been doing that for a long time. But if you think you can make the fast cycle, it is a tiny bit faster to just go straight to the door like I did. You only upgrade volcano fire during the run, and that's only because you're forced to. In no categories is it faster to upgrade an ability. We were playing around with the idea of maybe getting Gigant Sword because you get it relatively early on and it does a ton of damage, but sadly just the time it takes to get the currency you needed to upgrade it and to actually do the upgrade. That's like a full minute or more, which is more than you're going to save, even though Gigant Sword did save a lot of time against the final bosses. Sadly, was not enough. Here, these cycles are really important. All of these cannons are on, like, I'm not sure if it's global or a local cycle, but they're all on cycles. So if you go too slowly, you'll have to wait for those. You get a little bit of invincibility when inhaling an ability. So I use that to jump in the lava a little bit. And then you get, if you charge up Crash, you can one-shot Frosty and get that Waddle Dee for it. And then as long as you don't go too far away from fire, like if I walk too far forward there, it would have despawned just from distance. But as long as you put it close enough to the arena and you don't walk too far forward, then you can just go out and inhale it like that, using the trick where you can inhale something at any height. Six 1 is pretty rough just to traverse through because the ground's so uneven, but 6-2 and 6-3 are reasonably chill. Especially 6-3, as long as you don't get crushed. But then once you get past 6-3, that's like... Getting past 6-3 is about 50% of the run in terms of like difficulty and whatnot. Like once you get to 6-4, that's when the run actually starts. Everything up to that is just precursor. You get a little bit of a skill check at the start of World 6, then a little bit of a break, and then everything goes crazy, everything falls apart, and your run dies right at the end, and it's super fun. This run is quite good overall. It's very fun. The only complaint that I and a lot of people have is that basically every difficult trick is at the end. Like 4-4 is a run killer with that super jump if you miss the skip. And then other than that, it's just like the last 4 levels. And all of them can kill your run easily. This will be the last tame level. 6-4 doesn't have to be too bad, but I'm going to go for the fastest possible strats just to show those off. I'm going to route in a couple extra, not super necessary hammer super jumps, but they will save up to 9 seconds if I can hit them both first try. This is basically just a Waddle Dee collection fest. You can get a lot of the secret missions in here without losing too much time. You can get a lot of the caged Waddle Dees without losing hardly any time. Grab that coffee. I'm bonking, but it doesn't matter as long as I make the cycle. Yep. Bonked a couple of times, but neither of them really mattered. Okay, that one kind of matters. It is possible to start fire dashing too early there, and there will still be a little bit of ceiling left. It doesn't lock you out of fire dashing until you fall all the way into the room. It's just as soon as you start falling, you can fire dash. So if you press B too early, you'll hit the edge. Here, you don't at all need the vending machine, like not even a little bit. It just makes things harder. You can in fact go ahead of it a little bit. There is a sort of an invisible wall, but once you grab the cone, that wall either completely disappears, or once you get past that triangle hole, it disappears. Not sure which exactly. But that makes grabbing the cone actually faster than not getting it because the wall goes away. And then since you already have it, you might as well get that Waddle Dee. Barely takes any time. It is important to be aware as a runner of objectives like don't get squished or don't step in the mud, because you'll basically always get them, so you can sort of forget that they exist. But then if you get squished, you gotta remember, oh yeah, I need a backup Waddle Dee, because not only did I lose time from getting squished, I also lost the Waddle Dee. I didn't mention it at the time, but you do want to get a few extra optional Waddle Dees from bosses. Normally they don't matter because you've already collected enough Waddle Dees to unlock the boss. But if you get 165 Waddle Dees, or 145 Waddle Dees total, sorry, then you can unlock the item shop, which lets you buy, let's just say, performance enhancing supplements, maybe? So it's much faster to take the time to come back here and buy them. Even though it's very far out of the way, these boost your speed. And then you can also use the attack boost, which is basically makes everything worth it on its own. So I will be going for the aggressive route where I only buy one attack boost instead of 2. And so that's going to make 6-4 a lot harder because it's a boss rush level. But if I do everything well, I only lose like 4 seconds. And then I save 13 from not buying the extra attack boost because that's how long it takes to buy and use an item. Here's the boss rush level. But even without an attack up, we can beat the bosses pretty handily. Oh no, I bonked into the gotcha. Well, I guess you can guess which gotcha I'm gonna get. Yeah, since I'm weak, I want to skip bosses if possible. I'm going to try to jump out of this arena. Ah, that's a really bad one to miss. Gorimondo likes to lag the game, and I even got hit lag from hitting him, but somehow I managed to clutch it out second try. It's way harder second try than it is to get it first try, so I'm pretty glad I got it then, and it didn't take even longer. This one doesn't need to be as high of a super jump. You just need to get up to this platform to avoid going all the way around the racetrack. And then you also can avoid triggering this Waddle Dee, but it's about as slow as just getting it. And it's kind of annoying to go over the trigger. You need to get a backup. You need to get a different one anyway, so like, I don't bother. Doesn't really save any time. And then we call this silly Drillo. Let me see if I can show it off first and then sort of explain what's happening. So even without an attack boost, I can do that much damage from one hit. So with the attack boost, I found out you can literally just one-shot Silly Dillo with Drill a while back. And that sort of opened Pandora's box for showing off how much damage Drill can do. So the normal route, you just one-shot it there, but even if you don't have the attack boost, you take 4 extra seconds to two-shot it. And so the way Drill works, we're still not totally sure like how the shapes work exactly, but in essence, you can have up to 3 individual attacks depending on how large of an area you draw. But if you draw a circle, you're only going to get 1 big attack, and there's only either the small damage attack or the large damage attack. Drawing a bigger circle does not get you more damage than drawing a medium-sized circle, but it will be more than drawing a small circle. Like, the size doesn't matter as long as you're past a certain threshold. So you want to try to draw a shape that draws, or that spawns 3 attacks and have them all be big. And if one of them's big, all of them will be big. So we've experimented with a lot of different shapes. It seems like different shapes work better for different fights. But in essence, you want enough room so that 3 attacks can spawn, and a certain shape so that at least one of the attacks registers as being a strong attack. And then all 3 of them will count as strong attacks. And then if you hit a boss with all 3 strong attacks, if it's someone like this, you can literally one-shot them. Or other bosses, you can do like 3/4 of their health or a half of their health, depending on how much they have. Yeah, that's sort of opened up, like I said, the Pandora's box for drill. Now we use drill for DDD. We use it for Elphalus. Even base drill is incredibly strong. I think it's technically possible to do 3 strong attacks without a speed boost, but it's incredibly difficult, like bordering on task only. I shouldn't have tried to show off there. But if you have the speed boost, it can be pretty consistent. Different people like to use different shapes. You can experiment with what shapes give you like 3 strong attacks. Even if you get all 3 strong attacks, they might not all hit the boss depending on your positioning. So there's a lot that goes into it. And we get surprise alien board. It was a surprise. I believe your first level 1 gacha is always Kirby, but I don't think your first level 2 is always the same, so that actually was random, I believe. Could be wrong about that though. I got 9 of every gacha figure a long time ago, so it's been a really long time since I've seen the first of any series. I will definitely go for DD drill, as we call it. And I'll attempt to go for Drillfulus against the final boss, Elphalus. But I might run out of speed boost if this level doesn't go well, because this is the hardest level in the run, bar none. I will be attempting to skip both optional rooms. Well, not optional. So you're supposed to go into 2 rooms during this initial large room here, and they'll have Waddle Dees that you're required to save before the room lets you leave. But if you do a hammer super jump, you can skip both of them. The first one's pretty easy. Let me try to get this. You need a max height jump if you're going to go from the bottom area there. But I got all the way to the top, so that's good. And then boat room skip is even harder. You need 2 super jumps in a row to make it over, and you need to do some shenanigans afterwards in order for the camera to turn. Don't think I got enough height. And you need to hit a specific spot so that the camera turns and actually lets you through. So the hardest part about that is that the timing for the super jump is actually different if you're doing it like a second one in a row without touching the ground. Every subsequent hammer jump has the timing change because, like, for the first 3 hammer swings you do in midair, you're losing height every time. So like the timing of the super jump ends up being different, however that works. Obviously not intended since it's a glitch, but that's how it ends up working out. And then you also get less height for each subsequent super jump, down to 4. Wow, how did that not trigger the windmill switch? You want to trigger the windmill switch after you go through them because it lags less. There's less hit lag, but I'm not sure how that didn't hit it at all. Whatever. Yeah, boat room skip is especially difficult because you have to do that second super jump subsequently without touching the ground if you want to do it optimally. So the timing changes. All the muscle memory and timing you build up for every other super jump in the run ends up just working against you. And then even once you do all that, if you end up falling in the lava here, it's just a dead run. Because you need the Waddle Dee from not falling in the lava. So if you hit the lava at any point in this room, it runs over. I will play it a little risky and try to make this last jump. Try to do as big of a jump as I can to save time. With the speed boost, you can go immediately and just barely make it. But you might want to wait until the pillar falls a little bit closer to the tortilding. We'll see if I end up having enough speed boost to go for Drillfulus. Or I might have to use ice as the backup. Yeah, if I had missed that last jump, I would have fallen in the lava and then missed out on that Waddle Dee. I did get a backup for the marathon though. But I was honestly kind of hoping I would fall in, and then I could be like, oh no, I gotta replay the whole level. Just kidding. But yes, if you fall in the lava in an actual run when you're not getting a backup, then the entire run is dead. And that's right after doing the hardest trick in the run, so that really, really sucks. Now we can finally fight King DDD again. And then even after 6-5, there's one more pretty hard trick that can also kill your run. Not as hard. But we're going to be attempting to skip Leongar, which is really important because it saves like upwards of 40 seconds versus actually fighting him. Partially because he takes so long to fight, but a lot of it is just skipping a couple cutscenes. I'll pop my attack boost for the final boss rush here. Try to one-shot DDD. Ah, missed it. If you position yourself just right, you can take out phase 1 in one hit, and then you can do almost all of phase 2's health in one hit. Just make him run over that, and then looks like I either missed a hit or didn't do full damage, but I can back it up like this. We don't need drill anymore, luckily. I mean, we will, but we'll get it later. We have a saying in the Kirby and Forgotten Lands speedrunning community where the run doesn't start until you get past Leongar. Because you get one solid chance to do Leongar skip, and then if you miss it, you can technically keep trying, but it becomes way more difficult. You get one clean super jump off, and then he just starts jumping around, he starts attacking you. He lags the room a bunch. It's horrible. Luckily, I've practiced this jump probably more than any other. And there we go. Bye, Leongar. Try to get a double hit here. Nice, I got it. Not sure exactly how that works, but if you're like probably pixel perfect, you can kind of sideswipe the enemy as you swing and get nearly full damage. And then you hit them with the end of your hitbox, like the lagging hitbox at the end of the attack, and you get almost full damage again. So you do nearly double damage in one hit. And I think Since all that went pretty well, I'll have just enough speed boost to try to go for Drillfulus, so we'll go for it. See if I can get all 3 big hits off on my first attack. And then even after that, I have to hit him with a quad star and 2 single stars in order to do enough damage. That looked pretty good. I think that's enough damage, and then we boop. So that was perfect. That can be a really nerve-wracking hit, I think. Drillfulus, in my opinion, is much harder than Silly Drillo or DD Drill. It seems much more specific. And fun fact, if you just shield, you take 0 damage from giant falling meteorites. Usually you take a little bit of damage from enemies while you're shielding, like just a tiny bit, but you take literally none somehow. And then my speed boost has worn off, but if I can get just a couple decent hits off here, I can finish him with a quad star or a triple and a single, that works too. Actually a very nice Elfless fight. You won't see that fight go that well often, even on world record level. Like both my PB and the world record lose like 40-ish seconds here. At least upwards of 20 for sure. Because if everything doesn't go exactly according to plan, you get a bunch of extra attacks where you can't even hit him usually. And he just likes to waste a bunch of time. With Truck B here, pretty epic. We think jumping is faster. We're not really that sure. I don't think anyone's gone out and timed like jumping versus not jumping, but you're going upwards on a lot of slopes, so it's just logical. Jumping up slopes is faster with the car, so it's probably faster with the big rig. Don't know if driving down the slopes is faster or not. Maybe the truck just goes at the same speed all the time. I don't have the ability to like check Kirby's speed value at all times. So you just have to kind of compare 2 videos to see if one looks faster than the other. The only real speed tech that we know of is you want to try to avoid hitting as many of these meteor hills as you can because you get some hit lag. And time will be coming up when I hit Elfless with a truck. Bet that wasn't a sentence you expected to hear today. What's that? What? Huh? What? Oh no, I forgot to press the A button. Oh! Sorry, I had to show that off. It's just such a funny animation as he just careens over the edge. Don't do that in your speedruns, kids, but it is so funny to show off if you're not on PB pace. Because otherwise, this is just a long mashing section. Luckily, I've run Kirby's Dream Land 3, and there's a lot of mashing in that game, so I'm fully prepared. Okay, time is going to be coming up. And time.
GG.
Thank you, thank you. Good run overall. Nice for a marathon setting. 4-4 was only slightly cursed, so we take those. Still didn't get it first try, but that's like the best thing that could have gone wrong in terms of like watchability.
Anytime a marathon run isn't fully cursed is a good run.
Yeah. You can say that for a lot of races as well.
Oh, for sure.
I think it was it on that final mash, you have to rotate the control stick and press B. I think the control stick is basically like 90% of the inputs. So if you want a real challenge, try beating that with only mashing B, and it's nearly impossible.
Oh no. Oh no.
Thanks for the GGs, everyone. I'll shout out the Kirby Speedrunning Discord. I don't know if you want to post that link again, but anyone who has any interest in speedrunning Kirby games, you can join there. Feel free to ask questions. There's probably going to be someone that's able to help you. And then also shout out to kirbyspeedrun.com, which is a speedrunning wiki that we're working on. It's not like fully operational. It's like it works, but it's still new, so there's a lot of information missing, but there's also a lot of good stuff there already. So you can feel free to browse that as well, see if it has any of the answers to any questions you have. And that's all I've got.
I'd say the name of this wiki is pretty good.
Certainly on point. Very easy to remember.
It is very, very on point. It is very good. Thank you so much for showcasing the game. Everybody be sure to check out Ryolu and all the other runners we've had today. Everybody who's been on today has been absolutely wonderful. You should check them all out.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for being on, for helping celebrate Kirby. I think it was Beam mentioned it yesterday, but there's a lot of Kirby games around this time that have releases, so it was kind of like a big Kirby celebration, and it's been awesome to have all of you on and showcase all of these games.
Yeah, the second anniversary of Forgotten Land was like 2 weeks ago. That's cool as well.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm super happy to have you all on. I really appreciate it. That is all we have for the night. We were going to be back on Wednesday with some more shows for you, but until then, have a great night, everybody. Thank you all so much for tuning in.
Have a great night, everyone.